remember buying this name at like $30 to $40 and then selling it, and then finally getting in on that huge dip down. I got to find out my account on this because like this is up $100 here, 600 to 700 in a straight line. So Netflix definitely doing something right. Meanwhile, the beleaguered one here, Disney, continues to hover around $90. It's been okay. It's been okay.
It hasn't lost 90 yet.
Yeah, it's been okay.
You
know, we'd like to see this get through 95, but yeah. Anyways, a couple different things that are on my mind.
I'm thrilled to have sold Disney.
Stocks.
I'm thrilled to have sold Disney to get into Netflix, but then I just got back into Disney, so we'll see how that one actually goes. But the last thing you just said there, tech stocks.
Yeah, let's not forget. Always on my mind.
Let's not forget what happened yesterday, and we'll get to all of these. But like the host of like top breakouts and pullbacks, like AMD did a huge reversal candle. As I was looking at staring at Target because I want to see if I can adjust my targets for dip buys. No, but AMD did a ridiculous reversal move yesterday. So I think this is going to be on tap for me. We talked about this in the lesson of the day, like reversions or big V shapes, and try to put those out of your mind and go back to what the levels were before. So I think that's going to be a big play. And Tesla, 220 on Tesla, once again, a big bounce spot. There's so much working. Apple had a triple top yesterday that we're 40 cents away from that could take it out of the highs. There's a story with Apple and antitrust, but it's like, do I care more about an antitrust story of which there's one every single week on Apple, Alphabet, and the host? Or do we just look at a level like this and say if we bust through it, want to be long in this market? Fed minutes are going to be coming later in the day. Jackson Hole later in the week, but action already starting here, especially those retail names. Yeah, Fed minutes today. I think Powell's speech at Jackson Hole is not till the end of the week. Even though I think
it's Friday, but then they're like
There's other stuff going on.
Right, yeah. There's all these different speakers and hedge fund managers and all that are going to be speaking.
Trader TV Live needs the invite to Jackson
jokes on
Hole.
Everybody. Brendan's live at Jackson Hole today, so we'll be throwing to Brendan at about 9:15.
I can see that.
So stay tuned for Brendan live at Jackson Hole.
And I wouldn't mind covering Jackson Hole.
That'd be really cool.
In person. I absolutely would not mind, Sean. I would like to go. I'd like to see Jerome Powell in person. I have no problems with that. I don't think you would either. I don't want to speak on your behalf. But
I would be, I love listening to Jerome Powell speak,
Absolutely.
so I would be very interested.
All right, let's talk about Ford, guys, because new information coming out this morning that they're going to cancel their electric three-row SUV. They're looking at picking up basically more hybrid systems here for some of their newer cars. They're talking about focusing on SUVs on the hybrid platform. Some issues here with respect to some of the new start dates for their Ohio facility, but the market liking this already, Adara, up 1/3% in the pre-market.
Ford actually not the only legacy automaker with some EV-related news either. We actually have Stellantis getting Rivian's former head of manufacturing, Tim Fallon, who's set to join Stellantis' North American manufacturing, which includes electric vehicles. That's what the group he will be leading as of September 2nd. So we've got a Rivian head moving to Stellantis, and this Ford EV news should be an exciting day for some of these legacy names.
Yeah, guys, what's the look here? Some EV names in play.
I mean,
it's Ford.
If you're grabbing anybody from Rivian, I'm not sure what exactly is happening there. But as Stellantis also, no, because I mean, Rivian, wasn't it a production? Someone from Rivian? I mean, they're the ones that can't meet production goals. Okay, so but Stellantis, anyways.
It's the last thing anybody will expect.
Right, exactly.
That's the move right there.
Very smart, Stellantis.
They know.
Get the best of the worst. It's always, but here's Stellantis' chart. We don't talk about it enough, but this is what this looks like.
It's not good.
So that's $30 in March, and that's $15 right now. And yeah, look, I own Rivian shares and talking like this, but yeah, Rivian here, again, we're long in the 11s, but at the end of the day, I think this is actually, and again, I own this stock, but, I mean, if they can ever figure it out, I mean, we see Rivians on the road a lot. I just feel like there need to be more of them. I mean, they're a pretty nice looking truck. I know they get a lot of great ratings, and I think the customer satisfaction is pretty high on them, as far as I know. And it seems like it's forming this base. How does this happen?
It's unbelievable how he knows.
It's like, just fills right into that spot there.
No, because he's listening in the back somehow. He knows we're talking about EVs.
Look, still, have you seen Stellantis? That's also getting crushed too, right? STLA. Like, I don't even know what the problems are, but they just got somebody today from a production associate from Rivian on board. So I was like, you're going to get a person from Rivian on board for production? I thought Rivian had production issues. But that's Stellantis. And then right here, Randy, right what I was getting into before you showed up here was, what about this base? I mean, if Rivian could ever figure it out, I mean, this goes back to here. You get a lot of garbage down here, $8 to $9 to $10. That's fine. All stocks have their doomsday sort of moments. That might have been it. So right now you're trying to figure this out. And if they can hold this, is there not enough demand? I mean, the demand is there. They just can't roll out enough vehicles. So for me...
Yeah, they're losing too much money on the ones they make,
Yeah,
too.
they lose 300. I said that joke to some, not a joke, the fact to somebody, how much do you think they make per car? And it's minus 300,000. So what is going on here? Is there a play right now? We saw Ford today. All right, cheers.
There is upside to Rivian. There is. They're tightening their supply chain, getting their costs down. The R2 is on the way. Give them a little runway, and good things will happen.
The R2. So you like the fact that Rivian can get going here.
The deal with Volkswagen is pending as well. There's things in the works. There's Horizon here. Just give it some time.
Like Fisker went.
This is one you got to wait, because they could absolutely fail, but it's probably just going to take time.
You got
a lot of time, where the money could be elsewhere.
There's a good strategy here.
Well, I'm in it, so whatever.
Being patient with investing, you say.
Stellantis,
There's a lot of problems at Stellantis. It's a whole segment unto itself, but we won't talk about that right now.
Okay, well, a segment to itself, he says, for Stellantis. On the Ford note, I'm just kind of hoping 10's the new 11 with Ford, because that would be at least something you could trade off of. Because this on the weekly chart, it was the automatic buy zone on Ford, and the only thing going well for Ford was buy this thing at $11 for the last couple of years, and they have a dividend, so maybe you get a payment in there while you're doing it, and it would get to $15, and it would get close. That's almost 15, then almost 15, then 15, and then it broke. Still managed to retrace back to 15, but now the new lows are in and around like $9.50, $10. It's trying to find some kind of a base. I mean, just like Rivian, at least it has a base. That's all I'll give Ford. You look at that Stellantis chart. I mean, that's just lower lows and lower highs all the way through. Ford has going for it that every now and then it sets up something where you get a bit of a buy zone, and you can like do a swing trade or something on Ford. But unless we see $10 today, I'm not sure how excited I am to buy this after it's run. Like, it's just made the move into resistance. Usually means Ford's going to go sideways.
Yeah, Ford had some news today, too, about cutting some EV ideas and things like
saving
that.
some.
So, yeah, I mean, that's why it's up a little bit there for Ford today. I feel like someone in the chat just said something about possibly merging is like one of the only things, TH it was there. Merge could be the only thing that saves a Ford or a GM or something like that. I mean, saves them. I don't know. They're still selling enough cars. It's just this EV experiment that a lot of these companies have been doing for the last 5-6 years has been a cash burn and such a run on some of their the balance sheet there. So the problem here is that you're going to have to just get going again. And GM's done a nice job off the bottom. It does look opposite of Ford, right? Ford's kind of going the other way and hanging out. GM's made a move back. So I'm thinking that if you're nervous about anything now, this is not a bad area to lighten up on any kind of GM that you may have if you don't like the space. I mean, you're almost back to highs here. You're at the 50. You bounce clean off the 200. So that looks real nice compared to what Ford looks like. So, yeah, for me, GM is more of a play that because it's working, you might want to just trim a little bit. It's worked off that bottom. But then again, maybe there's a runway for this to work out. I like the new Corvette. They sort of redid the Corvette a couple years ago. That looks pretty nice. Too. I don't know if I get a hockey bag and golf clubs in there, though. But
probably not, I'm going to guess. But
the Tesla's hot for me, too, because I think that you got the robo-taxi stuff.
Yeah. Oh, Tesla just went green. So, it's interesting. Like, we'll sit down and things look one way when you sit down, and then by the time you get to the open, and it's only 844, but Tesla was looking like it was going to immediately test that same 220 level, where it broke out the other day, it dipped into yesterday, seemed all the world you were going to get a retest. Well, we're already back at 222 and up 0.5% here on Tesla. So cross that bridge when we get there at the open. That's the fun thing about the market. Like, things can be setting up, looking one way, and then you've got to pivot to the other. So Tesla looking a little bit strong here. I mean, the market's not up that much. Like, I wanted to say it's leading the market, but the Nasdaq's 0.2%, ES is 0.2, Tesla's a 0.5. This is a name that does not need a story to be on your radar. There is one of those like recall stories, which I don't terribly think those are a big deal. The only caution I have with this, and I guess we'll get to this on the rundown, is I'm a little wary of some of the stocks that did the false breakouts. The difference with Tesla, like, you kind of gapped above, and at the open, there wasn't a ton of buying above the top like it was on AMD. Like, AMD did a ton of buying above the breakout level, whereas Tesla kind of just had sellers right back into the 220. Kind of an easy level to pick out there, this 220 area for Tesla. And when it gets there, that's where you want to put some trades on, at least for myself. I'm itching to mock NIO, but we'll save it for later. Okay, we'll save it for later. All right.
Yeah, perfect segue, Neil. NIO in focus today, guys, announcing overnight that they're going to do a couple of things here. One, they're going to install about 2,800 new charging stations in China. That's going to be available to all competitors. About 20 different brands will actually be able to use those charging stations. They're also increasing their battery life, or the speed at which their batteries can charge. So by way of comparison, Geely, which is a competitor of theirs, you can go from 10% to about 80 in about 10 minutes. NIO trying to say that they're going to allow 3-minute charging from 10% to 80. So we'll have to see how that comes out. But Adair, I want to give you a stat here to kind of put things in focus. 8.6 million charging stations in China. By comparison, 168,000 in the United States.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty big market there. And also it's worth noting here that NIO actually is trying to target as many of these vehicles as possible with these charging stations. They said that more than 200 other car brands can access the stations, and more than 80% of the electricity they provide actually go to cars from different brands. As of August 20th, they said they've already installed 23,000 charging stations and at least over almost 2,500 battery swap stations here as well. Also worth noting in the Chinese EV space, we have Zeekr earnings. They did have a smaller than expected loss per share. They beat for sales, and they also had a 100% year-over-year increase in their Q2 deliveries.
Wow.
So great look for ZK, another Chinese EV name, recently IPO'd. Great earnings there.
All right, guys, Chinese ADRs, the EV is all green. What's the look?
If they could really do it 3 times faster than their competitors, and that was true, I think they'd be doing a little better than 2% to the upside. I mean, I see in the chat Tisha Perkins mentioning SMFL, that's Smart for Life moving. NIO's not moving. So Smart for Life is hot. NIO is not today. Obviously, the one thing I'll look for on NIO, however, is, look, downward trending stock. So, generally speaking, when a stock is in a downward trend, shorting pops is pretty much a good idea. Since this last breakdown, hold the 50-period moving average on the daily, lose the 50 period. Since this one, back mid-year, this is just the start of June, fail the 50 period, fail the 50 period, reject. So it's within spitting distance, like any good day, and this could have a test of the 50-period moving average. Right now, that sits at about $4.30. So that's the trade I'd be looking for. As long as nothing new happens on the stock, if it gets to the 50 period, look for a fade. That's $4.30 on NIO. That'd be the one, I suppose, to watch. As far as the Chinese ADRs go, we had Alibaba on radar yesterday. When we sat down, in the morning, really only had one short idea, like this is a stock I want to short, as opposed to the market opens up and it's weak and you look for shorts or flip to shorts when the trend sets up that way. And it was Alibaba, and it was something that we looked at the trend line for Alibaba, just draw it on back, downward trend, downward slope. It basically rejected the top of the trend line a couple of days ago, and then look for the short as long as it's underneath that $83 level. And it just trended down off of VWAP. So I think a similar play today, if it gets anywhere near those previous highs or the 83, look for a rollover at those prices on BABA. Great run on BABA from the 70s, kind of stalling out there at 85, rejecting top of that trend line. So if it does another push back into that resistance, would still look for the short today at least.
I just want to say shout out to Casey Armstrong here because we didn't want to miss the super chat for $4.99. Tragically hip rules like NVIDIA is Siri live. So I understand the first half of this.
Agree.
I have no idea what this means, but yep. But I was going to say, right, Bob Cajun. I wanted to say that maybe NVIDIA is ahead by a century. So we'll see if that winds up happening or not. Of course, tragically hip.
Yeah,
Obviously, great.
Sharif just got it.
Yeah, Head by a Century, the song.
Well, there's Siri has a headline? Is that one?
We have a Siri headline.
Oh, that's
Okay, here we go. Alex Cooper. Okay, call her daddy podcast. Okay, hello, what? All right, so there it is. Thank you, Sharif, for bringing that to our attention, of course. And we could just check out what's happening. Thank you for the super chat there, Mr. Casey or Casey Armstrong. Yeah, there's Siri. So Siri, of course, you know, like we keep saying, the rich keep getting richer. Honestly, though, it's not like Siri's been performing that well. We had Berkshire come out and release in their filing there that they had increased their stake in Sirius satellite radio. So if anybody was sort of coattailing that play, nice bump today for another 5%. And again, that's great. Like that's part of investing is following, you know, trades. And that's why they release them and to disclose their position. So Berkshire, again, I don't know where they got in. I mean, that filing was as of June 30th. So, I mean, they could have really gotten in at any point. So I don't know. It's not, you know, nice move higher here. I still think Siri needs to break this 410. We talked about this yesterday or the day before, this 410, 420 area. And that's when we made a joke about 420 again. But that's the one that I think needs to go. So we'll have to wait to see if Siri can get going there.
Well, what's interesting is
dropping.
If you look at that filing date, like right after that filing date is when you get that heavy selling at $4. You know, like that's like it's interesting when you look at that chart. It's like, okay, well, this is the end of the month, so you could be accumulating longs at any point. But then right after that happens, you get the run up right into, I mean, it's a 200 period moving average and 420. So somebody was taking profit heavily, or at least selling everything they get their hands on when it would spike up. It's triple top in there. I would almost think the first time it gets there, yeah, a break looks good. But the first time it gets there, I think you look for a short, just assuming that seller's back. It's not like an Amazon sell like Bezos or anything, but that's insane on Siri. But thanks for the super chat. Let's get some upgrades and downgrades and see what's going on at the green screen.
Lots of really interesting names here on the upgrade and downgrade side this morning, starting with Texas Instruments getting this upgrade from Citigroup. They had to move up yesterday in the middle of the day with some news, so good look for TXN. MicroStrategy is getting an upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald. They split recently, so MSTR, interesting one to watch here. Corning with this upgrade from Mizuho, and Brightview getting upgraded by Jefferies Financial. Really interesting on the downgrade side, though. American Express getting downgraded by BofA Securities. Chewy down almost 2% with this Raymond James downgrade. They report next week. So CHWY, first report since the Roaring Kitty investment was disclosed. Certainly something to keep an eye on. Starbucks getting this downgrade from DZ Bank. We know they had their whole story with Brian Nickel, former CMG CEO, last week, so they're still on watch. And Lazy Boy, after its earnings yesterday, getting a downgrade from Sidoti, guys.
Lazy Boy. I haven't sat in one of those.
And that stock is one lazy stock. You know?
It really is, but I haven't sat in one of those things in a hot minute.
I gotta find out about that stock.
You know what? Yeah, I was gonna look. I don't know if we're gonna trade or look at Lazy Boy, but Starbucks at least.
I know if we're gonna trade it or not.
Well, no. The answer is no.
Right.
And like the funny thing is, I don't like it. Maybe the stock has a 35% short float. I have no idea, Lazy Boy, if it did, because that would at least make it interesting. Like Siri has a 22% short float. Like any day Siri wants to start doing movement with that short float, I'd be on it. But Starbucks is far more interesting on that board, getting the downgrade, mostly because you've got a real defined range. So since you had the Nichols event where they grabbed Nichols from Chipotle, I said lifted or stole, but not really. It's just the same range. And you tested the bottom yesterday with a bounce, like 91.5, 92. Can't seem to break out past 95, 96. So until this stops happening, look, if it loses a bid, you could possibly have a gap fill. But until that happens, this becomes tradable off of that support. And certainly, I'd say tradable off the resistance. 95 did not come into play. But I just think every single time it pops up, if it doesn't get to 95, if you see something like yesterday, I wasn't really paying attention to stock, should have, because there's it failing 95, and then the next day you get this lower high here, and that was on Monday, there's your lower high, then look at your easy resistance level underneath 94 on Starbucks. So it's a very range-bound stock since that news, and I think you can take advantage of that. If you ever sitting around at lunchtime and see Starbucks running into resistance, I think it can be shorted in that range. So that's what I'd be looking for. It has nothing to do with the downgrade. It just has to do with the fact that it can't go higher after that news.
Yeah, I was just looking up
What was that? Oh.
Lazy Boy here, that's all. And just trying to figure them out because they do have a PE of 14, which is pretty good. Obviously down, industry average on Benzinga here is 25. But Lazy Boy, yeah, 2% or so dividend bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So this could be something to look at. I don't want to hate on this name, but there it is. Nice little move down. 2% dividend is fine in this environment. I mean, obviously, you'd like to get a little bit more with what the interest rates are at. But nice push back in here for Lazy Boy. You got to see what's going on with the report. Conference call on right now. But at the 50-period moving average, not bad. Only 17,000 shares, though, so far today. So won't be on the radar, but we'll have to wait for $40 coming through on LZB.
BITF next in focus, guys. Bitfarms looking to acquire another company over here. Allow me a minute to load this up. They're looking to pick up Stronghold. The market not really liking that a whole lot. It's a definitive merger agreement. The value is about $125 million in equity. About $50 million of that deal is going to be in assumed debt. They're both big landowners. They're both big energy producers as well as landowners. Stronghold, the acquiring company, has about 750 acres of land in Pennsylvania, which they use to mine Bitcoin. But they're also in the carbon capture business, which I found to be really interesting as well.
It's a really interesting story here. Stronghold up about 60%, though as Sharif mentioned, Bitfarms, which is acquiring them, they're actually down right now in the morning. But what's also interesting to me with Bitfarms is always going to be this ongoing story with Riot Platforms looking to acquire Bitfarms. As of last week, we actually had Riot boosting its ownership in Bitfarms to 18.9%. They've already succeeded in getting one of the members of their board, co-founder Nicholas Bonta, to step down. And that was something one we know Riot wanted off the board. So this will be really interesting to see how this takeover story goes in tandem with the smaller announcement here with Bitfarms acquiring Stronghold.
Yeah, guys, all the miners are all green right now. Mara, Riot, CleanSpark, Hut, they're all green.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Bitfarms not green, but Mara was I don't know. I feel like it was a bit bamboozling, but then it was encouraging at the end of the day. The encouraging part is that key 16.5 level ends up not really giving much of a hold if you look at it, ends up turning into resistance, but you close right back there, and then you're holding right back in this range. So I think it gives you the go-ahead, if you break away in either direction from this price, to join. And I think a lot of times you can like a key level, but you almost don't care which way it trends away from that level. Ideally, I like longs better with stocks that have any kind of a short float, but it almost doesn't matter. It's showing you that 16.5 has some gravity towards it, and at least to the downside, it traded down to $16. That's now a nice support level if you even get there. That's 3% away. But if you break out this top, simply joining and then giving that 1650 support makes a little bit of sense to me. And then the other one that we should look at is if we're teetering 60,000 over and over again like we are in Bitcoin, back underneath it, Coinbase, I mean, to say that Coinbase was volatile yesterday would be a little bit of an understatement. Like, Coinbase dropped 210 to 191 in yesterday's trade. Huge move to the downside for Coin. The only reason it's not SSR is because it had gapped up and then lost, I think, like 10% from the top. But this has the 200 level. If we can't break 60,000, you've got the 200 level overhead. 198's kind of a level as well. The other thing working with it is it's trying to hold on to the 200-period moving average. That's at 93. There's a lot going on with Coinbase. So if it can bounce off 93, that's your 200-period moving average. My first look, as you can see, I got 200 marked off. Would be like a simple over-under play on Coinbase. I think when you do these false breakouts, like false breakout there, go right back to the levels that were significant before. The day before, 200 support. 206 resistance. You're nowhere near 206, so who cares? So 200 here on Coinbase would be a pop and fade if it can get to that price.
So, yeah, I mean, we like trading Coinbase, like trading all this, but I looked over now and it's 59.5 is still where Bitcoin is, and Ethereum's still at 2,600. So it's the same levels that we talked about yesterday. And then, as Neil mentioned about how Mara had traded, we were up here and we were looking for the break long, and then it came back into the levels of 1650 again, and then not too certain about what to do, broke lower, and then finally bottomed out at 16. So, you know, lots of opportunity to trade this name. You're never out of this because it has the ability to get back, especially if you are watching crypto and your ears to the ground on things like that. You know, with more talk in the mining space right now with this Bitfarm thing, I really feel like we could just break this 1665, 1660 area. And I actually think we should be putting this on the sticky note, to be honest with you. This is a pretty good play, breaking long through here. Because if it fails, we can be smart about it and use volume weighted average price, which would be around 1650, or you can trade off of yesterday's sort of afternoon bottom of 1635. So that's a 30-cent worth of risk that I think might give you more than that. So that's something where you take a 1660, 1665 break or so, feel like you can get it up here. Again, 17 and change, which gives you, again, about that 30 cents. So if you can go 1-to-1 to that level, I think I'd rather be long than short today. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Mara. But again, that 1665 area to me looks like a decent breaking spot from yesterday's afternoon highs.
Guys, let's have a look at the futures to start the day over here. The ES in positive territory, up 0.18, about 0.1% right now. We defended that key level yesterday, 56.20. That's a resistance level that takes us all the way back to July 23rd. We defended it, but we weren't able to break above 56.50. That's a resistance level we're looking at from previous, in the July 18th day. So we'll use 56.50 as our resistance, and we'll use 56.20 as support if we can hold it. Keep your eye, guys, on the watch list every morning. It comes in to your email very fast and hot and heavy, and ADR prepares it every day, so make sure you're getting that and organizing your day. I know I personally use it every single day. All right, let's get to the rundown over here. Start with Target. Big move in the pre-market as they reported earnings. A big move up 16.33% with very impressive report. They beat on the top and bottom lines, and they were able to actually get into profitability for the first time in 4 quarters. So that'll be a welcome change for investors.
Yeah, really great look here for Target. They did $2.57 here, earnings per share versus $2.20 estimate. Sales of $25.45 billion versus estimates here, $25.29. They also had a 2% increase in comparable sales, 8.7% increase in comparable sales. The one more cautious thing to be aware of here was their outlook. They did raise their profit guidance, but they said they continued their other guidance here, and they said that they expect comparable sales for the full year, same range of 0% to 2% increase, but they said they're more on the lower side of this range because they want to take a measured approach to the outlook.
All right, guys, 16.33 retail in focus, trading at highs.
Yeah, what's 15-16% among friends? Nothing burger, as far as I'm concerned. No, look, Target. You have to remember with Target that they had got a lot of bad press and a lot of pressure on them recently. So it was an out of favor stock. So it probably didn't need to do as much to get back into the upside. And it's a pretty sizable gap. So it's like what to work with next is. I mean, obviously, I can pull up this and say. Initially was looking at a 157 because that was a little bit of a double top. And that's why we were at 160 at the time, was looking for a dip buy into that range. And then the last resistance point that's going to be adjacent is in here at like a 165 on Target. So, you know, when you sit down and it's in the low 160s, that 157 seems very, very doable. I thought that was an obvious dip buy zone. Suddenly you got to look at these low 160s. Here for a dip on Target. It's absolutely flying to the upside. I guess we have JD and Walmart as a separate topic, so I don't have to go on about Walmart just yet. But Target into those low 160s, just going to be looking for some kind of a trend dip buy. Obviously, 16% doing better than the expectations here. Sometimes it's about where the stock has come from. You know, and because it was down so far, I think you're getting a little bit more of a relief rally than the numbers might suggest. But who cares about the numbers? It's the reaction of the market. Price doesn't lie here, and as long as it's in those holding those 160s, I'd look for the dip buy.
I mean, we saw yesterday in Pan W, it was the same sort of a play. We said it right here, and we didn't do anything about it. And it was a pretty obvious play off the open. And we said that this is the way that you kind of want to play all of this. We said about a dip buy opportunity, wait for it to base out and then go. Well, yesterday on Pan W, if we zoom in a little bit here, you're just going to wait to see. There it is right here. So here's the open, right? It comes in a little bit. And the very best trade you could have had was the bottom. But that is kind of hard to get. I wasn't watching it, and I can imagine a $350 stock with a big spread. It's not this was an easy trade to get. I don't think it was at all. But it still only got as low as the pre-market lows. I mean, it never broke lower, and then it gave you the trade for the rest of the day. Now, it's going to be tough to always take, again, spread is going to be a big thing, right? Like, this could have just gapped up $5. But at the end of the day there, a pre-market high break on a stock that wants to run will give it to you. And there it goes all day, basically. It didn't close at its highs, but you had enough opportunities to see that 374, 375 was it, right? So that's something. So now if you go over, and I can't change the symbol on the chart for some reason when I do that. And then I go over to Target right now. Like, I have to go over and change it on the level too. I think it works sometimes, but maybe not all the time. So this would be something similar. So this is what the pre-market looks like. We don't have to look too much back to 730. It's more back in like this area here, 163, 164, with VWAP at 163. And then if you're going to play off that very bottom 161. So I think you take the long at 163, 162, hold it against yourself, $2, something down to 161. If we break it, we break it. You take 50 shares, it's $100. But if you're right, then I think you go back to 168. So right there, that's $5 against a $2 hit. And then we haven't even really started yet. So I feel like, Target could break. Ever since we've been sitting here, I started the show, it was like, oh, Target's only up 12%, and then it was 14%. Now I look again at 16%. So it's not like this is stopping anytime soon. The retail trade is super, super hot. And other than, we'll probably talk about Macy's soon.
That, yeah.
So that's, the guidance doesn't help whenever you do that, no matter what business you're in. But Target is running up into some areas of resistance. So I would say watch out for that 170 area. But congratulations to anybody that sort of rode Walmart and Home Depot and some of those coattails where we saw already past good reports, now leading to a Target 16% bump. I don't remember what was expected, though.
Oh, it was, you know what? It was, I'm pretty sure it was like 7 or 8, I thought.
So
I'd have to go back and check.
You're well higher than what was expected. We'll get that for you in a couple minutes. Okay, back to the desk.
This part of the show brought to you by Moomoo. Looking to maximize your idle cash? Earn 8.1% on idle funds for up to 3 months. Plus, U.S. users can take advantage of up to 15 free stocks and $300 in cash rewards. Hey, Canada, you're not left out. Enjoy 6% on cash balances, along with a 2-month commission rebate. Sign up with Moomoo and trade global markets with just one account. Gain access to an extensive range of data on stocks, options, and ETFs. Complemented by over 100 charting tools and indicators, price forecasting, weekly rating reports, and instant alerts, all designed to elevate your trading game. For more details and the full terms and conditions, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Thanks to Moomoo for sponsoring this portion of the show.
All right, let's move on to Walmart and JD.com. A bit of a different look here, one up, one down. JD aggressively down 7.84%. In the pre-market on news that Walmart is going to sell its entire stake in the company. That's about a 9.4% stake, about 289 million shares overnight on the Hang Seng. JD.com dropped aggressively 10%, Adara. Market not liking this news.
Interesting, too. They've been a part of a strategic partnership there, Walmart and JD, since June 2016. Walmart said they're still going to be on friendly terms here. They just wanted to basically deploy capital towards other priorities, quote. So they said they want to focus on their Sam's Club in China, some of their China businesses, and get out of JD here. They said they want to have this continued commercial relationship. So we'll see what happens there. But interesting story here. JD coming off of a pretty strong, or well-received at least, earnings report last week, pushing higher, now well below that $28 level we broke above last week here, trading around 26 in the pre-market.
All right, guys, down.
All good. So, no, look, if something like this happens, I don't want to get too complicated with JD. If it starts barcoding at a level, I'd want to short that level with a stop above the top. Because I'm just going to assume if it's going sideways somewhere in accumulation, then I want to bet on the sell. Until that happens, I almost don't want to touch it because it could easily just like spring up and like you want to be short and there's no obvious level for me till it gets to $27. Like that's the close here on the 15th. That was Thursday, and then you got a bit of a gap here. So to me, that's the obvious spot where there's accumulation before, and if it gets to that price, not right clicking. Then I would look for a short there. And then even if it breaks that, you're waiting almost another $1 to 28. So my approach would be we start going sideways. Like if I see something like this on JD, look for a flat bottom break, just short the top of the range. Walmart's already pulling back after gapping higher. Good news, a lot of the retail is strong. They were already strong. So if you want to continue the trend on Walmart, outside of the earnings day where it just pulled back, you have dip buy, bounce, kind of consolidation buy, and then you have a breakout, then it consolidates in the afternoon. So I just say look for the dip in the previous close. That's the 74.5 zone. Go from there. I want to be playing the trend in Walmart, and that would start with previous resistance or accumulation being a buy zone. If that doesn't get to that price, then look for another one. JD, I'm just going to assume any barcode is sellers and try to play that. And if it never does, then we don't trade it.
Yeah, I was going to say here, JD to me looks like a pretty decent area to start buying up. I mean, you're down 8% right now. You had a great move, and then this happens. There's not too many names that are back down near that capitulated bottom that we had a couple Mondays ago. This also bounces off of support down here at $25, which has been great. We've only spent a couple minutes underneath 25. I don't know enough about this business particularly, but I think it's time to start looking into it because this looks like an awesome opportunity, honestly, if you think about China and if you think that China has a chance to rebound. We keep talking about FXI and Alibaba and all that kind of stuff, but why not JD? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with Walmart divesting their Chinese interests. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. If they don't want to be in it, they don't have to be in it. Has nothing to do with, I guess it has something to do with their opinion. If they thought China was going to boom from here, they could. But who knows? They could be raising capital to do their own stuff onshore. So Walmart obviously is going to be a big U.S. story. Why can't JD just be an Asian story? So we'll wait to see what happens here with JD. I think it's actually worth a shot down here at $26, to be honest with you. So this could be a good spot. We've seen such strong names in retail continue to go higher. This story, although there might be more under the hood, to me right now it looks like a buy.
Bit of a tough look here, guys, for Macy's. Big miss on the top and bottom line. Well, not really. Their net income did rise about $150 to $150 million. Compare that to the previous quarter when they lost about $22 million. But they're basically saying weak sales are coming as a result of selective consumer spending and as a result of economic uncertainty. Some segments of their company did well. Blue Mercury and Bloomingdale's performed a little bit better, Adara, than the actual Macy's department store.
They also did lower their guidance here, which is worth noting. So their 2024 net sales guidance initially was prior outlook $22.3 billion to $22.9 billion. Now they're seeing $22.1 billion to $22.4 billion. So pretty markedly lower there. Also seeing comparable sales here, and that includes their owned and licensed and marketplace sales. They're seeing that down by 0.5% to 2% on a year-over-year basis. As Sharif mentioned, nice profitability there, but they did miss on sales for Q2. Yeah, it's not a good look. Down 10%, Katina, man. What's the look here?
The look is that you don't need to trade something that isn't performing in the space that is hot. Like we just talked about retail working out. Now we get Macy's report here. They guided down. I mean, their earnings was crazy, 53 cents versus 29. So that's fine. But it's the top, it's the bottom. You got to put them both together. And at the end of the day, they also miss on sales. So missing on sales, guiding lower on sales. Nice to be more profitable. Obviously, some of their procedures that have kicked in here, creating more cost efficiencies. I don't know, it seems to be working if they're making more money, but they're still guiding down on sales, and that's not great. That's not a good outlook for them. And you could see here, it's been pretty dead for a minute. I wanted to see what Macy's, I think it's 6%. I wanted to say 6% dividend yield, but I'm not What the heck? I don't know what this just loaded up here. Macy's earnings details? No. So I'll find it out. This is just not coming through for me right now on Benzinga. But at the end of the day, I don't think you want to chase yield here or anything like that. But it's coming into, again, another level of $15. I think you let this one settle down. I think it's a 3-day rule here. Let Macy's calm down. It's down 10% right now. You could get that SSR bounce that we talk about. But for me, what's up, Pat? I think that 15 potentially holds in and around here. So, again, worth waiting for it. I think that's a name that you want to be patient with. And again, chasing yield is one thing, but, my water bottle's in the way.
I think says, I don't know, I don't have the yield there. It just says the dividend 68 cents annually, and then try to do the math on $17, something along that range. So that works out to I'd say 4%, but that's just rough math. You said 10% down SSR. That'll be the look for me on Macy's. Yeah, the guide no good. You can't really like that. You can't sit there saying, well, the same-store sale guide might be down, but it might actually be some growth in same-store sales. And then you revise that to no, it'll only be negative. You're basically saying same-store sales growth is going to be a decline. That's not good, but there was an accumulation in here at $15.75 before to $16 in this area. So if it were to open a couple of ticks down underneath 16 into that bottom, it's short sell restricted off the open. And then I look for I just look for that little rally back into VWAP, usually at an even dollar level. So 16 is out. So I might have to look at a 15 half or a 15.75. And that's a very particular play. Has to get down there, be 10% down, make a nice little wick bottom, break back up, look to grab the long off of the whatever low it makes. If the example would be that it did this into 15.75, that'd be a 90 bottom. I'd probably be long a 16 with a stop there. But it has to open up and then somehow get to 10%. It's not going to be SSR yet.
They only have, it's only 4% dividend yield, so it's not great. But the cash is really bad. The cash apparently is only $876 million. So I don't, you got to think about if that.
On what are they doing? What do they do in revenue?
I don't know.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, we'll get all those numbers in a minute. Well, it was here, 20 billion. Oh no, 4 billion. 4.937 billion in sales. But they only have 800 million in cash. So anyways, down 10%. I think the SSR bounce could be it. I like to buy it at 15 if it holds. But again, retail, I think just Walmart. I just think you can stay Walmart and Amazon, honestly, and then look at that JD. Those would be my plays.
Target.
And Apple in focus next. Google down about 1%. Apple looking flat here. Essentially, the Competition Markets Authority out in England closing their investigation into the two big tech companies. But that's not the end of the story. Just remind you that this was basically an investigation into the unfair terms for app developers that they had been accused of. Google did propose several remedies, all of which were rejected by the Competition Markets Authority. But Adara, this is not the end of the story, is it?
Not even close. So what they said is, I'm going to quote this a little bit here so that we understand what they're trying to do. We did have Executive Director for Digital Markets at the CMA saying, quote, once the new pro-competition digital markets regimes comes into force, we'll be able to consider applying those new powers to concerns we've already identified. So basically, they're just waiting here for the combination for this Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Act. Once that comes into play, they're looking to investigate again. They've been eyeing Apple and Google since 2022 when the Competition and Markets Authority published this study showing that there was a bit of a monopoly, in their opinion, there with Apple and Google. So long time coming, and it definitely does not seem like we're done here.
How do we trade this, boys?
The regulators are never done with companies this big. That's just full stop.
They need to be employed.
If you're waiting for a time for regulators, specifically competition regulators, do not be concerned with the likes of Apple, Nvidia, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta. Then
if there was no crime, what would lawyers do?
That's what I'm saying. It's just you're always going to get these headlines. I never want to overrate them. When the fines are really big, sometimes you have to pay attention to when they can beat them down, because that can be good. If it's looking like it's billions and then get into the hundreds of millions, it's usually a good bump for the stock. So that's the kind of thing I like to listen out for. What matters to me on Apple today is this 227 quarter level. The monster rally, Apple 200, all that good stuff on Black Monday or whatever we're calling it. But you're right into this lower high, 227.25 is a local high here. 228 would be it on the daily. So you're into a monster accumulation zone, I think. If it can break out the top of this, obviously that's good for Apple. Like, I mean, if it gets to the 227.5, 228, and just starts trending, I think you just join. But if we never break this, you saw the selling yesterday if you were trading the stock, and it was strong all day, but it was just a wall of selling. If we cannot break this, have to be able to look short off of it. It's a two-way level, no questions asked, because you look at what we've done to get to here, and I want to respect that. I'm looking at Apple, not Google, just because that level is so clean up here, the 227.25, and then if we break out 228, looking for a reversal into the long with Apple. Alphabet, I don't think this is a big story necessarily that would make me cringe or anything in the long term. I think you just got to trade the levels like normal.
For me, it's a pretty simple situation here. It is going to be my number one name on the sticky note today is going to be Google. But now that I look over at it, it's like I didn't realize it was ripping up this high. We wrote this earlier. I have 164. We had this yesterday written down as 164, and then it was pointed out to me that was such a hot trade. But it only got down to 164.85. So I thought today with this news, I came in and we were down 1%. Go find it at Trader TV Live, Trader TV Sean. I wanted to think that Google, when I was writing again this note, you're down here at 164.85 again. So that was yesterday's bottom. If we zoom this back, I can't even zoom it back out anymore, but there it is right there. It wasn't yesterday. It must not have been yesterday. The day before down here, 164, 164.50. So we're zooming back into that level again. So we're going to have to wait for that. That was the move. Yesterday was 167. Okay, that's what it was. So we touched a bunch there, boom. We had 166 written down yesterday. So today we'll go to 164, 165. Now, the thing about 165 is it was such a good sort of breakout level on the daily chart that we thought once we got above this, that we could zoom back up into 175. Now, that seems to have been wishful thinking. They cannot dodge some of this negative headline. But at the same time, I still think you're dipping into support again. So when you're dipping into support, and the market is trying to hold on. Although I still feel like this market wants to test VWAP, we could go in for a little bit of a dive off the open. And if we do that, then I think I want to respect that 164 area. I mean, this is what we're dealing with. You could take the long at 165, hold it into 164 or so. But if we dump off here, you got to be careful. We had that day yesterday in the NASDAQ where finally a stopping of 8 straight days. That could be the turnaround. And Google's been one of the weaker names. I mean, it hasn't had that huge move. Neil just talked about Apple from 200 straight up 10%, up to 225 and higher, right? I think this is a much better play to break long. Like you're playing dip buys in Google, and I feel like breaking this through, I already have the order in to go long on Apple, breaking through 227.20. So if that goes, then that's definitely a stock I want to be long. So I think Apple and Google, tale of two stories here. Apple's continuously stronger and Google's been weak. So I think you buy the dips on Alphabet and hope that it holds. I don't like that word hope. Or you take this break on Apple, which breaks for me haven't been the greatest, especially these high breaks. But if the market wants to go today, I'm sure Apple will help lift it. So I like the long in Apple and I like the long in Google. But this market has to not retest these 19.8s. So if it tests 19.8, then down into here, then I feel like we're going to see something potentially a red day the rest of the day. So I don't want to be chasing too many longs here today.
All right, we'll finish off the rundown with another retail name. Positive earnings here for TJX, up 5 2/3 here in the pre-market. Strong sales, ADR. They beat the revenue. Comparable sales were also good, and they raised their full year guidance. Funny enough, they're also investing in Dubai's brands for less, so not just focusing on North American markets.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong report here. GAAP earnings of 96 cents per share versus estimates of 91 cents. Sales of $13.468 billion versus estimates of $13.307 billion. Worth noting, though, they did raise their guidance there for fiscal 2025 earnings per share, but that guidance still fell below analyst estimates. They raised their guidance here of a range of $4.09 to $4.13 per share for earnings per share. Analysts were looking for $4.14. They also here had slightly below expectation estimates for Q3 earnings per share for 2025. So slightly weak guidance here, though it's still, again, as Sharif said, above what their previous guidance was.
All right, guys, about 1/3 of a million shares traded in the pre-market, up 5 3/4. What's the look?
So before we get to NVIDIA, I want to get to Casey Armstrong's super chat here. Thank you again for the super chat, Casey Armstrong. Appreciate you. Thanks for teaching me how to trade. I'm new. What is the news on NVIDIA? Do I buy more or what? So there's no specific headline for NVIDIA this morning, unless I'm missing something. The only note I saw was just a comment overnight about, the move that it's had off of. I mean, there's comments off the move that we had a couple of Mondays ago for a bunch of stocks. Because when you got that slight down day yesterday, it's like, oh, people are taking stock of the move because you've made a high. And that was the 130 level. So I think you had a lot of topping tail candles on the daily charts. Whoops, that's not going to be split adjusted. On the daily chart here, where you get this little rejection at that 130, I think you could be due for some sideways action or a pullback into support. I know AMD's more, for me, AMD was kind of a focus because of the aggressive candle that it had of a rejection of that high. But NVIDIA, I got 124 marked off because this is where it really accelerated previously. You also have a close here, 124, and then consolidation right around this level to get to 130 in the first place. If it loses 126, I think patience into 124. Those are the levels that I have marked off. Although, I like to have the support line in there just so visually when it gets there, I'm all for it. TJX here, it's, you got to pick your poison. I think today I'm looking at Walmart and Target and then Macy's if it goes SSR. So TJX probably won't be a trade for me. It's a blue sky setup in here. You don't really have levels to work off. It's so far away from the previous high at 115.5. I think you just gotta, if it's gonna trend up, the simple way to play it is when you take the stairs up, look for previous breakout prices and consolidations for dips or something like a VWAP. But admittedly, there's only so many stocks you can look at, and with Walmart and Macy's out there, don't know if TGX will be a trade for me.
Look, perfect segue right now. There's only so many stocks you can look at. So, we have produced right here the sticky note for you every single day. A couple names we didn't get to yet. Palantir, 3150 support. We'll talk about shorting Macy's. We talked a little bit about that near 17, if that's going to be a play. We talked about Google going through. I'm going to be patient with this. We talked about it right here on NVIDIA. Let's see if it can break back above this 130 level. Let's just see if that happens early. Wait for it. Be patient. I don't want to try to buy any dips early on NVIDIA, but if it gets to 125, giddy up. And then Amazon was a name that I wanted to look at. Go find it at Trader TV Sean. 180 long break and hold. So we've done that. So we've broke 180, but we just got a sell imbalance hitting the market right now. If you look at the imbalance locator, we have NVIDIA here with a sell. We have JD with a buy. Remember, Katina Capital was looking at that name. So that could be something. We have Walmart there with a buy. And then here's Amazon with a sell. So that just was cruising above this 180, 180.40, and now it broke a little bit below. So would rather have it sort of been up here, then floated down, then gave us this long, and then started to escalate a little bit. But right here, we talked about where this market could go. I'm talking about it breaking back down into here. I said 19.8. So the real low here, that was just me spitting out, but it is 19.790. So 10 handles below, like 19.8. If we lose that, and we're not that far away from there right now. We're at 19.850. So the NASDAQ is, in my opinion, looking to possibly see that level. But we're still above VWAP, so I still feel bullish-ish, but not overly. Amazon up 0.6, market 0.16. So we love to trade relatively strong names. And Amazon there on the gap up is that name for me. So we'll look there as I figure out this earpiece again. We'll look at Amazon dipping in. The 200 period is right there at 179.80. I like that stock. Here on the 20-minute chart, 179. I mean, we might as well just put a bid right there. I don't think we're going to get that by any stretch, but we might. Look at this bad wake up there. Sorry about that. We may get that 179. So if that comes in, good for us. And then you just mentioned with NVIDIA, and it's coming in a little bit right now on that sell imbalance. So here comes NVIDIA. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus.
Right down Santa
Yeah, right down, I don't know, Silicon Valley Lane. But it's a nice move to the downside right now for NVIDIA. It's just flat on the day. It's just hitting hitting
Yeah,
level.
small sell imbalance with NVIDIA.
Whoa, 1
there.
minute already.
1 minute to go. Okay, so look, Tesla gets further and further away from $220 as we speak, so it's now up at $223. Just going to have to preach a little patience with Tesla. Obviously, the support was down there for a couple of days at that 220 level. It's going to have to pull back and almost threaten to go red. Macy's could open up very close to that SSR, so it could be a quick opportunity if it gets 10% to catch a little bit of a relief rally bottom. It's Wednesday, it's Fed Minutes Day, it's Hump Day, it's Jackson Hole, though we don't get Powell until Friday, his speech. But there's a lot to look at: retail, Tesla, chips, Apple, and Alphabet. So make sure you stick to your plan. Don't want to rush into things off the open, especially the names that have traded away from your level. Open rush can be good. Let it get to your price. Bring it in 3, 2, and 1. Adara, let's go.
All right,
And
so
we're off to the
Amazon, waiting for it. It's now below 180. Let's see what happens here for AMZN, giving us that bottom touch at 179. There it goes. Now it's through 179.50 coming through for Amazon. Let's see how low that name can go. The other name that we said could be a dip buy opportunity was going to be Google at 164. So we will wait for that to come in. NVIDIA, the other name, down again. So here goes NVIDIA now turning around. And we also called this dip, by the way. We said that the market might want to test VWAP. And then if we break down here, that's going to be a little bit of a situation. So here we go, man. Market trying to find a base, it looked like, bouncing right there off VWAP. So that would have been good. 10 handles, though. But still a pretty tight range.
Yeah, it's still a tight range. Tesla just testing fresh highs up at 223. Gonna need to let this one calm down a little bit. It's really starting to stretch its legs to that upside. Macy's is now down over 10%. You can see the heavy bid in here. It's continuing to fall. The pre-market low was down around 1550, 1559 or 60 I have as that low. So if it tries to catch a bounce off that level, that's where the SSR bounce would be. AMD and NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still going to the downside. AMD is still heading to the downside as well. This one I like for short, but it was the 158 that we're going to try and grab. Macy's trying to catch a bit of a bid.
All right. 70 cents in the money on Amazon right now. Again, a sticky note play that we wrote down. And there it goes, man. We wrote down 180. It comes down in here, it bases out, and then it booms up. So we took it. We missed it, right? Like, you might have heard me. I was like, oh, man, there it goes through 180. And there it goes. So again, you don't have to be perfect on your executions. You just have to get into names that you like. And we've liked Amazon. Again, it is your sticky note. Big banger of the day to start with, a 70-cent winner here. And we're only out of 1/3. So let's wait to see if this name wants to continue to go. We're now clear skies ahead of 180. Hey, it could stop here. Who knows? It's Amazon, and it is starting to work out right now. So that's a good one there for Amazon. And our other trade that we could have had, that we should have had, coulda, woulda, shoulda, Google. I mean, again, we're bidding 164.25s. It comes into 164.65. So there it goes. It's a beautiful move upside now for Google, as well as the tech names. Despite the NASDAQ still hanging around VWAP, some of the names continue to work. So let's just be patient with what we're trying to do here. Maybe get out of Amazon at 181 again. If it comes back up there, then hold the rest. We can hold 1/3 of this name. It's Amazon right now. It's starting to go a little higher here.
Yeah, and continuing to flush. You're now at that bottom on Macy's. So Macy's is at the pre-market low. This is the level that look for an SSR bounce. If we get it, we get it. It's trying to form a base. 1560 is the actual current bottom. So the second I see buying out in front, the local bottom is 1560. If the buyers come in, maybe take like a 65 or so. Going to look for that long here on Macy's. Again, not saying anything good about the stock. Walmart must have just dipped down. Yeah, Walmart dipping in at 75, so that just popped in. I'm going to stay on the Macy's level too because I'm looking for a punch here. Like, I don't have a stop order or anything. I'm looking for the bid to step up, and I'm just going to punch long, stop underneath 1560, which is the current low of the day. So Walmart pushing back into 75. We like to dip by there. I haven't checked out Target just yet. All right, Macy's making a fresh low. Once it makes a fresh low, I'm not getting into it. Only had to hold that bottom is how I wanted to jump into that stock. So if it doesn't happen, I don't have to trade it. Not going to stand in front of a falling knife with Macy's. I'm only looking for the buyers coming in there. Ooh, they just came back in. All right, Macy's. I was about to tell you Walmart off VWAP, but Macy's just made a bid at that 1550 after all. So we're long Macy's, we're long Walmart. New fresh low on Macy's, and I'm out. That simple.
Yeah, the market is trying to find a bottom here. I don't know if it will or not, but there it is right here. Again, I feel pretty good about how we're reading this market. We said this was a dip down into VWAP and then potentially coming back into here. So it just keeps on resisting that dip. Like you keep getting nice moves in and nice moves out. There's that 181. We rang the register. We're still holding a third of Amazon. We're going to go against 170. That's $1. That's about 70 cents. We're going to hold it against 179.50. So we're going to have to get some more bids here at 180 and then a little bit lower than that if it does come in for us on Amazon. Watching out for 179.50 there for a break. So, if Amazon does fly in, that will be a level for us to look at. So, I mean, again, good look there over on Macy's because we were looking at bad names for the short. I know you're going the other way there, but that was a good one on that percent move. I mean, down.
It's a gimmick play,
That's
right?
what I'm saying. It's down pretty nicely.
Straight gimmick.
We did get that move down into VWAP for target. So if you're looking for some longs right now, we said that you could get a dip buy into some of these levels here for target. I mean, that real level that we said would be the one you want to hold against is 161. So if this market continues to puke like this, maybe you are going to get that 161 break down right now for target. So there it goes, man. It's a huge move. Up for Macy's, up to 168, or Target, sorry, up to 168. Watch out for a 161 now, or a simple volume weighted average retracement now. So it's starting right here at 164. So, all right, we did not reload Amazon yet. It's still in there. Google did make a move back a little bit. This name's still down 1%, so it's making me a little nervous catching those bottoms. I was trying to wait for 164. Other than that, man, Google just quickly on Palantir just to see what that's doing. Don't want to miss that one. 32 and change, so a nice little dip down for PLTR as well. All right, I mean, lots of stuff happening as we speak.
Yeah, Tesla was on its way to 220. It broke 221. We're like, okay, here it comes. We're going to get Tesla 220. Nope. Tesla went right back into 222 off the 21 level. So a bit of a missed opportunity on the dip buy in there. Again, you can only look at so many stocks. And it wasn't really at the 220. I've canceled my bid. It's made a fresh low that wasn't at the level I like. So I want to look off the bottom where the buyers happen to be at this moment. So if it is what it is at 221, the next test on Tesla, I'll look for that bid. Macy's just got to 70s. So for myself, it's played a VWAP, and then if it breaks VWAP, hold on to a piece just to see how far it can go. VWAP sits at 1590. We got 60s long, 62 long with a 50 stop. If we get to 90, I'm out of most of it, and then looking for that VWAP retrace. Apple's still not doing anything. So all the attention on that level at the top, the triple top from yesterday on Apple, this is a nothing burger. It's not moving into it. It's slightly moving away from it. I'd say disappointment over in Apple, but here comes AMD. So AMD this is the one where at a resistance I wanted to short, and it's this 158. Big time rejection of the breakout above 158 yesterday. So if it does something similar, looking to fade into it here for advanced micro devices. Not NVIDIA, but AMD specifically, and it's getting pretty darn close to test this 158.
I almost like that Apple trade down here. I don't know, though. I kind of agree. It's not really doing the right thing.
It's not moving.
But it's down. I mean, you're right at some levels here for Apple. I almost feel like we need to do something. So let's take something here right now. And again, we talk about being patient with Apple and with the trades, but I feel like it's 940 right now. We have a decent base. I'm not talking myself I'm into the trade. I'm just trying to figure out now what we would want to do with this if we're wrong. 225, 225, 75, something like that. 225, 70. But yeah, here it comes in again. So it's just trying to bounce off 226. Maybe that's a little too low. Let's take another average in here and around 90s, which we're at right now. We don't have too many shares. We just started looking at this. Let's take it, and then if it does break that 225, 75 area, let's get out. Okay, so there's Apple. So in analyzing the chart, we missed the reload. So all right, here we go. The average, and I guess here we go to the upside. Now goes Apple. So it looks like we might have a decent trade for us if it wants to hold. I mean, that was a little bit of a whoosh down, not much volume. So that's something that's concerning me a little bit. Would have liked to see a bigger volume spike there, but we'll see if we can get back to the upside. Something around the 40s is probably a decent out here for Apple.
Yeah, just got a little bounce there on Walmart off of, it's 75 and it's VWAP. VWAP early sometimes matters, sometimes it doesn't, but we're trying to get back to 75 and a half. So I have an offer out in front of 40. If we break out the top, I want to add to it. Don't think I want to be trading this without looking and confirming that, hey, yes, bouncing off VWAP as well is target. So Target's going, Walmart's moving to the upside in tandem with it. Thank you for the super chat, Dominic there. Morning trading fan, we appreciate you. Can we look at BBAI? Yeah, they're moving a little bit. This was actually on the watch list, I believe. BBAI was this morning. Big bear. And it's about to test $2. I don't know if it's going to halt at some point, load, but it's about to test $2, which was afternoon resistance, after market resistance. So watch out for that $2 level. VWAP's holding at least for now, so that looks like it could be a bit of a thing. Just a quick rundown for it because we got the super chat. But the first SSR bounce here, we got to 70s, 75s on Macy's. It broke the low. Fresh low out, look for a new bottom. That probably, it could be 15, it could be 15 and a half. You don't know until you get there. But when it makes a bounce, take the shot for the move into VWAP. If it makes a fresh low, get out. That's the trade. Keep it as simple as possible. So AMD still looking for reversion. Tesla trying to play it a little bit by ear here. It's coming back into VWAP. I like 220 a lot, but if it never gets to 220, we have to find something like a VWAP dip buy. Was that a Dara? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
SDIG, guys, big move up. We talked about this on the morning rundown. Stronghold Digital up 74%, taking out that key $5 level, Fabian. Good move there, up 5.25 high a day. Keep your eye on this one, setting up as a bull flag.
Yeah, Dara recording right now. Okay, so just real quickly, NVIDIA looks like it's trying to take out the top of 128, and it is doing that. We are still long Apple. We are still long Amazon. We'll go 2 for 2 today. And Amazon right now is an 80-cent winner. So it's pretty good so far. Here, we'll see if we can keep the momentum going now as the market wants to blast higher. We did say like and subscribe. We'll say that again to you guys right now. Thanks, Fabian, for that reminder. Apple's still not doing the dance, but Amazon really is, man. Amazon is the big banger right there of the day for you so far. As you can see, Walmart's still hanging out right there. Tesla Neil's in there. Also in and out, of Macy's. So we'll see what winds up happening right there. But okay, so Amazon still $1 and change, trying to go higher right now. 80 cents in the money here. I want to talk quickly about Mara. Mara's got close to a breakout level there that we like, that 1665. That looks like it's the top. I don't know how we picked that. I'm going to cancel right now my breakout trade on that one because we almost got taken in, and then it wouldn't have worked, and we would have got smoked back down there. So watch out. See another play on a breakout. Not working out, but oh my, Neil, here it's coming in again. It's Apple, and it is going, boy. That's a good one there for Apple. Nice move right there to the upside. So we're 2 for 2, man. It's $1 right there on Amazon. And it is a monster trade there for Apple, as there it goes. Nice trade there, 60 cents in the money off that 226 area for Apple. Appreciate you guys.
There you go. That's what I like to see. It's cheaper stock, but it's only a 30 cents on Walmart as it's trying to get to that high of the day. This is the area that it could go for a dip. Pre-market resistance, like the dip back into VWAP. VWAP's at 10s to 15s, supports at 75. Want to make sure Target's still going. Every single time I look over at Target, I'm seeing it hold highs, but it's a lower high on Target as well. VWAP's looking good. So I want these to go in tandem. Ideally, doesn't mean they have to, but they could. I just heard in my ear, DJT, I don't know what the story is here. Maybe they'll say it again, but DJT is absolutely flying. If you can get it for us in a quick second. I know something just happened. Up 7.5% here, DJT. It's not a huge move when you look at the daily chart, but no questions asked. Big move here in DJT. I'm not going to fade it. Clearly a big move to the upside happening on Donald Trump Jr. Oh, wow, there's a big seller on Macy's here. So I was going to look for another bounce play on Macy's. Big seller. We're going to have to let that one peter out. Well, who would have thunk it? 158 is a good short on AMD. Is what it is. Try to catch that curl on AMD right in here. Going to have to let it bounce off VWAP, come back in. The story for myself, big false breakout in AMD. Lower high got put in, so have a short memory. Act like that didn't happen, and resistance before and resistance after. Played as resistance like that breakout just didn't happen whatsoever. So nice move to the downside here in advanced micro devices. Looks like it's going to be a good short, at least for now. It's underneath VWAP. It's absolutely tanking here into the low of the day, about $1.30. So next available bounce, we'll look for either VWAP or we'll look for that 158. Still not sure exactly what's going on with that DJT. But it's still going, still holding highs. Clearly, you've got a story going on here with Donald Trump Jr., but I'm not going to chase a move if I don't know what the news is on this. Just going back over to Macy's, if you're looking for an SSR bounce, it could be still happening, but this is 1540. It's a random price. Need to see it get down to the quarters, regain the 50s. It's a bit early. It was a distinct wick here underneath the low that got me in. I'm not seeing anything like that just yet. So we'll keep ears to the ground on DJT to figure out what's going on with that.
All right, did you talk about Tesla there at all? I saw Tesla 222. Okay, so we can have a quick look at that one. So it's kind of just floating around, not doing too much. We'll back away on that. Right now, Apple, so first of all, there it is. It is your now new official dollar club, as Amazon is now at the high of the day. And again, if you're looking for trading notes, this has been such a great journey throughout, and we've created this sticky note trade for everybody because we keep getting asked about like what these ideas are. There's the Amazon long right there. There's the Google long. Everything's been working out. There's the Macy's short, right? And then Palantir did not dip into support. And we continue to talk about some of these levels and be patient with our trading. So right now, today, it's been a real good one, man. I mean, there's Amazon. You want to talk about making a call. I mean, we called 180. I mean, it's at 181.50 right now. That's $1.50 straight to the upside here for Amazon. So we'll hold on to that one and see what we can do. And then we put out the work. We did live with you guys. We put this trade on. You could have even, sorry, that's the wrong stock. That's Google. Apple right there, sorry. We put this trade on in front of everybody. We discussed what we liked about it, what we didn't like about it, where our risk tolerance was, so on and so forth. So there it goes, Apple to the high side. So just with these two trades, it's going to be a big day. And it's 9:45. So let's wait to see. You can always put on more shares, less shares, get into your comfort zone right now. So it's another 2 for 2 here. Let's see if we can keep the momentum going now for the rest of the day. And we'll just check out on some of the notes that we already made. So we'll go over to Palantir real quick, 32.26. We did like this long. We liked it long at a different spot. I see, is Uber moving around? Let me just quickly check on Uber right now, $73. All right, yeah, so, okay, so that's probably why. Now coming up into the day's high break again here for Uber, 73.75. I mean, this could be a good stock as well. I thought we were waiting for 75. So it's this kind of a break that I'm waiting for. So for Uber, I still really like the long. It's just got to get going through that spot. So Uber, it's there. And then Target was that dip buy into 161. Looks like VWAP trade bounce early off VWAP as we discussed again, or as I discussed. That was a good trade there, back upside, but now Target's having itself a little bit of a day.
Pull it back.
But oh my, Neil, we have two back-to-back dollars, it looks like here, with Apple continuously going higher right now. So that's hey, appreciate. Hey man, ever since Sharif, like we talk about giving love back and forth to each other, but it really does mean a lot to get that. So I appreciate it from Neil, Patrick over here, and Sharif. I mean, I appreciate that, Sharif, and everybody in the chat. So again, thanks for that, because that's the team that we're trying to form here. You know, Neil could put on losing trades. We'd be happy for each other. I put on losing trades, happy for each other. It just goes back and forth here. So you got to sort of share ideas, share the love, and we appreciate that. And I like Sharif over there at the desk dropping us these stories. So, all right, let's keep on going. My daughter's at baseball camp. It's been a perfect week for it because it's like 20, 21 degrees.
Not too hot.
Not too hot. But that starts tomorrow. Oh, we love you too, Hamster One. But all right, let's keep going, man. Apple's a banger there. Amazon's a banger. And it's just chill town over here right now.
Yeah, Chilltown, I can't be Chilltown when I'm looking at Macy's tape. So basically, every time it makes a low, you see me staring at it, the play is if it makes a bounce low when I see buyers, I buy off the low, look for the move into VWAP. That's the play. So every single time it gets down there, I'm just going to be looking at any kind of a rejection of a low. I want the play back into VWAP. This time we're in at 44. The local bottom's 39. So it's pretty much, it's actually less risks than the trade before. Last risk was about 13 pennies. This one is going to be about 5, depending on slippage. If we get to VWAP, same story. I'm on the offer all the way into VWAP, no matter what, and then I'll try and hold some in case it does a bit of a bounce play. Walmart, and the reason I said Walmart's or Target's dipping, because I was watching Target and Walmart both come back in here to hold those higher lows. So Walmart back into the 75 zone. We got some out 25s. We got some out in front of 40s. So when that was dipping, we do the reload on Walmart. Just a simple previous high after earnings. You have to go back that earnings top was exactly $75, and you have yesterday's close of $74.50. Those are the two buy zones for me on Walmart, 75 or 74.50. If we lose 75, I'm out. As long as we hold it, we go back to the well with Walmart. And as far as AMD goes, sometimes you swing and you don't get the fill. Still underneath 158. That short's still looking very valid. Didn't quite get there for that curl. Came pretty close underneath VWAP. Close enough that I'm going to let it get back up to the high before I start thinking about shorting a different price on AMD.
Yeah, my hands are freezing too. I'm gonna.
Why everything is freezing today?
I'm going to be alerting Randy. Coffee, por favor, if available. Oops, I sent it caps. Oh no, I hate hitting these. My hands.
No caps.
No caps. Yeah, no cap, Randy. My bad, no cap. All right, so we'll wait to see here what's happening with some of these names that we have on board.
Wow, DJT was a short.
DJT is a short. Okay. Yeah.
Well, there was no news,
okay.
so whatever.
Well, the DNC, right? Yesterday they ushered out Michelle Obama. Both Obamas were there. Yeah, I saw that. And somebody else. Oh, Kamala's husband there. The guy.
The Uber guy.
Yeah, he's on the board or something, isn't he? Or something like that of Uber. Yeah, that guy was. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that speech, but that was fine. I didn't mean
it like that. I just don't know. I don't remember what his name is. I just know that he has a connection with Uber, so I just said the Uber.
I think it's Ed.
Not Ed.
Gordon.
Not Ed.
Anyways, Emhoff is his last name. I know that.
I don't.
Oh yeah, Lil Jon was there. Yeah. I mean, this is, when you're in a mood, man, you're in a mood. We talk about this stuff every day. This is what trading does to me, baby. Well, life does this to me anyways, but in general. Are we going to Sharif? Yeah. I broke it.
Are you guys tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in this market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial.
There we go. Thank you so much there, Sharif. And keep your ear to the ground for the news. Or, you know what? When a move happens and there isn't any news, like I didn't hear anything on that DJT. It probably was an auto short. Ooh, Randy's back in the house. 75.40
Sent you a
on Walmart. Next offer. It's bouncing. It's continuing to go higher. If you picked Target, great. If you picked Walmart, fine. Both the retailers looking very, very good here today. It's freezing in here, Randy. We got to check that thermostat.
And I know you've taken a few shots here on Macy's, but Macy's continues, man, to bleed lower. Again, what a great trade to go short. We written down short here, but again, Macy's continues to make that move down there. So I'm not going to try to catch a falling sword, but I don't mind the idea. I would love a coffee if you could get that. Thank you, Randy, for asking.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah. So thank you, Randy. Randy Macho Man Savage over there. Yeah, when Randy comes off the top rope with that elbow, you better damn well watch out for that right now. So, okay. Yeah, man. I
think the top shelves are in his past.
Randy, this guy? Yeah. No, I see Randy. This guy is, you should see what he just has fun out there. He goes on, stacks up those garbage cans, jumps off them. Right there, lands on Big Patty Ice over here. It's a great time in the midday here, what's happening at Trader TV Live. I actually ran into somebody yesterday leaving, and Ramin was out there. Oh, Ramin's not here. I was leaving to go into the parking garage, and a gentleman, I forget it was Youssef, or he always watches, so I apologize, from Woodbridge there, and he wants to come by, have a quick talk, and have a look at the studio. But of course, we were leaving for the day, so that was really nice to see him. So shout out there one more time. But yeah, okay, so right now, just coming through, watching out for Macy's, again, lower lows. I do want to short this 1570 if it gets back up there. I don't think that will be anywhere right now. Tesla, again, I know you were in and out of that one as people ask about it. Wow, Tesla continues to go higher. Congratulations on this Tesla trade. Anybody that had this one, nice move higher there for Tesla, man. Again, look at the support it makes early, giving you that trade higher. So, Amazon fell back in a little bit. Apple, we got some good outs. We talked about these outs right now. So on Apple, we only have about 20%, maybe a little less than that left. And then Amazon, we still have a third of Amazon. Amazon went to 181.50. We got a little too cocky there. Maybe we have to reload this. I'm just a little bit, I got to wait for these hands to chill out a little bit before I start hitting keys like crazy. But Amazon did come back into the VWAP. That should have been bought. So strong names pull back into VWAP is exactly what I'm looking for. So I got to figure out why stuff like that didn't trigger for me. But Amazon back to VWAP was a trade. So I think we'll take that again. 180.71 as long as the market stays hot fire.
Yes, sir. And if you like the show, as I always say, hit that like, hit that subscribe. I see a lot of people talking about Meta in the chat. If you want to engage in the chat, let us know what you're looking at. Let everyone else know what you're looking at. It's a subs-only chat. So hit that subscribe. Get in there. Speaking of Meta, it is looking pretty strong. Obviously, you're getting the market not doing a heck of a lot. We could take out that 19.9, but Meta's on the way. That 531 from yesterday and the day before, and the day before that is now cleared out. So just like with Apple yesterday, if one stock is going that wasn't part of your plan, but it's the strongest one, be willing to pivot over to it. Apple has not broken that top yet. It's there, it hasn't made the break, but this looks like it wants to try to go in lieu of anything else that's happening. So I don't know if you get back to 531, I don't know if you get back to VWAP, but when a consolidation happens, I'd look for the long. I just saw this in this poll. Are you here for DJT? I mean, not really. There's so much else moving, but you guys let us know, are you here for DJT? Personally, not myself. I think it was a fade when there was no news that I saw, but we'll see what happens with that stock. It's still up a decent amount and trying to pull back a little bit here. Macy's 15.25 or 15. That's the next place I'm going to look for the bounce. Walmart's still holding out. And back to the well, Apple stop is going to go back in. When it was down at 226, didn't have the stop break. Now it's the stop breakout. It's 227.5, or sorry, 25. That is this local high in here. I mean, it's technically 20s, but I'm going to have it at the quarters. I kind of prefer breakouts at kind of even type levels, even though 25 is not technically even.
Yeah, so our breakout is in there already. So we are getting ready to take that break on Apple. But you know what, guys? We're already long Apple. We're already 75 cents in the money on Apple long. And then there goes Amazon right back to the upside again. I was actually thinking about this break on Amazon, 181.50, just for a tester spot there. I mean, I love the VWAP dip buy opportunity. We do miss that dip buy there at 180.70. And I think we could still break higher. I mean, I feel like I should just be trading the futures again. But we called this kind of a move, and it happened almost perfectly down into this area. And I was like, if we break, we're in trouble. But we hold. And then once we hold, we go right back up to the high of the day. So let's shout out there for anybody trading on the futures today. I think if you had that sort of a game plan, then you win again on that one. Here goes Amazon. Here goes Apple. We're starting to really start to rock and roll now for these longs. Then, the other long that we called, that we should have taken, that we just chose others, was Google. And we talked about this, 164, 165. It's written down 164 right here. Wow, we are really cruising right now. We talked about yesterday not really having any green traders. Today, much different story now as we get a little bit higher up. We've already made back more than half of what we were down yesterday just on these two trades. So, I mean, this is what we're doing. We're going to look for more now, though. 181.50 trying to get going through right now on AMZN. So, hey, man, party on, Wayne, because this move right now is extending through 181.50. It's $1.50 or so off that 180 level. It's Amazon, and it is your trade of the day.
Amazon fly, Apple fly as well. It's about to get to that break, so it's triple top right now. Let's see if we get this breakout. You never know when it's going to happen, so you want to be locked and loaded and ready for it. No dip buy yet on Walmart. It's coming back. It bounced off of 75.50 and might be retracing. VWAP now sits at 75.20 on Walmart. I can quickly show you here while Apple's up. VWAP sits at 75.20. Long here at the 10s. Looking for a break of the high of the day or a dip buy to continue the trend up. It's actually at the point now where you have an upward trend line which is formed this morning. So I can do that and say if we hold trend, that's also holding on to VWAP. That just makes me like that dip by a little more. Always going to have eyeballs on Target while this is going on here in Walmart. So this is Target. I like the fact, when I was saying Target's pulling back, let's see what Walmart does. Target loses VWAP, Walmart holds on to it. That's a good sign. But I like the fact that that happened, but in the back of my mind, I got to look at this and say they're selling off Target, possibly just because it was up so much. Expected move was 8% on Target. It went to like 16. So some profit taking coming in a little bit heavy on Target. AMD's nowhere near my resistance for a short. We still like it at 158. It's not at 158. Next trade, I think, is going to be an Apple break. But if we're waiting for it to break, we have to be patient. It's now set up a little bit of a channel as well to the upside. So we'll have a look at this for the breakout that would happen in about 15 cents or so. If it does, my stop's going back underneath here to 226.95. Just the local high prior to the break. Always have it to find out before I get in.
I'm just writing some tweets down here because we really nailed these trades today to the upside as they continue to go. It's Apple, it's Amazon. It is great, man. Both of these trades, Dollar Club winners today. 2 trades, both dollars. This is how we trade. Go kill them, Adara.
We have this number coming in here, the annual revision of the non-farm payrolls. We're just waiting on here at 10 a.m. Should be out. Not seeing this number coming here yet, so we'll come check back in on that. S&P 500, basically the highs of day here, pushing up out just more than a third to the upside. Retail, the theme of the day here, with lots of retail earnings and retail-related catalysts. But it'll be an interesting story after the close of some tech earnings, Wolfspeed, Snowflake, and also, of course, Zoom technology. So definitely something to keep an eye on here. We've got Target, of course, as mentioned, in this range of about 14%, finding a little bit of resistance at that 168 level on generally pretty well-received earnings report here, though aspects of the guidance a little bit weaker than expected. We have JD trying to curl back up here, still down about 7% in the day, with Walmart set to sell its more than $3 billion position in the company as it focuses on some of its own China investments. So what a day here, as we also have Jackson Hole to keep in mind, guys.
Yeah, what a
not today.
I mean, who knows? Could be, who knows? What a day this is, man. Like, Amazon just ripped. We have Apple ripping. We have everything working pretty much to a T right now as we go, man. We have 2 big-time winners now. And we added to Apple. Not only did we add to Apple, we're able to get out there as well, near basically those highs. Not basically, at the highs. We have 38s. We have some great fills there on Apple. 34s, sorry, is our best out. 29s, 30s, and 34s there for Apple. So it's not huge. We'd love to see this name run a little bit more. We'll hold on to some of this trade as it fades back in a little bit. I was looking at 226.50. I mean, that's where VWAP is. So if we do fall back into there, it would not surprise me one bit for AAPL. But there it goes, man. A banger of a trade there today. I don't have to talk about it too much more. Amazon's $1.50 in the money. Apple's a monster. Today, we pretty much made back now what we were read yesterday. So, I mean, that's, to me, this is win-win, baby. As Apple just continues to climb higher, man. We do fly high, no lie. And Apple, for sure, today is balling as it goes higher and higher and higher. Let's go, man. We're waiting in the 40s, high 40s right now to take yet another.
Just tag 47.
Yeah, that's where we're at. I'm actually at 47. There we go. We actually get 47s there as it rips through. Oh, man, this is a day.
Yeah, I was mentioning because I got not the same fill. I think I got 45 or 46 in there, out in front of that 50. You do not have anything in the way of resistance until you get to this tiny wick at $228. And if 228 goes, I'm thinking round number 30. So the next out is in front of 228 because that was the last line of resistance.
Oh, boy.
Then you get all-time highs, which I don't think we're going to see all-time highs today. But if you get there, we do like it. So we're continuing this breakout play. There's still nothing happening on AMD. I'm going to get a dip by, it seems, on Macy's in just a little bit. But I wanted to pivot, if we can, just for a second. Wasn't ignoring Meta. I said buy the next available dip in Meta. No available dip. Meta is just continuing to fly. 1.9%. It's about to get to its top. $540 was a monster wall on Meta. If it gets up there, I think that'd be a good place to ring register if you happen to have this one to the long side. Meta flying with the rest of the market as Apple approaching this 228. I just got tagged at 227.70. I'm still looking dip buy back into 227. At least I have an order there. At some point, might have to move this to wherever it happens to show you the dip. So nice move to the upside. Yeah, it's getting colder and colder in here, but it's getting hotter and hotter as the market wants 19.9.
Man, we cold as ice. Man, this Apple has been quite the trade. We'll take out more. Let's just take out more right here at 59. We'll take out more if we can get higher there into 60s and 70s. I'm waiting for 64s, then to 70s. And then we have dip buys. So if it does come back in, it just comes right back in. So let's wait to see what does happen. And by the way, here we go, Neil. We called Amazon the trade of the day about 30 minutes ago. Now it's $2 in the money. And still going higher again off of the sticky note, man. It's a big day, and we just be disciplined, and that's really all that matters. Is be disciplined and trade your style. We talk about that, right? I have many more outs because I have X times the shares. So that's my style of trading. Others will hold it for longer. You guys are trading options. That's going to be again a completely different play, right? We're long Apple at 226 down there. Right now it's at 227.50. That's $1.50. So if you're playing options, you don't have these outs, right? You got to wait for these bigger plays back there to the upside. And if you're trading with bigger lot sizes, then you have to get some out when it rips up like this. You don't have to, but that's the style. So just right there, that's something that you guys, we all got to like adjust with ourselves. It's just like Amazon. You know, if you have thousands of shares, then you're probably like anxious to get out as it rips up. If you don't have that many shares, then yeah, like right now, I want to hold for this play. I mean, I just said this yesterday, and again, it's like, or 2 days ago, it's like a broken record, but I say this all the time. It's like just by me holding this last piece, it's making such a huge difference. And that's what's been happening. And I think that's the strategy for me moving forward is try to make these big plays, give you I mean, you know what? Look where Google's at right now, right? I mean, Google right here is huge. It's at 166.65. The last couple of days, all we've had written down is longs. We've missed the long, but the longs worked. So at the same point, if you like these bases and you like the stock, you could get out here, hold it all day. I don't know. But this is what trading's all about. Is trying to make these plays, make the best guess that you possibly can, and then basically prove it. And I think we're proving it. I think every day I'm sitting here putting on these trades, showing you what my ideas are, what's happening right there. So I think if you guys are asking for traders to put up or shut up, I mean, well, I feel like we're doing put up or we're doing the former. What's up, Adara?
So you guys know here an update on that job revision data. It's not out yet. It has been waited on. I've checked on here. No one online seeing anything. I have not seen anything on any website. It has not yet been published. So just the reason that I haven't delivered that data yet is because it's not out. The second I see anything, I will provide an update, guys.
We had Justin Zachs from Moomoo. This is what he said today was out of possibly a bigger deal than Jackson Hole would be those revisions. Because those economic data, it's not always the most accurate thing in the world, to say the least. A lot of times the revisions matter more, and we want to know what's going on in that job market. GDS making a power move into the upside, guys. 23% into the upside. Don't have a story on it just yet. I see a lot of people talking about it. This is not your average nasty-looking chart for a runner. This is a legit looking one, looking absolutely fantastic. So looking pretty good in there. Apple is trying to pull back in here. So always got to look for what is next. The plan was to be looking for 227 to come back in or a VWAP. Previous high break was just above 227 quarters. So that's another level to look for a breakout or a dip back in after the breakout. AMD still doesn't want to get 158. Kind of getting close, rejecting the highs. The market's still trending higher, so I feel like it's going to make that push, run some stops, and then go up. At some point, if we just keep turning around, I might look at a VWAP short or short underneath on AMD. Just hasn't set up just yet. And Alibaba's at $83. That's the other thing.
Booyah.
Alibaba, 83. I can zoom out and show you that was a big level, but suffice to say, wanted to look short in front of $83 on Alibaba. Well, it just got to $82.90. Let's go to Adara.
With GDS, the company is called GDS Holdings. They posted their Q2 earnings this morning before the bell. They beat here at earnings per share. There's a smaller loss per American depository share than expected. They did miss on sales. It's worth noting, too, this is not a small float or small market cap company. They have a float of 1.12 billion shares. So GDS here, nice push up above that $15 level. Again, this is a Chinese ADR, guys.
I'm just
Chinese.
Gulping on this Meta. Like, wow, what a move there for Meta. Okay, just real quickly, man, 182. I'm wondering about a break here lower. Do we just get out of Amazon? I mean, we don't need to be in this name all day. We've already nailed it. I mean, this was a great stock. We didn't get out at the very top, obviously, but a 182 break could solve it for me, and I just get out 181. Or do we just let this thing continue to move higher? I kind of want to end this trade, to be honest with you. Man, I've been gulping this water real quick. 128. What's the high? 182.38 is the high. Let's go to 20s or so and see if we can't dance with this right now. So, all right, we're gonna try this level here on Amazon. Get out at the top. We only have a third left. If we're able to do that, great. We've been singing on Apple, man, singing its praises, and now it's come back in. We just got another out there at 48 right now as it came in. Sorry, 38 as it came back in. So not great finish to the trade here, but that's fine. Apple is going to be 10x the best name here on the show today, right? So right now, that's going to be good for me. I'm happy with it. Again, you put in the risk where you think the risk is due. I thought it was risky to buy some Apple down there because we didn't necessarily have the best stop zones, but 226 still winds up holding, and then there's the reaction back upside. The only other play that we've had on today was Amazon, and we sort of just talked about that. I wonder if this is getting a little bit top heavy as we'll go and adjust our stop right now. 181. I was going to say 79, 181. What is that drop right there? Yeah, 181 like 84. Let's just get it out again. Look, if this ticks up and we hit at 182, right now we're at 182.26. So for some reason, I'm at that level. So let's see if that fills. If it does, great. If not, unfortunately, we'll have to take that stop order. And I don't want to do that, but the market is at the highs right now.
Market's flying right now.
So, I'd be surprised if Amazon does pull back too much, but that is the stop if it does hit. And then again, we talked about sort of the benefits that are afforded by having more shares. A, more profit when you're right. B, a lot less profit when you're wrong. But C, getting you out on some of these spots. So here comes Apple back up to the upside. Let's take another piece out as my confidence here. As the market's at highs and Apple is not, right there for me, that is I need one of these emojis somehow. Red flag. Like that's a red flag for me right now that Apple is not continuously going higher. So we're at 45. We just stopped at 44. Hopefully we get that fill and we'll move on. It's Apple and it is I think the trade of the day is Amazon, but P&L wise, it's Apple.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned about Apple yet, simply because it made that break of such a key level and then it just held above it. This is what I mean. Like it's held above, which is a good sign. I'm still, let me cancel. I was bidding in front of 227. You just dipped down and didn't tag 227. You got into 227 and a quarter. So might look for another level in there for a reload. But 75 went on Walmart. 75 was the first level we trade off of. We were reloading a couple times. It just came out. I'm going to try to stay green on this one. It can reclaim 75 or VWAP, and I go long. But if it fills in this gap, I like yesterday's close for another new level on AMZN. Still looking pretty solid. Up 0.5%, but remember what I said about Target. Like Target's still in the midst of this dip. It just went down to those low 160s. I think that's a decent sign that the buyers were right there at that 161 zone on Target. If it can double bottom, kind of like that one to the long side as well, but I'm already kind of focused on Walmart at this point. So Apple still looking dip buy. We'll see where we can pick it up. It's not for me to choose where it wants to bounce. If it doesn't want to get to VWAP, it doesn't want to get to VWAP, and you've got to look somewhere else. that might be where we got the break at 227.25. But as Sean said, market's at those highs and it's pulling back. Want to be patient. For now, I'm waiting for my level. BABA is going to be a simple one. Yesterday, we shorted it. It didn't get to 80, 83. It was more short off of the pre-market highs and holding VWAP. Today, I'm just giving it to this close. So if it breaks out a fresh high, I'm out and waiting for another opportunity because it's not quite at that close from last week at 83.15. So this is the resistance zone that I like over there in Alibaba. Still kind of looking at DJT to see if there's going to be a secondary play, but it looks like this one is calmed right down, just kind of hanging around VWAP. I didn't double check if we have to pay for locates, but if we do, I want them in the back pocket.
So another, go for it, because I think that's definitely a mover, and we do have that poll out there right now. Look, man, I mean, I got to give a shout out to Patrick because I canceled this Mara play, breaking through 1660. This guy over here, and again, I just trust me when I'm telling you guys, I see the way traders trading, and Patrick is trying to do things. So I really respect that. So shout out to Patrick there. All right, the next point I want to get at here was another pretty simple one, and that was just when I'm looking here at what we're doing for Amazon and for Apple. Apple just I got to trade out of this a little bit here.
It just broke 27.
Yeah, Apple just broke down through. So I didn't even really notice that just happened. We're going for 226.50s right now, but I don't. That's it. Did we just get that jobs? I mean, I don't know what this move was right there. I'm starting just to piece out of this because we are starting to break lower. So we did not like that trade coming in right there for us on Apple. You never want it to come in and just punch you in the face like that. So we got to watch out here for Apple coming back in. We're waiting at 80s to get more out. But we did good getting out. Like as soon as we saw that, man, we flipped out of that. We're still in some of it, as you can clearly see, but getting nervous there on that play. And this is what I'm talking about. Money. Any of us can make calls. Very, very easy to do. Honestly, you just hit the buy key. But this one right here, to sell out of your winners like that, I mean, we dropped through 182. Like, if I'm still in this, I have Apple problems right now, and I have Amazon problems. But we're out of it. So there's Amazon getting out. Like, that's how you... Hello, Jerome? Next time. That's how you save capital. You know, it's one thing, and this is why I try to tell you guys, like, we're going to be 2 for 2 today. On days like when we go 1 for 5, I'll tell you that too. You know, but this is the important thing to understand, is that when you have your winners, you got to take them. And that's what we did right there, because otherwise it falls back in. And I think that's something that I've learned a lot over the last little while. So, all right, there's Apple. It just came back up into this level. We're long here at 94. Let's put a piece out. Hey, man, if this spins into a money-making opportunity, then wowee wooey, that would have been such a great hold there on kind of BS, because I had no idea what was happening there.
I checked, no revisions came out.
So we pieced it out there on Apple. Now not by accident, but now we have a 10-cent winner, and it's starting to go back up. And our net right now, she'd be humming right now. So it's been, again, great trading here today. Thank you so much for watching. What's going on over on your side?
So Apple, when that came out, I got off the bid at VWAP because I saw a big volume spike. I assumed it was the revisions. That was not true. It made a nice bottom. You're making the higher low. I'm gonna let it calm down a little bit here. I'd like to see what we do with the next candle. Like, you had a bit of a dump. I'm gonna get out of the breakout trade that we had to preserve capital, and I just want to see the next move. If it's hold VWAP, I can find my way back in easily. Let's go to ADRs, see what we just had there.
Just to clarify, I am still not seeing any confirmation that we have those revision numbers. The one number that is being tossed around quite a lot in social media that has been released here by the Bureau of Labor Statistics is the county employment and wages, so the changes in U.S. counties in terms of their employment and wages in Q1 2024. Again, this is not the number we're waiting for, but there is some circulation of that number. We have not yet gotten the revisions. I am still looking and waiting here, guys, and I will let you know the second I see anything.
Be right now getting back into Amazon and just letting everybody know that. But the problem is, for me anyways, is why. So it's just like, I like the stock, but if we're going to drip down like that, or not drip, but like really make a move down like that in the futures, and we're waiting for some numbers, well, then we got to wait for some numbers, man. I mean, it's just kind of that simple. So let's just continue to do that. If something comes out and it's released and Amazon wants to sort of hang out, then we can make that trade. But for right now, like I said, we sort of covered up what we had lost yesterday. We're really feeling good about what we're trading and how we're trading. So I'm just going to try to stay in that zone right now and be as focused as we can be with what the stocks that we're looking at. So that's going to be my sort of plan of action here a little bit as we wait to see what's going on. So Amazon would be a buy for me here at the 50-period moving average. I just am gun shy to do it after that kind of a move. So that's something to look at. Palantir's not really moving. We can have a quick look at this one again, but there's Palantir, just made that dip down again. It did barcode up here at 32.50. That could be also a really good breakout long. Again, maybe if you're trading options or something like that, 32.50 is what you're looking for to get sort of going. We've really stopped out on there before. You'd obviously like to see a 33 take before you get crazily aggressive with it. But you know what just happened, man? Money. Apple. I mean, as if, Neil, here we go, man. It's a 50-cent winner on the back end again for Apple. So, I mean, you want to talk about having confidence. As we were in this trade, we were talking about it. We don't know what that was. Let's get a little bit out just in case we get burned. So you know what our little bit outs were? 10-cent hits. So when I blink and look up and we're now in 55-cent winners, it's all groovy on this side. So there goes Apple, man. Again, we'll go 2 for 2 today. It's a good day. Wish it was a little bit bigger, but again, that will come, man. That will come. So we'll just continue to do what we're doing. Put out the reps. You know, like we keep saying, put out the reps. Go station to station, as Neil likes to say, and that's exactly what we're doing with our P&L. So here it goes, man. It's a nice move up for Apple. And again, Adam and everybody out there, you know, the Dollar Club gang, the Hold gang, the Real Trading gang. You guys know who you are. And right here, I hope that we're putting on a good display of exactly what everyone's here for, winning trades.
Yeah, got to have a plan of action and wait for it to get there, right? If you like it, you take it. So we like Tesla 220. You know, Tesla finally did actually get to $220 this morning. So it bounced off of it. I did not see this wick in real time, so I can't confirm whether the bottom's underneath 219. Quite frankly, it doesn't matter. It just made a higher low off the 220 level. I jumped in, got it through the quarters. It's trying to get back into VWAP where I'm going to want it out. When the setup is like this, false breakout here, false breakout there, big V shape, I'm not thinking past VWAP. I'm thinking station here, now to station there on Tesla. If it gets to VWAP, I'll be perfectly happy with that. If you're wondering why I'm not saying much about Macy's, there hasn't been a big spike down into 15 even, and I'm looking for it to make a curl. So off the open, I want that first initial rubber band bounce, if you can catch one. So it doesn't happen off 15.5, it doesn't happen off 15.4. Now it's a bit more of a rounded bottom, and I might look for something of a consolidation long. But each time, the plan is to risk 5-10 cents maximum because VWAP is about 30 cents away. So that's the plan of action. Doesn't really matter what you win on a bounce play here. It's relative to what it loses. So, you know, in this spot, when it only goes 10 cents, I only get one out because I was risking 10 cents. I only got 20% out, so that'll be a hit. But if it gets to VWAP, I want to make sure that it's a good enough exit for myself, and that means the setup has to be good on SSR bounce. Very specific play, and each time, fresh low, get out. No matter what, fresh low, get out. That's the way that I look at those plays, because ultimately you are catching a bit of a falling knife. Chip names are trying to get higher, but the one that's not going is AMD. So AMD never gets to 158, so I don't really get the short that I'm looking for. Double top, it's still looking relatively weak. Let's get some numbers from Adara. This one still feels like it's a short. Might not be at the level that I wanted.
So we don't have an official publication here from the BLS, but we do have the Newswire saying that there's a 1.3% in the in U.S. employment here. Sorry, I'm just hearing it in my ear as well. We do have Newswire saying there was a 1.3% year-over-year increase there in U.S. employment. But again, that's just Newswires. It's not been officially published yet, so not sure if this is the number, but just that is the number circulating right now, a 1.3% increase there for the BLS revisions. Once we get an official publication, I will let you guys know to confirm. S&P 500 making quite the big move back up there near highs. In terms of small caps, we have Revelation Bioscience here. This one actually halted right now after getting a nice little volume pop. No news on this, but it has run in the past. It does have a market cap here of $1.7 million, share float of around 1.6 million, so pretty small share float and market cap. We have SDIG here. This is Stronghold Digital Mining. This one's set to be acquired by Bitfarm, so good move up here for SDIG with a 4.5% short float. Last but not least, SMFL, Smart for Life here, up more than 100%, though removed from its highs of days, saying they're negotiating the acquisitions of 4 targets here in the health and wellness space. So keep an eye on those. I will continue to be watching out here for these BLS publications. I'll let you guys know.
There, I'm going to try to show a little bit of Microsoft up here right now. Just waiting about this 425 area. So it just wicked high up there for 425.05. So we're short 63s. We tried to get shorter up there. I'm actually waiting at 70 right now. We could easily get that on a bump up. And then if we can, thank you so much, Rob, for that one. This guy always gets me the most creative cups. I like that one. Thank you, Rob. For that is we have hot stuff right now. Hopefully this is really hot because, yeah, like we mentioned before.
More warm.
Thing is, like Randy brings these coffees and then 20 minutes later we just get another one and it's like, there goes half my cup, but you know, we'll switch it for a warm one. All right, we are reloaded. We just got those 70s. And again, you guys want to talk about like putting on trades live in front of you and talking about the fills. Well, we said we're sitting at 70, so let's go see if we can get a little bit of a move down now for Microsoft. An area that I'd like to first start talking about, maybe 424.40 or so. So, all right, Adair, what's up?
Another update here with regards to these numbers. We're expecting these initially at 10, the BLS revision. So we did see here on the Newswire that U.S. employment rising by 1.3% in the year through March 2024. However, this is not the BLS release. Like I said, we're still waiting on that publication. That number coming here from the quarterly census of employment and wages. So again, 1.3% increase in employment through March 2024, according to the quarterly census of employment and wages. Still waiting on that BLS publication here. I'll let you guys know as the situation continues to develop.
Yeah, obviously we're not getting much of anything by way of that. So, you know, stick it in the back burner and worry about it when it does happen. VWAP coming in to AMD. Still want to go short this. If it's not going to be 158, it's going to be VWAP. If it's trend down, the first place I look is going to be the volume weighted average price, and it's setting up underneath that as well. So it's looking like a downside play. Meta just tagged the 540 level or
What?
okay, 539.5. So remember, I'm like 540. If Meta sees that, I think I said this last week, if it sees it again, I'd be looking for shorts and a reversion up there. That's a pretty distinct move. Go to the daily chart. That's what $540 looks like on the daily. So if there's a shot for a mean reversion play, I think this would be it. It's got a lower high here at 538, and you have the top here at 539 and change. I'm on the offer of AMD. I haven't been picked up just yet. The other thing that's happening is another fresh low for Macy's. If it makes one more breakdown, that'll be $15.
Ooh.
Going for the 15 level if there is a break. It's SSR, so it's slowly moving down because people can't hit the bid to initiate a short position, which makes it move a little bit slower to the downside. But Meta just tagged a big resistance. I will look to short the lower high here. Just a reversion play. I'm not even sure it can get to VWAP. That would be a home run if you can get some 80s, 38 halves and get to VWAP. I think halfway would be good enough.
All right, good look there on Meta. I really like that stock. I'm actually sitting in my PA trying to get some out right now, so hopefully that can happen for us as well. We'll see. But right now, there's Microsoft. Let's go, man. Honestly, props it up for that trade because we just put this on. We get some at 70s, some out 40s. It's only 30 cents, but we're still holding on to 75%. So I have... We'll just take out a small piece there. If it can come back into 424, we'll definitely take that. Then the VWAP is down here at 423.80. So we're pretty well in there. We just went into the 30s. Look, one little whoosh down here, like especially if we break this area right here, then this will collapse. So it's just a matter of time. Right now, Microsoft is red on the day. Market is green. So, you know, in my studies, as we've talked about this, we like to trade these names relatively against the market right now. If it's going to be short, with an up day and it's here at the 200 period, we'll try to play a little bit of a reversion back in. But we are really aware of this top and able to punch out if that does break. And the thing is like, look what Apple just did. I mean, that's a face slapper. It just went from the bottom to the top again. Like we have this long. We have one out there. We have one out down there. It's probably 10 or 15%. I can go back and check for you. But there it is, man. We bought this dip. It came right in. And this is what happens. Adair's coined this, but you got to have confidence in the levels that you're sitting at. So when Apple came through, we're sitting there for a reason. It's at VWAP. We like the trade at that level. So when that came through, for me, it was kind of like a no-brainer. We wanted to hold it, but at the same time, we're very unaware of what was going on in the market. So we have to make a call, an educated call, to get some out. So that's what we did there, and it worked. So good trade there for Apple, able to get the last piece out there at 60s. We're not the last piece. We're a decent piece. We're still holding on to about 15% of Apple. So far, so good here today, man. It's been, like I said, not the biggest day, but a good one, and we'll just hope now that Microsoft can continue to bleed. It's not really doing that, but if the market does make a move down, I do feel like we can get 424. But again, watch out now. We could put on our first L of the day, and that would be Microsoft breaking above 425. So if you're nervous about this trade, hey man, just take 50 cents, Neil. I mean, when you're in a 50-cent winner, no matter what the name is, you may want to consider taking that, especially if it's 1-to-1 or greater than 1-to-1 for your management. So here it comes back in. It's Microsoft. It's hopefully going to be another banger.
Yeah, speaking of 50 cents, that's the spread on Meta right now, which makes it tricky to get in. You had to, you come to the chart for a quick little second. Like you had to hit the bid, no question about it. Like it was trying to get to this higher low or lower high here, trying to grab it in front of 538. No fills to be had. Now it's starting to tighten up as it's pulling back. I'm not going to chase it underneath 537. I want to make sure that if I'm getting it, this is kind of the reversion. If I can't get it off of this trend line and give it to the 538, then I don't want the trade. That's going to be the risk to reward for me. So I'm not going to close the spread. I'm just going to leave it in, see if we can't pick up that fill while it's still going to be valid. Didn't cash that, Fabian. You let me know what that was.
Adara.
Oh, it was going back to Adara. Dude, I gave DJ.
We just got these inventory numbers here as well to talk about before we get to crypto. Gasoline inventory is coming, the draw coming in lower than expected, higher than expected though for crude oil and distillate. So those are those EIA numbers. Again, higher than expected draws for distillate and crude oil, lower than expected for gasoline. Bitcoin, apparently, according to some analysts here from 10X Research, which is a crypto-based analyst firm, thinking that there could be a potential short squeeze at this 59,000 level due to some technical indicators. The head of research at 10X saying specifically the RSI bottoming out where it is could be a good look for Bitcoin. So keep an eye on this 59,000 level. I've talked quite a lot here over the past few days about that 58,000 level on BTC. So we do definitely have a base coming up here. Definitely some rejections here at that 61,000, but slight curl up here, slow curl for BTC against the US dollar here as we try to edge back into that 60,000 level. Slightly down in the day, as is Ethereum, holding on right now by a hair to 2,600. BNB and Solana a little bit weaker here, but generally we have either slight negativity or pretty decent positivity in a lot of these crypto names. Toncoin, Dogecoin, Cardano all up more than 1%. Cardano and Tron here actually both up about 5%. So good look for a lot of these crypto names with Ethereum and Bitcoin being a bit more stagnant, guys.
Yeah. So watch out. Thank you, Adair, for all that talk.
Yeah,
there,
the small one's moving today.
Yeah, you got to watch out now.
Bitcoin almost at 60, though.
Yeah, exactly. 59.7 right now for everybody's favorite large cap crypto. All right, Microsoft. Look, Microsoft just fell into 424.20s and stopped right there. So I'm sitting there now. So if we can take a 50-cent winner here, I'm going to take out another piece and hold half. So we're sitting. It just needs to flush. Sharif, man, this is happening again. Now we're $1 in the money on Microsoft. Man, we just switch up the plan, baby. I mean, this is what it is. You got to find the right names. You got to trade the right names. And that's exactly what we're doing over here. Neil's back in Macy's. We like that. I don't know what you did. You have anything just now? The market is coming in. Macy's, okay. So here comes the market in again right now. It's a 70-cent banger, man. We just said it's a trophy day on 2 trades. Now it's a trophy day on 3 trades. Let's see what winds up happening here with MSFT.
So I got to cancel my order on. We're not going to get Meta with the market coming back in. It just flashed $3 to the downside. I will not be chasing Meta if it gets to VWAP. I said it will look different on Macy's for an SSR bounce because it's no longer a falling knife. It's now a consolidation long. So what just happened, if you're wondering, it's nothing crazy. This is going to be hard to see because nothing really happened on the chart. It was a level 2. So you got to the bottom again at $15.25. Bid stacked at 25, held, some size showed up, stepped it up a little bit to the $28 level. I punched long at 30 when I saw that happen, stop underneath the 25. So it's just like we were looking for there. Long at 30, stop underneath 25. And once it gets into those high 30s and into VWAP, which now sits about 15.6, we're going to get those offers out there, although I just realized I hadn't put them out. I was yapping away there. And I now have shorts of DJT. Accidentally gave them to another trader, but they were cheap. Less than 1 cent per share on Donald Trump Jr. No news on that. I do want to find a fade on this, but VWAP retracement trade for Macy's here with the market pulling back in. Gimmick trade gets to VWAP. I'm out of everything but 10% and then hold the rest for the dream is the plan of action the whole way. Let's go to Adara. Got more numbers?
We did get finally here, half an hour after they were expected. We do have the BLS employment numbers here. That's that estimate we were looking for. So the preliminary estimate of non-farm payrolls benchmark revisions apparently would cut the March 2024 level of employment by 818,000 or 0.5%. So this preliminary estimate actually cutting the level of employment we had in March 2024 by 0.5%, roughly 18,000 jobs. So to summarize here, payroll is seen revised down by 818,000 jobs in this preliminary revision. So downward revision here for the BLS payroll numbers. Thanks for bearing with us. That is the official number as released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, coming out again half an hour later than expected. 0.5% downward revision, guys.
All right. For me, it didn't really seem to do anything to the market there. We did get a little bit of a move down and then a complete retracement back up. So for me, all good. And I think you got to take advantage of those kind of plays, right? So we'll talk about that with Softy and whatnot. But there's the play here trying to come through again. So it's Microsoft and it's trying to make that move. So we'll wait to see here what happens to the downside. But that revision's now in. So now we can maybe go back and have a quick look at Amazon and see what's flying off through that name here. Amazon 181. So there's that bottom. We almost get to the 200 period, but don't. So that would be a level of concern for me down there at 180.50. If we can float back to that, that would be good. Apple did dip back into the 227. But right now, Microsoft's all the way back up. So let's be careful. This could take out that high. I know Neil was looking at Meta there on that little bit of a move. So now we'll wait to see what this market wants to do. Now that we have that revision number, it's not looking super interesting to me, but we're still holding the short. So right now, my biggest position by far, it's not by far. I mean, it's just this notionally on Microsoft is a $400 name. So this is going to be a little bit more of a concern than Apple. But Apple is trying to make a move back up. We just bounced again. I should have got reloaded there. Did not. So my mistake there on Apple. But we'll see what happens now with it moving back to the upside.
It's going to get to that high. I'm convinced.
So.
Well, the way I look at it is, if I got out because I thought we had the revisions number and I wanted to wait to see the other end of that trade, then I don't get back in until we hear it from Adara. So, and ideally, the best, look, I don't get a great price here. I got 227.11. Ideally, if you're sitting there, finger on the trigger, the second you know that it's out and the stock starts bouncing, you get it right through VWAP. And you get like 90, like in here, like 90s, which you can clearly see I don't have, but you try to grab it. Here's the top. Oh, man, see what's this is exactly what happened yesterday on Apple. See this? All this nonsense at 227, it's exactly the same thing at 227.5. It's getting to this zone, and the sellers are just stepping right in here. So I'm going to listen to that at least a little bit. I'm going to get out, wait for a VWAP or trace. If this is what you're doing on Apple, the trade yesterday on the long was to go long into 227. buy the dip, get out in front of 227, not some of it, but all of it, and then wait for the next available dip, and then do it again and again and again and again, and at the end of the day, you didn't quite get the top. So if Apple's going to do that, then I'm going to buy VWAP and sell it at the top now that we have the numbers out. Macy's is going to be a slow grind, it seems like, on the way to VWAP, but as I said, VWAP is the target, then we hold on to some. The stock is not healthy, right? Like, let's be real. It's, like I said, it's a gimmick play. It's a bit of a consolidation level if you like it. I think the bigger one would be at $15. But as an SSR bounce goes, I just want it back into that 1560 and we'll be happy. So we'll see what happens with this Apple. If it was a wrong call to get out and wait for the next dip, then be pie in my face a little bit there. But I do like Apple to the long side. I just want to respect this triple top. Even on the 15-minute, like you can see the resistance up top. If it breaks it out, maybe just take a long break at 228, which actually was part of the plan, that no matter what happened, if it ended up breaking 228, I wanted a long breakout through 228. So we can play this a lot of ways.
Yeah, we're playing this a lot of ways as well ourselves here as Microsoft gets taken out through 425. But then I sort of saw the futures there, and I said, if I do think that move, again, Adara brought that number to us, and all of a sudden the market just bumped like that. So we were saying like, oh, nothing's really happening. Then all of a sudden something happened. And when something happened, boom goes the dynamite right there to the upside. So we'll take a hit on Microsoft, but now we're flat on it because we're short now at 425.56, playing off of 426. So we're trying to give ourselves about 50 cents worth of room as Microsoft comes in. We're now bidding 70s down here to see if we can get a fill. That's kind of where this top has been. That top was 75, 76. So that's actually where we're bidding. Actually, I'm bidding 71s. Maybe we'll just go to 80s just in case. I mean, we're pretty close to 80 right now. Maybe we'll get this on a push down. Come on, Microsoft, just one more time, baby, if we can get it. We did not reload Apple, but like I said, Apple still 10x, well, not 10x, Amazon. So it's 5x Amazon, but 10x everything else there. We only have Microsoft on board. So this name, again, if we can get the fill at 80, then we'd be flat on this name. We are risking it now up into basically the high of the day. So into what we've been seeing in the pre-market right there, 426. We'll just try to take advantage of that move. And again, you got to be able to read tape. We talk about that all the time. And I just think that's something else that I like to do. That's sort of where I started. So, watching out for that. You got to be watching stock. But reading tape is really a lost art because it doesn't really matter anymore in the sense that there's so many dark pools. Like everything is D's. And you could fade out all this. You could sort of, at least in P Pro 8, which is the real trading software that we're trading on, and I know Obi does this, you could filter out some of these dark prints and only look for ones that are certain share sizes. But for me, I just keep it 100.
You know why I want to see it?
Yeah.
So two things. One, because if you've been watching tape from back in the day, like when I see a bunch of P's or a bunch of X's, like Edge X is, well, it's K, but or NASDAQ is T or Arca is P, like I can see it spitting through a real gateway. But I also want to see when there's a ton of dark pool printing at a certain level, right, or like a programmed dark pool. I never want to take it off because if I see someone peppering in the dark or in the mid, I want to know that that's going on. So I know sometimes it doesn't help you. Like if looking at Macy's, I'm only going long when I see the real buyers step in above that 25. It's like P's and T's and that stuff.
P's and Q's.
But if we're sitting there and there's a program buy on the D's, I want to see it. I don't want to be missing out on that. You can have two time of sales up as well. Some traders will do that. One with them, one without. Always with Adara and Sector Watch.
Quite a few green sectors today. It's actually interesting. We don't have any notably red sectors, just a lot of green here and some pretty flat as we head into near highs of day here after those downwardly revised BLS numbers here. Finance pretty flat. Finance may be the reddest sector here with a few red names. You've got Wells Fargo and AXP to the downside, but they're generally pretty flat. Health technology flat, commercial services flat, and health services. But in terms of strength, the biggest sector to talk about here, it has to be retail trade. Not one, but two very strong numbers here coming out of the sector. TJX up about 6%, Target up about 12% plus on their earnings. A lot of other names in the sector feeling those effects to the upside. Energy minerals strongly green here after getting those EIA numbers. Manufacturing very strong. Process industries, consumer durables green here across the board with some news coming out of Ford in their EV lineup. Worth noting here too, electronic technologies super strong here. NVIDIA and Apple both to the upside. TXN had a conference call yesterday where they had some well-received guidance, getting some positive analyst notes. So definitely one to watch out for. But actually more mixed though on the technology services side of things, other than some strength here in Meta. Worth noting here, we do have some tech earnings on watch too with Zoom and Snowflake reporting after the bell. So could be an interesting sector to watch today, guys.
All right, so we're going to take an L here, it looks like, anyways, temporarily on Microsoft because we're going to break. And it looks like it's going to go breaking through 426. We're short now at 425.60s. So it's a 20-cent hit if you want to take it out now. I'm not going to. I think we'll hold it. It's only 10 cents from now. Let's see if this wants to go higher or not. I'm not even bidding anything till the 50s, but there it goes. Did not break, came close. Watch out now for maybe a false breakdown. But look at this, there it goes. Now it's going to go, nope. But at the end of the day, the market's ripping. I mean, you're up 1% right now. All we had written down was longs today here. And that's part of it, man. I mean, there we go. We'll give some back, obviously, on that play. But there it goes, man. Nice moves higher. We still have got Apple. Apple is $1 in the money. Again, we should have had that reload. I know Neil did. That was a good one. But there goes Apple. Huge. And we still have this. So that's a good play.
Yeah, but I got out. So it's half a dozen. What's the saying? Half a dozen or whatever.
Yeah. And then Amazon right now trying to go as well. So that's another one right there.
NVIDIA broke the top.
Oh, I still have NVIDIA trying to break 130. What is that?
I like the 130 break on NVIDIA as well. I just kind of feel like I'll be mad at myself if we get there and I haven't gotten along yet. So like there's breaking 130 or there's finding along on the way to 130. Because if we're going to hold and test 20,000, if we test 20,000 and NVIDIA doesn't get to 130, I will be absolutely surprised. What's the scaling on this? There we go. So 130 up here. There's plenty of room. We got $1 to go. Previous high 128.85. Like there was no chance at the bottoms on NVIDIA. So 126 didn't come into play. I actually had a 124. I don't even know why I thought that. Let's look for the next available dip on this stock. Apple, I don't know what to tell you. So I got out and then it broke higher. This is not, like obviously, this is a breakout order, right? So I have a stop order if it breaks 228. Like I'm not bidding just floating above that price, otherwise I'd be long. If it breaks 228, I'm looking to go long or play the next available dip. But I don't think VWAP is going to be gracious enough to give us a fill at this point. So this triple top, let's just look there. It was 227.5, 227.60. If it holds that bid, look for the dip buy at that price. As we also look for a dip buy in NVIDIA, which is flying along with this market. So Apple, NVIDIA, those are the places I want to dip. Macy's probably shouldn't care about this. You know, it's just an SSR bounce play. It's not a good stock, so leave it out for the market move. All right, here's NVIDIA trying to hold 129. I want a long where I can have a stop underneath 75. So if it fails 29, I'd look for some liquidity in here and a bounce in front of 75, or just a long if 129 holds on its own.
Okay, so we're not doing a whole bunch of things right now. The trade that I was thinking about was right here, right now, and that was going to be Amazon, but then it kind of faded off of that 181.75 break. You know, we keep on bouncing off and in around VWAP, so that's kind of concerning to me. I would rather it have made the move up. What did NVIDIA do?
Sydney Sweeney is going to be some kind of ambassador for Crocs. So what's the short float on Crocs? What is going on? Okay, so I'm hearing Sharif and Dara talk about this. 9% short flow. It's already gone. Okay, there might not be. I don't know what you can grab here. It's already up 7% on Crocs. This couldn't have just come out. No, this had to already happen. I heard it in my ear just now. This for Crocs, but I mean Crocs already up $8 and it just pulled back. So I'm not punching any highs. I got excited about that because everyone knows when you get an important ambassador, it's a popular one. It's 9% short float. It would have looked interesting to me, but I'm not going to hit it at those highs. So let that one calm down a little bit. I just heard it in on Benzinga. So let's see if it continues that trend. Eyeball's still going to be on NVIDIA and Apple. NVIDIA just did the liquidity grab underneath 129, held 129.80. So I'm going to give it to that local bottom, and we're going to go long here is, I don't know what everyone's so excited about in the back there. Okay, they're excited about the Sydney Sweeney thing. Okay, fair enough. I mean, Crocs just pulled back like $3. I thought it happened just now, and I could look over at Crocs and maybe punch along. But it was already up like $8. So what are you going to do?
Okay, so this is getting. She's really excited about this, by the way. So we'll hopefully have a
look,
good.
man, you've seen him on his
there's
Instagram.
two positive trades.
I know what he looks at on Instagram. We've already seen that live. So
I know.
which is fair. Hey, man, to each their own. I'm not judging anybody.
Hey, we're not trying to blow up Sharif's Instagram over here. Neil's blowing up your Instagram again.
I didn't say it. Okay, yeah, I did say that. Didn't I?
Okay, so right now,
It's not a bad thing. I don't see what the big deal is.
potentially why Sharif knows. I mean, I don't know if that would show up on my Instagram feed or not, but shout out.
No, it wouldn't
to
show up on mine.
Sharif. Right there, very excited about Sydney.
But at least I know who that is.
Yeah,
Sometimes
exactly.
I wouldn't know
exactly.
at all.
I mean, you're old, but I mean, at least you're right there with Sydney Sweeney. All right, Tesla trying to go right now. Again, here we go, 222. Tesla trying to pull back just a little bit right now. So we're really in nothing. We still have Apple. Apple was $1. We still have a little small piece there. But now the market's trying to come back a little bit. So we're not going to get that Amazon top tick out. But here comes the market in just a little bit. Let's maybe try, I don't know. I don't want to really try. Microsoft is, look at Microsoft, by the way. We got stopped out 426. It's now $1 down. But there it goes. Man. This is what happens in the market, right? So a nice little move down as we wait to see what this retracement is all about now. Downside, I'd say yes now for the market. So there we go. Nice little move down. We were trying to catch that, but we can't be in it forever, guys. Unfortunately, that's just part of it. And again, move down. We will have a negative name today. That will be Microsoft. One win for Apple, one win for Amazon. I mean, Apple's huge. We don't have to talk about Apple too much. We've already said how great that's been. Amazon pulling now into view up and breaking lower. So we do have a little bit of a worry spot here for me on Amazon now trying to get lower. So we're not in this, man. We talked about it. Would like to take that break. I'm now going to cancel that break trade with only 10 minutes left. We're having a great day. It's been a tough one as I look, but I hope you guys are okay. We'll just continue to watch out to see if there's any decent trades going through there. Macy's on a rebound is probably a good one. AMD maybe something to look at with NVIDIA. So yeah, yesterday we really traded SOXL quite well. So that could be another name that we wind up looking at, SOXL.
Yeah, it's a slow motion move up on Macy's, which is wild because it was not a slow motion move on the way down in the pre-market for Macy's.
Slow motion foment.
Slow motion foment. So look, NVIDIA, if we're going to get to VWAP, I'm not going to hold to VWAP. The plan was buyers came at 29, give it to the local high, right? So if that's what we want to do, and then wait for the next available dip. Next available dip looks like VWAP. It's 128, but remember the support, it's double barrel support at 127.60. Like there and there. So I don't want to get married to the notion that it has to be 128 because there's a good chance that the buyers were underneath 128 before, that it's just best. Even if you're going to stop it, it's not like you can go 128 and a stop at 127.5 is a bad out. That's reasonable on NVIDIA. But if you can get your price better than VWAP underneath and then have a better price with the same stop, then you might as well do it. So when the market's coming down like this, I'm not just going to buy in front of VWAP. Support's at 127.50. I'll see if I can get some longs in front of that. Adara, what up? No? Yes.
We do have here the U.S. dollar trying to break its 3-day red streak, though maybe not for long. Green on the day right now, but definitely a bit of a bearish topping tail candle on the daily chart for the DXY. Payrolls here coming in lower than expected. So this payrolls benchmark from the BLS for March 2024 was half an hour late, but it also showed a 0.5% decrease here. So negative 818,000 jobs versus the estimate of a 187,000 job decrease. So that's certainly worth noting. Also worth noting, though, is the FOMC minute release for the July meetings. So again, not a meeting here. This will be the minutes from the July meeting coming out here at 2 p.m. This will be pivotal as we wait for the Jackson Hole Symposium to unfold. We have Fed Chair Jerome Powell set to speak at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Friday. So again, FOMC minutes and these lower than expected payrolls estimates coming in, certainly weighing heavily on the U.S. dollar today, guys.
I mean, I actually want to throw up right now. Like, we had this Microsoft short dead to rights, and we were out of everything else. Like, we didn't even have a risk to the long there. Like, that's how well we sort of sniffed this out. And I'm sitting here basically wondering what I've done now. There's a huge move down. With just a couple minutes left in our show, you're going to go over to the Midday show where they are talking about MACD. If you're looking for oscillators, Sharif is your guy today. MACD plus Sydney Sweeney. You're going to have one hell of a show. It is a swish. It is a damn well home run. So right there, we're getting ready to rock and roll. Shout out to Sharif, Patrick, Neil, everybody today. It's been a great day. And I hope everybody has been having as much fun as we are here, Neil. So far, so good. Let's just keep the good vibes going, as you always hear us talk like that on this show. So lots of fun with Miss Sweeney.
I don't even know what to say about the whole, look, the market is wild enough, and hey, maybe this ends up being a story that moves something you could trade off of. I think the Crocs could easily squeeze. I'll go back to it in a quick second. Remember I was just saying about NVIDIA, don't just marry yourself to VWAP? The buyers were at 127.5 before. The buyers are at 127.5 again here. So looks like it's trying to get into VWAP. All of a sudden, 128 is a little bit of resistance.
So
if that's going to be the case, then we're going to get a little bit out there if we can hold VWAP. So don't hold this to there. Get out and then go back in off of those lows. I am not happy with myself over my performance in Meta, because there's your trend line in Meta. There was one chance to get this trade. It was right here. It was right there. It came up, it wicked the trend line, and the market just fell like an absolute rock. And like that happened really fast. You guys can tell, you can see the reversal. That's a tough one to get into because you're looking for it to break up and then fail. And when it fails the trend, you got to try to get it on the way back down. That's tricky to do because you have to be very, very fast if that's the entry. And it just fell a lot faster on Meta. So I might as well just get rid of that trend line. It's no longer valid. Can't really trade off of it when it's already dropped $5. All you can do is brush it off and move on to the next, which, by the way, I'm not saying it's going to be the next. I'm not reloading Macy's. Like, either this bounce gets us to VWAP or it just doesn't happen. The most it went was, I think, 10 pennies in the money when I was risking 5. And if that's what Macy's is going to do, that's what Macy's is going to do. You can't make it trade a range that it doesn't want to. Oh my goodness, Apple. Apple's at 20. All right, just cancel the breakout order at 228 because Apple's at 226. Okay, that just happened.
Yeah,
we're here now.
We just gave up $3. So yeah, that sucks, man.
What the heck?
We were right there on Microsoft, and I just turned over to Shreve. Like, you won't believe what I've done. But that's okay. Again, stop orders. And we had Brian Shannon on yesterday. We talked about, making sure that you trade what you know and trading your style and all of that. And my style, of course, is to trade bigger shares and get out when key levels are broken and try to be a little stubborn sometimes. We did hit Microsoft really great, but we didn't hold it enough. So that's a day changer right there. That's like a month changer if we're able to hold on to that. Now, don't get me wrong. We wouldn't have been, we probably would have won $3. Like, we'd still be in some of it. But the real play is probably $4.25. We would have been real excited about the dollar. Then into here, we probably would have got out. So this is an extended move down. So all good on this one, man. To be able to sniff out certain plays, like we're out of Amazon all the way back in, there's going to be plays here that are going to be coming through. I just don't right now want to go long. We've said this play, man. Like I was talking about what levels could we possibly break. We're right back into here. I'm nervous about this 19,800. I sort of documented this or talked about it anyways earlier on. And thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, by the way. I did see a super chat slip in there. I think it was $2. Just saying entertaining and great trades. So yeah, man, I mean, it'll be a positive day for me. That move there sucked because of Microsoft. But again, we get out of the way on Apple. We don't average in. There's no problems. And Amazon, we're out of the way. It's just the one red name we'll have. We'll trade 3 names. We'll be red on Microsoft. But I leave with confidence knowing that we nailed that play. It's just we don't have the right out. So all good, man. What's up, Rivian Millionaire, man? I'm still waiting to make my first million on Rivian. So I think that stock would have to go to
I think we're all waiting for our first.
For me to make $1 million because I don't have.
That would be a fun thought experiment.
What's that?
I'm gonna figure that out for myself too. What price would I need Rivian to go to get to $1 million? Yeah. I'm gonna go with never. That's my answer to that. Like Rivian, to me, it's like a home run or bust type of play in the long term. I have it in my TFSA, which is, I don't know, I'll call that a swing account, relative to tax-free savings account here. So all those tend to be my like more shot plays. But yeah, it's a small percentage of it. And sometimes you take a shot at a stock, but it's not like one of those core holdings. I think that makes a lot of sense. Apple wicked 226. So when I was like, Apple's at 226, like if we don't break that support, as Sean mentioned, 19.8. If we don't break it, then the stocks I like long, if they hold a support line, then I'm going to try the bounce. So Apple, while that was going on, I didn't realize I still had my stop in case it broke out. So I had a stop, which would obviously trigger because you're underneath these prices. So I got long and it immediately just punched me. I'm like, oh, I still had a stop from before. So I punched back in, and this is a retracement. It held on to 225.90 and came back above 226. When I saw that, I'm like, I want the long 226 to the low. So I grabbed it when it held the bottom, after it held the bottom, I should say, not as it's holding. After it held the bottom, get some out 20s, get some out 40s, look for VWAP is the plan of action. We're out in front of the 50s somewhere. The 25 already had a seller. We're going to look for VWAP retrace here. But, sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. Meta all of a sudden looks like it could go a ways back here. It's underneath VWAP. Look at where this turned from on the daily. From so strong to this, I got to be thinking there's a short here somewhere on Meta. It's just a matter of finding it. The trend line, thought I deleted this. Let me do that again. That's now no longer valid. I didn't hit save. That was a problem. So it might be a VWAP short here on Meta. I'll let that one set up. But Apple bounce was the only play that we just got into off that 226. And the only key was I got to see it lose 226 and the buyers came right back in. That's the key. If that doesn't happen, I don't go for the long on Apple. Still looking okay there for now, but that's all temporary for this name. It just went from green to red. So VWAP retrace, and that's all I'm looking for.
Look, we say it all the time on the show. Yeah, good analysis right there. Our water's already down to 2 o'clock. I got to run to the boys' room. Right there, we're almost out with only a minute left. Look, in continuing the good vibes, in continuing what the purpose of a trading floor is, I'm going to give props up right now. In second place, it's Big Patty Ice right there. And the thing is that Big Patty Ice right now, trading, I don't know. I'll say what stock. Normally we don't give out the stocks, but I'm sure he's fine with it. Mara, trading one name today. Here's Mara. And look, man, being in, there he is. What's up, Big Patty Ice? There it is. So give a wave, BPI. There he is. Other way, other hand. There he is. Yeah. Get focused, man. What are you doing turning around, Big Patty Ice? Focus on your game. Right there. But the idea behind it is that follow your game plan. If it's multiple stocks, it's multiple stocks. I've traded 3. Neil's traded 10. I don't know. How many?
No, half those are buyouts.
Okay, but how many other
5.
ones? Oh, only 5 names? Okay, so we've kept them very, very in the pocket today. Neil's traded 5 names. I've traded 3 names. BP Ice 1 name. So this is the thing. Stay specific to your strategies, man. It's really, really working out. But let's keep on going with the good vibes, man. It's 11 o'clock. I'm actually really interested in this lesson. Of course, maybe I should say I'm interested in every lesson. Well, actually, there was one there that I never heard of before. Forget what it was. One of the
Yesterday's.
channels. Donkey and Channels. How did I dare remember that? But yeah. Okay, that was the one. But MACD is something that that is well talked about.
I think we're all familiar with
well
that.
charted, and it's something that a lot of people look at. So if you're interested in a lesson on MACD, which I know me and Neil are, then we're going to be paying close attention to what's about to happen. Thanks, Neil.
Go Macy's.
Yeah, thanks, Fabian. Go Macy's. Get back up there, Macy's. Shout out to Ramin, who's somewhere. Brendan, who will potentially be live from Jackson Hole or not. Shout out to Brendo as well.
See if he can fit it in.
Randy with the cameo today. Rob for the coffees. And everybody else and everyone that's watching.
Yes, sir.
And Bears vs. Bulls, of course, who's there every single day, the best in the business. All right, everybody, let's keep on going. It's been a great day, and it's about to get even better, Neil.
Yes, it is.
It's the Midday Madness with these guys. Let's go. I got to use the bathroom.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara right there in the gray suit. And I guess this is Army Green. I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. Shout out to Mr. Two Pamps, who's always dancing in there. Darwin, the OG. Shout out to him. We got Chase Bands. Who's chasing Bands, ironically enough? MB3 joining us. What's up to Brandon Townsend and Big Asian? What's up, Big Asian? Andrew Chow and Hey Davis, Mateus Lane, Matthew Booth, Jeremy Newman, and Wapadilla. We got covalence. I remember covalent bonds from chemistry class. That's all I remember. Do you remember that, Dare?
I do.
Bob Dubb, we got Peter, we got Fiddlebeck, Vin, Yan, Novak, and Andrew. We got, I'm not reading that out. Ronaldo, we got Lionel Martinez and Mary L, as well as New Mexico. Misfit, okay, that's nice. TH and Yannick, we got Bongzilla, Matthew Booth, Michael Walter, Glenn Smith. USA's in the chat. 1320. Good morning to everybody, and good morning to you, Adair.
Good morning to you, Sharif. How are you doing on this fine, very exciting Wednesday?
It's great. It's nice and cool outside. Some people like that. Some people don't. You happen to like it, Neil, not so much. I'm kind of in the middle. Gonna take this. I know it was too cool. I know, bro. Right now it's a little bit better though. Got into an Apple trade super quick here. Neil yelled this out. 226. Got touched super quick on the dead one Apple, and I was all eyes and ears. I did take that long, wet my beak there on about 25 pennies, but it is still having trouble breaking back above that 226.50, which is the line in the sand today between green and red for Apple. So we're going to keep eyes on that. Lots to talk about today, Dara. There was a huge market flush, dropping 181 points in about 10 minutes, and that had everybody talking on the floor.
It did have everybody talking on the floor, chit. And then, the market, I actually tried to short the SPY in that. I have thoughts on this. So yesterday, Sharif knows, I literally sat down, I was like, I missed my level in SPY. And Sharif's like, was that 559 by chance? Because Sharif knows what I'm like, and knows what levels I like. Now, as we sit down, we careen violently here, and I say, Dara, take the 559 short if it shows up. I missed the first try. I tried it the second time, ended up getting it at 558.90s. Honestly, for my style of trading, why the heck am I trying to take the retest? There, if you didn't get the breakdown, you didn't get the breakdown. Move on. Where's the next trade? Shout out to Obi. Alas, I did not. I don't know where, to be clear, I took a 20-cent hit on this. This is what I would be, it's, I need to be chill. It's not a huge deal. But then I've been watching the SPY book since, because I'm still getting all my side charts set up for today. And the SPY looking now to bounce here. So if we can come back to that 559.20 area, I have a dip buy. I'll risk into 559s because we don't want to break that level in any kind of salient way. And then I want to see if I can take this here as we push back up into 560s. I still like 559s. I like it on a multi-level time frame. Speaking of multi-level time frames, I apologize to Sharif because I was talking to Zeroff about Meta. I've been talking about Meta 530 since I was here with Obi last Friday, and I was like, Meta the 530. Blah, blah, blah.
Those are the best ones.
It was a great one. Yeah. And I took a successful short on this on Friday. Well, one of them I got stopped at early. The second one I took on that 530 breakdown. Look where we break out of beautifully here. 530. Look where we're trying to careen down to. Did you say 530? I'm watching 530. Also on a multi-time frame level to me is Mademoiselle Lily. I am really upset because I didn't want to find an excuse to trade her, but here she is. I'll talk more about her in detail later because I have a lot of really specific levels, but Lily on my mind here, Meta on my mind here. My levels on Meta I haven't had come in yet, but Lily, don't be surprised if I hop into a Lily trade during the last set. I will let you guys know once that happens.
And feel free to interrupt, Adara. You know how
apparently there's a super time from the last.
From the last one, I did close it, Fabian. I closed the window. So say it again. You sent it to me. Okay, let's shout that out. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare. He sent it to me right there. There we go. KC Armstrong. Why do I suck? 5K on Apple made 25 cents. Okay, so you're viewing your trading window from the context of one trade. I wouldn't say that should be, that's not how you're going to judge yourself, obviously. Look, dude, I think we just had a big boy drop on the market right now. I think you had something sound. The Katia Man was over $1 in the money on Apple, so I think you had the right idea. Let's not be too hard on ourselves. Remember, I don't know if it's if you invested 5,000 shares or $5,000 worth of shares. I'm really sure here, Katina Man. Yeah, but shout out to Casey Armstrong. Obviously, don't really want you to talk about yourself like that, and that's probably not true. Shout out to you. Let me know how the rest of your day goes, and thank you very much for the super chat. All right, guys, we are talking today about moving average convergence divergence, MACD for short. one of the most used indicators on this floor, and I'm willing to bet probably with our viewers as well, as it is one that's widely known and well, I don't want to say it's easy to use, but one of the easier ones to use. So let's get right down to it, baby. Understanding MACD. Let's just start with some basics as we typically do. MACD, or moving average convergence divergence, obviously is a technical analysis indicator, but it's known for measuring the relationship between two exponential moving averages, EMAs, from our previous lessons. It's composed of two lines. So the MACD line, okay, which is the first line we're talking about. This is calculated by subtracting the longer period EMA from the shorter period EMA. We don't need to know the duration. We don't need to know the mathematics behind it. We just need to know how to use it. So the MACD line is composed of the difference between the longer EMA and the shorter one. And then the signal line, which is the other line on the MACD, is actually the 9-period EMA of the MACD line. So it's a derivative of the original line. And those are the two that we're using, okay? So two lines show up on your MACD indicator, the MACD line and the signal line. To reiterate, the MACD line is composed of the difference between a longer EMA and a shorter one. The signal line is just the 9-day EMA of the actual MACD line. I hope that is not too convoluted. And this is typically how it appears on your chart. It usually will be on the bottom of the chart, typically where the volume is. I have it up with multiple different indicators. I'll just show you my look real quick. Here to digress, on the top we have RSI. This is average true range, and right on the bottom there is MACD. And I also have my volume. My volume ain't going nowhere, baby. So this is my MACD setup right here. Okay, and that's what you're going to see there. So on this particular chart, the MACD line is the red line and the signal line is the dotted green one. Not a hard and fast rule. Obviously, you can color them whatever you want. And then you'll notice these bars over here. This is a histogram. And the histogram essentially is representing the difference between the distance between the signal line and the MACD line. When the distance between the MACD line and the signal opens up, spreads out, you'll get longer bars, whether high or low. So you'll see here, the distance is between them. The MACD line is above the signal line, so you get bars moving up. When the MACD line is below the signal line, you'll have these histogram patterns down. You don't need to use the histogram patterns. All they're doing here is depicting the difference, the space between the signal line and the MACD line. You don't actually need them, okay? So let's talk about the first way, the method to use MACD. The one that I want to talk about first is MACD price action divergence. That means the price is doing one thing and the MACD is doing another. And so we're usually on the lookout for that because usually it's a leading indicator to what may be coming. I'll explain myself in a second. So divergence occurs when the MACD line moves in the opposite direction of the price. So we have two of these scenarios we want to talk about. There is the first one called bullish divergence. So this whole thing here is divergence between MACD and price. One's bullish, one's bearish. Let's talk about the bullish one first. This is where the price makes a new low while the MACD makes a higher low. So if you think about the price going down and to the right, it's making new lows, but and the MACD is going up and to the right, it made a higher low. So the lows between the price and the MACD not jiving. I'll show you what it looks like in a sec. Then you have bearish divergence, right? This is when the price makes a new high while the MACD makes a lower high. So again, diverging here, not with lows, but with highs. This indicates to you a potential bearish reversal. Let's see what they look like IRL. So here we go. This is a price action chart. Don't know what stock this is. Don't quite care. We get obviously a trough over here where we start drawing our trend line. And this will be, let's call this low zero. And then over here, we make a newer low. So a lower low than the previous one that we based our initial analysis on. Let's see what the MACD did at that time when the price made a new low. Funny enough, the MACD made a higher low. So this is kind of what we're looking for here. The price to continue to make lower lows, but the MACD saying, I've had enough of this low game. We're going to start making higher lows. And this is what we call bullish divergence. You don't have to act upon it right when you see it, but it is a leading indicator to tell you that the winds of change may be coming. Again, underline may, okay? The second one we want to talk about is bearish divergence, essentially the exact opposite of the first, okay? So what we're doing here, the price makes a new high while the MACD makes a lower high, okay? And this is exactly what we see here. This is price action crest over here breaking at 14.5, and then the subsequent crest to make the double top is higher than its predecessor. Not so though on the MACD. The MACD makes a lower high, and look what ends up happening. You end up breaking down. So this double top manifests, okay? And you can read these chart patterns on MACD as well. A double top on MACD could be used possibly as a reversal indicator in the same way that you're looking at a double top on the price action. So they don't negate one another. So that's the first method that we wanted to talk about there is price action, MACD divergence. It's a leading indicator and it's possibly showing you that the winds of change may be coming. But that's not the only way to use MACD, not by a long shot. Let's talk about it as a signal buying tool. So how do we use it here? So MACD can be used to generate buy and sell signals based on the crossovers between the two lines we talked about, the MACD line and the signal line. So let's talk about exactly how to do that. The first one we want to talk about is the bullish crossover. Much like we had bullish and bearish for divergence, we have bullish and bearish for our crossover signal buying move. Sorry, guys.
Bless you.
Still got a little bit of a holdover cough there. So the bullish crossover, let's talk about that one first. This is when This is when the MACD line crosses above the signal line. And here it's indicating to you a potential bullish trend reversal. And I'll show you how this all looks on the chart in a second. And then the bearish crossover is the exact opposite of that. That's when the MACD line crosses below the signal line, and it's indicating to you a potential bearish reversal. And here's how they look on the chart. So on this particular instance, the MACD line is the blue line and the signal line is the red line. And lo and behold, when you get that blue-red crossover, it's literally at the start of the trough, and then we end up making higher highs and obviously higher lows, and we trend up nicely there. Looks like about $4 on this name. But you did get a crossover down here as well. And look what ended up happening. You start consolidating, okay? So this is the bullish crossover. The bearish crossover, exactly the opposite of that. So when the MACD line crosses below the signal line, indicating to you a bearish trend reversal, and that's what you get over here. So we're waffling. We make a new crest up there at around 15 and a quarter, and then you get the crossover between MACD and signal, and you end up making lower lows and lower highs for what looks like to be a period of months, okay? Not much in the way of price movement on this stock, but the fact of the matter is it made lower lows and lower highs. So this is what we call the bearish crossover. Let's talk about a different method, though, of using MACD. It's not just about divergence and crossovers. There's more. Oh, baby. Let's talk about using it in tandem or in conjunction with the relative strength index. Not, a focus of our lesson today. But if you want some, just quick cursory understanding of how to use RSI, just go back to our YouTube page, go to the search and type in RSI, and you'll have all sorts of videos on that. Let's talk about the different types of trades we can combine MACD and RSI with. Let's talk about the bullish entry, okay? In this particular case, what we're looking for is the MACD line to cross above the signal line. So we got the bullish cross, check. But then we also want to see what the RSI is up to, where it's at, what it's doing. In this particular case, you'll have a really nice high probability setup if you get the cross between the MACD and the signal line to the bull side and simultaneously have the RSI in oversold territory. That means, what does that mean? Well, that means, it's oversold. It should be being bought up. Obviously, it's not that simple with RSI, but in this case, you're already adding to it by getting the bullish crossover with the MACD line. So this is an interesting one you guys can be looking at. Look for the MACD line to cross above the signal line for a bullish entry, and simultaneously look for RSI to be in below 30 or just coming out of that 30, or with the recent move up. There's a bearish entry as well, kind of the opposite. This is when the MACD line crosses below the signal line. So a bearish entry, it's a bearish crossover there. And in this case, what you want is the RSI to be above 70 in that overbought territory area, okay? And simultaneously, you're going to be looking for the price action, obviously, to come back down. So two things you need to be looking at here: MACD line, bearish crossover, and RSI to be in that overbought territory above 70. So these are your entry signals to get into a trade, whether bullish or bearish. Let's talk about some before we do that, let's look over here. Okay, so this is the RSI, the blue line over here, and then the indicator below is MACD. So you'll notice that RSI kind of gave you the indication that the winds of change on this, move up could be coming before the MACD did, but you don't want to act upon it alone. You want to wait for confirmation from the moving average convergence divergence. So what am I looking at here? I'm seeing a crossed above 70 days before we got the bearish crossover between the MACD and the signal. So you didn't act upon it here, but once you got confirmation over here and you shorted, well, you can see the move there. All right. So the RSI gave you the indicator first that, the winds of change may be coming, but my suggestion to you would be not to act upon it until you get that bearish crossover on the MACD to add that next level of confirmation. So these are your entry signals, a bullish entry and a bearish entry. Let's talk about some exit signals, how to weasel yourself out of the trade. Let's talk about the bullish exit. So this is when you're in a long and you're looking really here for possibility of the trend ending, and this is going to be what you're looking for. The MACD line, first and foremost, what is it doing here? We want the MACD in this particular instance to be crossing below the signal line, but the RSI moves above 70. So we're not looking for the RSI to come down from 70 anymore. We're looking it to move into 70. So this is the idea here is that you may be starting to get overbought and it might be time to ring the profit bell. So that's your bullish exit. Let's talk about the bearish exit. So say you're short something and you want to know if the bleeding is going to stop. Here's what to look for. You want the MACD line, in this case, to cross above the signal line. So all of a sudden, we may be getting a shift in the trend because now we're getting a bullish crossover. Simultaneously, though, you want to see the RSI move in below 30. So it moves into that oversold territory. So you've got the two things. You've got the bullish crossover on the MACD, and the RSI is telling you, yeah, I think we've sold out enough here. It may be time to either consolidate or pop back up. So that's what you're looking for. MACD line crosses above signal line, but the RSI falls below 30. And those are the three trades that we're going to talk about today. And what really is remaining is just to tell you about some of the contexts where MACD does the best. So let's talk about when the MACD is most accurate, because this is when we should try to employ it the most. Number one, trending markets. MACD tends to perform far, far better in markets that are trending rather than ranging. Haven't heard that before. Markets also with consistent volatility tend to bamboozle you a little bit if you're using MACD. So MACD can be less reliable in markets with high or sudden price spikes. And I know we have the ad read, but I'm almost done.
I can get that ready.
Yeah, awesome. So I just have an opportunity. And last but not least, longer term time frames seem to perform or seem to be a bit more conducive to the MACD. So while MACD can be used certainly on shorter time frames because everything is fractal in TA, it often provides more reliable signals when it appears on the daily or when it appears on the weekly. So keep that in mind. Obviously, if you're swing trading, that's kind of your bread and butter. And some data-driven insights here, because a lot of people always want to know, where we get this information, what kind of studies have been done on the accuracy or lack thereof of MACD.
Accuracy.
Huh?
The accuracy.
So here's a couple of, these are a couple of authors who did very thorough studies. They're kind of dated from 2006, 2004. But Gulnar and Brent Wormsley, this research analyzed the effectiveness of various technical indicators. One of them happened to be MACD. They tested it across multiple market conditions, multiple time frames. They found that MACD performed better in trending markets, and they suggested it was most effective when used in conjunction with other technicals, specifically RSI, which is why I chose to use RSI RSI today for the last method here. And there was Kajavec, I hope I don't butcher this name, and Otters White back in 04. This study was basically analyzing technical analysis in financial markets. It found that MACD, when combined with volume here, volume-based indicators, they said, could absolutely improve trading performance, especially in momentum and, identifying momentum in trending markets, so they said. So those are a couple of studies there. If you want to get a little bit more nuanced with it, have at it. And that is a lesson today.
Yeah, and that is also brought to you, as the show is, by Benzinga Pro. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage, okay? You can get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. And I may be surprising no one here has spent a lot of this time watching the Lily book. I put this idea in the chat. Yeah, shout out to the Piper there for the comment on that. Happy to help it anyway. Not trying to give any advice here because the way I trade Lily is also heavily based on the order book. So I want to put that out there as well. But yeah, I mean, never advice, just always my take on the chart. My take on the chart and book and Lily right now is actually, it's rare that you have ideas that are kind of this clean. I think with Lily, although the book is so rangy, I'm not getting involved yet. I find this book to be really interesting because you've got actually with the book and the chart a setup that can work out. When I say you, I mean me. I have a setup here if this goes in either direction, and I'd be risking the exact same amount. We have a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio either way. Let's get into it. So as a long, and I have the 30-minute chart. I won't trade off the 30. I have the 5 on my side chart, which also looks good. But I have the 30 up here just to show you guys the levels because I think they're crazy clean. Look at this 940 hold, okay? This 940 hold is wild. I said yesterday I saw us hold the bid there at 940, creep up, slam the ask there to the upside, and then we flew. We flew like $10. So Lily 940 to me, that is an area that I do not want to be around. So if I were to take this short at 944, which is an area I like because that's an area we've been waffling around, and I think it's a little bit clearer on the 5-minute, but you guys heard me wax poetic about 940 and Lily yesterday. So I'd be taking 944 short. I'd be getting out by 940, and I'd be risking into 946s, which, as you can see here, pretty interesting little top and turn area. Look at this violet and topping tail candle in 946.50s. Look at this hold at 946. Basically risking into 946 for the short. But then I'd be going long 946 for the long, risking it into 944s, taking profit at 950. So again, what I'm trying to say here is I'm using the exact same levels in either direction, risking the exact same amount, trying to make $4, risking $2 either way. To me, this is a plan that makes sense. And Lily, to me right now, is setting up for a long. I know I said that I was like not really sure that it was ranging, and it was. But Lily's doing that thing that I said I like when spready stocks do this, is when you have the spread, and Lily, you know, I used to hate trading spready stocks. I talked about this a lot when I first started, but you have to learn how the spread will talk to you. And what Lily's spread is saying right now is, hey, I like 946.50s-ish on the ask, but my bid is slowly creeping higher. So I like this look. I want to make sure, you know, I'm seeing some darker red things coming on here on the tape that I don't lurve. But I will lurve if I see Lily get above that. Oh, okay, we just climbed another 2 cents. Okay, I'm going to be getting ready here to get long. Okay. That is for sure. I haven't seen us get below 944. Also, I'm looking at Crocs here because we're below. Okay, no, I am getting long, Lily. We'll deal with my Crocs analysis later. Shout out to Sydney Sweeney. To quote Sydney Sweeney's character in Euphoria, I have never, ever been happier. So hopefully Lily continues to make me happy. If anyone knew that reference, shout out. I know it was a meme for a bit. But Lily, I've never seen the book this clean. I will be kicking myself if I don't get involved. Did not get filled. Let's see what happens there. How are you doing?
Good. I'm short softy at this level over here. It's a little weak. A nice double top at around 424.75. That 75 penny level is not from nowhere. That's actually yesterday's closing print. Here is the 5-minute on MSFT. Big move up into 424.40. So yeah, 3 5-minute candles down. My out's 424, the break of 424. I'm looking for something around 423.25, basically to take it out ahead of the previous area trough. We have technically higher lows over here, but it looked like it was setting up for some weakness. So it looks like it's popping back up here, and that's typical for this market. This market, like, let me tell you, I haven't traded a whole lot, just one trade on Apple, but it seems awfully zigzaggy today. So we'll try to take the right trades, but quite frankly, much like yesterday, I feel like I may not have a full read on this market. So keeping an eye here on MSFT as it is moving back up against my position. And as I mentioned, a 424 break to the north side. We're going to have to let this one go. We're short here at 57s. It was continuing to make some lows, but finding a bit of a move up. Keeping an eye on the future to see what this one is up to. Well, we're at VWAP right now on the future, on the NQ September contract. Can't really discern a trend here. We spiked up, we spiked down. Now we just find ourselves somewhere in between there in the kind of 19,867. So not an area that I charted, nor did I have a plan for anything at this level on the future. But Microsoft seems weak to me, so we're going to try to take this momentum down. And again, anything above 424, Adara, we're going to get out. How'd your Lilly trade go? Did you get in?
I did get in.
Hey.
Still in it. Initially got part filled. Right now, I'm not loving what I'm seeing on the book. I'm trying to be calm. Also, one thing I really learned yesterday from taking a lot of these spready stocks is, like, I know I've been trying to have my hard levels on charts, but also if you see stuff you don't like on the book, like, why are you staying here? You know what I mean? So there's certainly a pan W trade I should have gotten out of earlier because I was in the short and the book was doing that slow creep on the bid that, as I just said, I find to be deeply bullish. In this case, though, Lilly is kind of giving you something funky. So we were holding 945.32s on the book or on the bid, 946.32s on the ask. Now here, what we just did, though, is we dropped 12 pennies on the ask, but then we jumped like 30 pennies on the bid. Now we're higher on both sides. Okay, let's get going. I know someone in the chat, I think it might have been crap stocks in the chat, at one point was like, hey, Daryl, can you do a lesson sometime on what you see in the book? I don't know if that would make sense because I feel like it's easier sometimes if I just talk you guys through what I'm seeing in the book live as I see it, because you're not always going to have those moments. Especially as I'm trading these spready stocks, which I'm trying to do more of lately. I'm sure I'll have more opportunities to live talk you guys through these. But basically, I like this kind of creep up here in Lilly. And also, I mentioned too, I liked it even better in the 5-minute chart. Look at these higher lows. Woo. Look how we're resting off the 90 MA, Sharif. To me, this looks beautiful. We just creeped up by a cent on Lilly. That is what I call deeply bullish on the bit. Like I said, this is one of my kind of personal indicators. My biggest thing too as well, if I were to give like a quick book reading lesson, I think it comes from instinct. It comes from, like if you want to be a reader, you got to read a lot of books. Take your time, look at a lot of order books, figure out what order books are setting up in the ways that you like, and you have to understand no two books are alike. Really, John Grisham and Agatha Christie, both mystery writers, both crime or loyal writers, they're not going to give you the same kind of book, okay? You have to know what type of book you want to read, what you're trying to get out of it, right? So when I'm reading my Tesla, when I'm scouting my Tesla, I'm looking for very different things because that is not spread. Lilly is more of a spread play here, and this is kind of interesting to me. What we'll do here, and again, now we dropped 20 cents on the ask as we continue to climb in the bid. It looks like we're trying to consolidate on the book for a move higher. I'm going to stop being a librarian over here and reading this Lilly book, but I'm going to let her ride. We're about 40 pennies out of the money on Lilly, which again, with this spread, that is I'm okay with that. Like I said, I'm risking into 944s because look how well this 944 is held. I want no smoke if we're below 944, but I want all the smoke if we stay above the 944. Well, let me tell you.
I hear you.
Also, Crocs, I'll just talk about quickly because I mentioned Sidney Queenie. Someone made a funny pun in there, a punny in there, saying, is she all she's crocked up to be? I do think she's a really good actor. That's a great pun. I was telling Sharif, we were saying we both think she's a pretty good actress there. She actually was nominated for 2 Emmys in the same year. And she's stepping into, her stepping into a different kind of shoe here, different shoe to fill, a different role to fill with this Crocs deal. So we're here. This is another spready one. This spread is tighter than it was lower. Now we're at 15-cent spread. This was 30 pennies earlier. I would like to see us get above the 90 MA. I think that'd be a nice look. But again, really the only thing I have my eyes on right now is this beautiful Lilly, which is again continuing to consolidate here on the spread. Also, if there's any stocks you're looking at that you want to hear Sean and Neil talk about, and definitely in a different way than be waxing poetic about Eli Lilly, get into that chat. Let us know what you're looking at. ! Join space. $, that ticker. Also, shout out to you guys, because we didn't just have X7 stocks yesterday.
No.
We had a wider breadth of stocks. So really shout out to that.
Thanks to you, because you kept telling everyone, don't just
People in the chat were saying that too.
Yeah.
So also shout out to our production team for that cool look there. Also, Lily is definitely curling for a breakout. I know I'm biased because I'm in the long, but the book looks great. But I will let you guys, if you hear me screaming, I guess I know how that went. Hopefully we'll be pleased as punch here. And again, also because I was seeing some, we do a bit of a different show here than what Sean and Neil do. We're doing a little bit of education. We're doing a little bit of edutainment.
Yeah.
And don't worry though, we still take some hot fire trades.
Oh yeah.
How is your Microsoft going?
Whoa.
Wow, I am pleased as punch for you.
Thank you.
That's a nice little looker.
Thank you. Yeah. We're about 50 pennies in the money. 2 outs already. Bigger position this time around. I added because I had the conviction at 424 for the lower highs. I wet my beak there. I think at 50. So we're still holding it right now. We're short 93s. I'm getting 51s here on the bid. I'd ideally like something around the $0.25, but knowing all the while that if we don't put a newer low, this will be an area of possible support. The area I'm talking about, 423 and a fifth. Needless to say, this comes back into 424, 424. I'll give it to the 01s. I'm Gonzino, right? I'm not going to let any part of this trade go against me. It's a momentum trade to the downside. That means it's got to go down, not up, right? So that's how shorting works, by the way. So anyway, around 423 and a fifth, 423 and a quarter, I'm looking at taking out the final part of the trade. So Microsoft a little weak, down 1/3% on the day, zagging, big move up here, had me feeling quite bearish about it, especially because it didn't bounce off any key level. So I felt like there wasn't really a buyer there supporting the name. Here we go in the 40s. I'm going to be waiting here to cover. Let's go 25 because I'm born on the 25th, and everybody knows how much I have an affinity for that number. Kind of crazy, but that's how I am. So we'll wait for something in and around that 423 $0.25. That's not the only one I'm looking at, guys. I'm sorry, Gorev and all the others. I have an Easy Trader as well. I haven't gotten to the small cap gappers yet. I was waiting for this Microsoft trade to finish, but I've got about 5 small cap gappers right now that all look quite good and that are tradable under my system, meaning they're above VWAP and above a discernible pre-market high. REVB kind of putting that to the test. I'll get to these in a hot sec, but I see you, Easy Trader. GovX looks good. I wanted to mention it this morning when we were at the big desk, but we didn't really have time there because we had other stuff to talk about. But obviously, monkeypox back in focus, and these vaccine names are likely going to be a thing. I was reading yesterday an article about it spreading in Toronto. Thankfully, it's the first variant. There's 2 variants now, one more contagious than the other. So far in North America, it's only the first less contagious, less aggressive variant that's made its way here. But who knows with international travel, how long that lasts for. So yeah, quite frankly, I'm all vaccinated out, and obviously I hate any of these pandemics or anything like that, but the fact of the matter is, if it manifests, then there's going to be tradable opportunity, so it behooves us to be aware of it. GovX really holding that 10 exponential fantastic, and when it breaches the 10 exponential, it's been a love affair with the 20, which is the yellow line on my chart. I chart on the black charts, guys, it's always the 5 minutes. On the white chart is always the 1 minute. That's kind of how I roll there. So yeah, that's the look. Keeping an eye on these bad boys, Adara. How's your situation on the other side?
So Lily's going well, and Lily, you always have to remember here that Lily is going to take her sweet time. So we were and to clarify here too, when I say in the money, I'm talking about on the bid side, I'm not talking about the ask side. So on the bid, we were a little slightly in the money here. Now we're about 25 cents out of the money. Also, as we push higher, we're going to be changing my stop now to 945s. I don't think I need to give this to 944s. I think that would be really overzealous also, just given what we've looked into. I don't want to risk too much. So that's what's going to be happening there. Also, in terms of my exit rules, should we get more decisively in the money, I will be getting out. Okay, like I said, I want $4 on this. That'd be the be-all, end-all. And I think that's realistic. 950 is a huge resistance level in the daily. I want to be out before 950, and I said that as well in the chat. So if we get into the 949, 70s, that's where I have the order. That being said, you got to have exit rules. You got to take that profit so you can make that profit. Pretend that made sense. And honestly, like I said, I'm trying to not trade P&L, I'm trying to trade progress and learning. With that being said, if I'm in the money on Lily and I see things that I don't trust in the book, I'm going to want to be able to cut and run a little bit there so that, my position doesn't take some Wegovy and get a little bit chip-topped there and losing some weight there in that position. So I will be getting out if we get to 948s, and we can't hold 948s. If I see anything that gets a little bit ugly to me at 948s in the book. I'll be getting out. That being said, Lily really struggling here to get back above that 946. Every time I see something that looks kind of bearish on the book, then it reverts and goes a little bit bullish. And like I said, one thing I'm trying to do more, you guys know I've been looking at longer term time frames, but while you're in the trade, I find shorter term time frames to be really helpful to reference as well. Like, hey, what are we doing? Lily, this was a bit of a bearish candle here as we tried to push above 947 to get on the ask. We never got there on the bid. I'd be like yelling if we got there in the bid, let me tell you. But what I do like here, Lily, that gives me, okay, also that push up on the ask gives me ask. Goes make sure you're saying that very cleanly there. Diction with that one. But I like how we're holding the 90 MA on the 3-minute. I like that we're pushed. Oh, okay, well, I really like that. Okay, Lily there. Nicely
Lily.
Up here on the ask and doing that thing I love on the bid where we climb up by 1 cent. I am really proud of my read on this trade. We just climbed another cent. Like I said, when I see these bids climb by like a single cent, not always, there can be exceptions, but to me, every time I've seen that happen, it's always been really bullish. We saw NVIDIA do that when it took that when Lily held 940s yesterday and popped $10. Now it did that. Okay, it's doing that here again. Please, this punch. We had that with SMCI as well yesterday when we had that climb up above 660s. Yeah, Lily is going right now. I am pleased this punch, Lily. Don't take that Wegovy, okay? Like, just wait till you take your Wegovy. So I'm really happy with this trade, and I'm really happy to see this Let's Govy to the upside. Slap the ask, says Odyssey Fights. Yeah,
Get it, Tony.
Lily doing that. That is for sure. Shout out to everybody here in the chat with that one. Also, though, thank you to Vic Jan Novak saying, like, thanks for going over what you see in the book of Lily. I'm happy to, because like I said, I think I've said this a lot, why I feel this show is really beneficial, especially as I'm a very, very new trader. And I mean, I also want to thank Sharif I love the opportunity to be up here every day. But I think when you're talking about stocks, when you're talking about, hey, this is what I like in the trade, you can also solidify it for yourself. You realize this is actually what I am looking for. This is what I want.
So
here.
true.
Now, Lily, and it did this, I'm okay with it doing this a little bit. We push up higher, then we take a little bit of a pause, a breather on the ask. But we're holding the bid nicely. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to wait. I'm going to see what's happening here. With Lily, honestly, you really need to pack your patience. Your patient needs like an extra large bag, okay? Like that, the way that thing moves. But what else are people looking at here? Because really, like I said, I'm just trying to keep all of my focus on the possibilities here before I look at the possibilities in the rest of the market. Make sure, though, if there's any stocks you're looking at, let us know in the chat. Exclamation point. Join. Space. $, whatever tickers are in there. Jason Ryan saying she was an auctioneer before this. Nah, maybe I'm a talktioneer. I definitely can do some talking, but honestly, these markets just keep me really energized. They keep me excited. They keep me alive. A little bit of red coming in on this tape here, Lily, but the bid holding up pretty well. Let's see what happens from here. I will obviously keep you guys posted, and if I gasp, we know things are going well.
Joshua liked that pun there.
Oh, did he? I didn't even hear that. Well,
he was
thank you,
pumped
Josh.
about
I like your Hawaiian shirt.
All right, so I did well here on Softy, and I'm happy with this trade. Initially got in short. I'll just want to review it. 423.60, added at 424. Initial out was 423.50, got out more 40s, then got out more at 30. So I'm happy with this trade. Looking to get back in. If it bounces off 423, there's been a whole lot of interactions today as a level of support with Microsoft and this 423. Look at the pre-market range. We were zigging, we were zagging, and we held 423. Then the opening bell comes, and we still hold that level. Even the trough there at the big market downturn at around 11 o'clock, just before 11 o'clock, held 423. So I'm all eyes and ears at this 423 level. Obviously, it has some sort of importance today with Microsoft, and if that's the case, then I want to capitalize on it in some way, somehow. So coming down into 423, I'm going to be very interested in taking along. I'm not going to have a resting order in and around there because, well, the market does bamboozling things. All right, let's look at the small cap gappers. There's the one that I specifically like here, and it's VRAX. Let me give you the deets as I typically do. VRAX. All right, Virax Biolabs. What are they? 13 2/3 million market cap with 20 1/3 million shares traded on the day. 1.7 million shares is the float. And let's find out what the short float is. And shout out to Nos Boss and his crew over there at Trade Ideas. 1% of said 1.7 million shares is short, so not a whole lot to talk about there. Good move up, obviously, needless to say. This has been a strong name. It had an outlying day on the 19th. That would be Monday, obviously, because of the whole issue with Mpox, monkeypox, or whatever we're calling it these days. We'll keep an eye out on this $9 level. If it really gets going, it's having issues with 6. $5.99 HOD. Now, this 6 1/3 to 6.5 could also be important because those were the pre-market levels on good volume, on, mind you, good volume for the pre-market on Monday. So I want to see what we do with those levels before I really start looking at $9. But that's what everyone's going to be looking at. 850 is the closing print on these candles over here for Monday, with the wick coming in just shy of 9. We're knocking on the door, as I said, of 6. Healthy respect for VRAX and the 10 exponential on the 5 today. Nary a breach. In fact, no breaches. Not nary, none. So every single wick, bounce, or otherwise, get it, Adara.
No, I'm not getting it yet. This thing just did a little bit of a shake and bake and a fake and bake. So we're gonna wait here. I just gasped because I was like, sorry.
I thought you were third prince. My bad.
Well, that'd be dope.
Yeah.
We'll do it. I'll let you guys.
$6 as we're looking at right now just got touched for the high of day. Every single touch to the 10 exponential though has bounced off. Does that continue? We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, VRAX certainly in play and on my watch. Let me give you the information on GovX because it might be a hot minute since I did. Here's the situation. $35 million market cap, $9.5 million shares traded on the day with a 2.5 million share float. And I'm willing to bet you this has a higher short float. And it does. 3.5% as opposed to 1 and change like VRAX. So again, nothing really, that could really get this to go parabolic. But the catalyst already is doing that. Neon, another good looker on the day, about 40% in the green right now. Rejected off 5, dancing at 4 2/3 right now. Here's the details on NEON. 3.25 million shares traded on the day, $72.25 million market cap, with the float around 10.25 million shares. So not big, not small. And then last but not least, the short float. 2.5%, 2.45%. So again, not really big short floats on these names. NEON certainly in play. Held VWAP on every single touch. There was a healthy respect here for the 10 exponential on the 5. Now we get more consolidative, as we typically do during the midday show. This sort of midday lull, so to speak. $4.50 seems to be an interesting level here. Okay, so we crested initially at 10.10 and 10.20 at this 450. We come down, then we end up taking it. We clear it by some distance, weaseling our way up to 5. Lo and behold, when we do come down, we hold 450, and we have been for the last 15 minutes or so. So 450 operative here, but so could VWAP, which is in the low 440s. So kind of hard to gauge this, but I'm more inclined to want to use price action, support, and resistance rather than indicators with these small cap gappers. In any event, NEON in play. You'll see here I've got Target, I've got Macy's on here in case they really do move. Obviously, they are earnings plays. Target with a big dub, Macy with a big L. It's funny how, it's become really a stock picker's market because these are two retailers not really competing, obviously, because they target different market groups, but it is now, I really believe it's become a stock picker's market. So keep your eye on these two, TGT and M, obviously TJX on there, but not much of a day trading stock, at least not from what I recall. But hell of a move. Nonetheless, trying to dance with 120 right now. Seems to be some resistance in and around there. I had GDC up, but you hate first of all, I don't like the range per candle on this stock. And what I mean by range per candle is when you look at the 5-minute, what's the average range, right, relative to the price? And I can just gauge this. It's very rangy. That influences your beak wetters. It influences your stops. It influences your entries. It influences your trading plan. And so I don't really like trading these. And on top of that, that's a hell of a topping tail that just dropped $1.20 there. So we'll see if it can weasel its way and hold back above VWAP. $3 looks to be important here for GDC. No idea what this company is. Let me give you the deets on it super quick, since I've started yapping about it. All right, $3 billion market cap. It is not a small cap gapper. It's traded about 3.25 million shares on the day, and the float is 1.1 billion shares, so it's much, much larger. And if there's a short float, we'll find out here from Trade Ideas. No, there's about 0.5% of the float is shorted, so not much to talk about there, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, lots to talk about here in this Lily. I like it. The biggest thing you have to remember is hack your patience, Adara. Breathe. So the reason I gasped there was because we were nicely in the money. We were doing, like I said, my favorite bullish thing where the stock just drips to the upside on the bid. Then we slammed down. We slammed down back to 946, 945.70. So again, 30 cents out of the money for Lily. That's like whatever, right? But I was just shocked by watching that move. That was crazy. I was starting to get a little bit nervous, actually. I'm not going to lie to you. I was like, we had a little bit of red, darker red coming in on the tape. At this point, then we curl back down. We're at like 945, 50s. Like I said, I'm now trying to risk more into like that 945. So I was like, Lily, what are you doing, girl? But then Lily was like, Adara, you still have 50 cents here that you're risking, okay? Like, breathe, chill, chilly. Be a little more Eli chilly in your Eli Lily, right? So I was like, okay, Lily, I appreciate that. For whatever reason, this 946.30 area we're struggling with on the ask, or the bid, sorry, I don't know why, but we get here, and then we have like a little baby panic attack, and we come back down. I honestly, though, have no reason to leave, because like I said, I was initially going to risk at 944s before I realized that's kind of ridiculous, Adara. Like that is a level, but you're giving it way too much room to run when you don't really need to. Like, look at what we're holding 945. So either way, we're like 37 cents in the money right now for Lily. Just again, to be clear, that things can change in a heartbeat, right? So I'm trying to be calm. This is a very different, I was going to say it's a different type of trade for me, but really it's not. This type of trading I want to be doing, which is why I'm doing more of it. There we go, Lily. Let's keep pushing higher here. Also, I want to shout out Sean. He had a great question yesterday for Michael Shannon there on the market recap. Like, hey, what type of trader are you? That type of thing. They're having conversations about how you have to know what type of trader you are. And Sean and I were talking off camera because I've kind of had the same journey as well, where I was like, hey, why am I not trading these spready stocks? I got shut down on Monday because I was doing delinquent things with some of these stocks. And then yesterday, I was down yesterday. I'm going to be very clear about that. But I traded Eli Lilly, Pan W, and SMCI, and I didn't get shut down. And that's because when you have thank you, I appreciate that. And I felt good about all those. I waited for all those. When you have stocks that you're comfortable trading in levels you like, you owe it to yourself to go after them. Lilly trying to consolidate a little bit, pushing a little bit lower in the ask, but holding on the bid. And hopefully we're going to keep having the confidence and the confidence. Because my verdict on this trade is hold it for now, Adara. That being said, we get a little bit of red coming in here on the tape. Keeping an eye out. Flat on this right now. Let's keep it coming. Sorry, guys. I know I keep narrating this book, but okay, Lily's just coming down here. I might have to. Let's see what we do here as we try to push lower to 945. This is the lowest we've dipped into since I've been in this trade. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. I might have to pass it off to you. Yep. But thank you very much, Sheree, for that. Appreciate it. Donald John Trump is on the move, and I'm not talking about the person. Maybe he's on the move too. Maybe he's on his little Trump airplane there, which is a Boeing, by the way, 757. People love the 757s because they're fast, Adara. Apparently, he's got a Zoom. He's got a lot of places to be, sure. He's got people to see. Anyway, that's good. DJT up 10 and 3/4, 10 and 2/3, really started to get going. So we saw this on the morning show. Neil called it out. We looked for headlines, couldn't find anything. I'm still headline lists. Let me just double check that to make sure that I know, Ram, we make up words around here, but that's all good. It's still without a headline. Okay, so it doesn't really matter because we don't really need one. We know the DNC started yesterday. The election's closer. Don't come at me in the chat. I'm not making a call either way. I'm just saying what people are saying. All right, huh? Neil. At any event, Donald John Trump's moving, and I like this stock. So we're going to keep watching it. Break through that 23 3/4 coming into 23.80 Ram. And it's been a strong name on the day. Really got that volume spike. I want to say 11:45 or around there. It does look like we had a big boy volume candle come in at exactly 11:47, which was worth about 273,000 shares. And that's what this big boy candle was. But look what it was doing prior to that. Incrementally working its way up. Obviously, right away, what I'm seeing, 22 3/4 important today. This 70 penny area. Look at the amount of interactions we had with 22.70, and this is on the one. All right, we troughed at it here initially 9.50, got back into it again 10.08, again 10.18, again 10.57, all of which held. So this is obviously interesting to me. Now, we're obviously well away from that level. How do I weasel in the trade? Two ways. One, I'm looking at this 23.40, 23.50 retracement.
If that doesn't hold, then I'm looking at 23.30. These are 2 area crests. You know how I trade. I need a retracement. I'm not punching in at high. It's just not the way I go. Okay, so I need a pullback into an area of technical support. If that's 23.50 or 23.40, fine. If it's not, if it's around here, 23.30, because they're both area crests, fantastic. It may not even come back. It may be knocking on the door of $24 very soon because we're weaseling our way into 23.80s. The volume is picking up on Donald John Trump and it's moving into the high side. I'm going to submit to you that this is moving because it hit all-time lows. I'm not talking about pre-SPAC. I'm talking about...
I guess, too.
Yeah. Well, it hits all-time lows and there's no headline and all of a sudden we're moving up, 12 and change now. Look, it was obviously lower when it was trading under, what was it? DWAC. DWAC, yeah. It was DWAC. Obviously, it was trading well lower than that, but since the de-SPACing, it hasn't been this low. And now it just broke 24. This thing is on the way up. It may not give me a retracement entry. I may not get my 23.5, 23 1/3. Donald John Trump is on the way up here, Katina, man. It's pumping up a storm, and it's up above 12% right now. It's just going to be how we deal with it. So let's look at the spread. First and foremost, 6-penny spread right now, which I don't absolutely love, but is not bad. So I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to put an order at 23.50, and come what may. What's your look at there?
Yeah, so I got out of Lilly here. We did get below 9.45. I got out. I risked $1 on Lilly. I have to say, though, I am really happy I took this trade because I would have regretted not taking this trade. That book is so bullish. And I was like thinking, oh, why didn't this work out? Well, you never know why, right? But the SPY was pushing lower. I don't think that helped Miss Lilly at all. I think Mademoiselle was a little bit freaked out by the SPY moving lower because every time we had that bullish push in the book, we'd have that violent move down here right after as the SPY would push lower. So timing matters. Like I said, I have another idea on this, and it's if it breaks below 9.44. But I really still see Lilly as something that, like, if we get to that 9.50, I think it's going to be a good look. And again, you'll never know why things happened. This order book was very bullish. The movement was very bullish. Generally, the tape was very bullish. But we did have that move down in the SPY, which, like I said, I don't think Lil's really liked. So the Lilster, as Sharif will call her on my behalf. Certainly interesting. And again, Obi talks a lot about no regrets. I would have had a huge regret had I not traded this. I have to make that very clear. And I'm also happy I didn't risk into 944s because I think it would have been giving it a little too much wiggle room. That being said, now it's bouncing off 944s. But it's like, do you want to sit in Lilly with it $2 against you? I don't know. So we'll see here. Looks like we're pushing back up above 944s. I'll still be watching this book, but there's another book I want to talk about. Shout out to Darius Golden because he messaged me and he was like, yeah, so you know what stock I'm looking at? I do. He looks at a lot of SMCI and I've been trading SPCE as of yesterday. Hey. SPCE is a regular resident of my side chart. And Darius Golden, I've noticed, also shout out to you, has had some pretty good levels on SPCE. And I like SPCE as well because you can trade this one very similarly to what you do with Lilly in that there's a lot of stuff here on the book. So basically, I also kind of thought, he was like, do you see a bit of a head and shoulders? And I did. And I watched the book at 6:15 and it was very bearish. But then SPCE's like, what do you mean head and shoulders? Pushing higher. My only levels on SMCI, you guys know I wanted that $600 breakdown. And
it don't.
SMCI was like, no. I like the bounce here off 610. I think that was an interesting level yesterday. Bit of an interesting level today as well near VWAP. I don't have any levels on this right now. And I'm not going to trade it just to trade it. However, SMCI is still on the side chart because that is a name that does volume every single day and it has a spread like how I like my spreads moving. So I do have to keep eyes on it. Pan W coming into a level that I liked yesterday on earnings at to be clear, it's way below that level now. Maybe I should have had eyes on this instead of Lilly, but man, did I like that Lilly look better. So I'm happy I took it. That Pan W 363s. That was a bit of an area on earnings. Obviously, we pushed way above it after, but look at this chop. It turned at 363s. Previous support, Huadunk. So Pandub, I don't have any levels in you right now. Meta, hello. Wow, Meta, your spread's getting tight. Oh my gosh, you're looking at 10. Spread has a 10-cent spread, Sharif.
Oh.
When does that happen? Yeah, okay, this is really interesting. I said to Sharif, that 530 level, I've been watching on Meta all day. You guys have probably been hearing me talk about this over the last few days as well. Meta 530. Meta didn't even get to 530 to give you that bounce. It got just shy of 531s. I think Meta here, this is obviously a little bit of a bear flag formation that we are up 1% of the day. We had that huge lower chop and turn. Let's see what happens here. As the spread, I always say, as the spread tightens in spready stocks, that can give you a big sense of direction. I don't want to rush into this without levels. I'm going to keep watching the book on this. Smicky, still watching the book on that, but I don't have an entry level here. Like Meta, I feel better about these intraday levels. 532 short would be my best play here. As I said, bit of a bear flag. I like that we had the spread tight. We had a false breakout of 532. We could not do it on the bid. So I'm actually going to try to getting involved in here. And you know what? We're just going to 532.50. Oh, just got a little bit of a violent push up here. Thank you, Meta, for giving me an opportunity to rethink my life choices. Appreciate that. But if you guys are looking at anything in the chat, let us know. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. I started to Quantron saying regret is an emotion, trade without emotion. I agree. And that's why, like, I guess that's a good way of putting it, right? I think more it's just like, when I say regret, I mean, like, you owe it to yourself to take trades you like, right? And if you're not taking trades that you like, then I think that to
then
me.
What are you going to take? The trades you don't like?
Right, that's what I mean. And so I think, I guess I didn't mean to read it regret in terms of emotion. I think I meant it more like that is a trade, that's a trade in my plan, so it's bad trading if I don't take it.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean? That's what I meant. Maybe regret is the wrong way to word it.
I think you already know that. We always talk about Alfred and the dead inside joke.
Trading like you're dead inside. And that's, honestly, that's how I kind of meant to word that. So I appreciate the opportunity there. I didn't mean it like, I'll spend the day ruining this choice. But it's more like you want to make sure you're making choices that make sense for you, that when you reflect on your day, when you're aggressively journaling, you're like, that was a good call.
I love the aggressive journaling comments. It's great.
I honestly, journaling has been super helpful. Meta here, okay, I don't think I'm going to get this, Phil, but Meta, we're going to try to get involved 95s here at Meta. I'm going to actually take some size with this. Let's see if it goes. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm in DJT. I wet my beak on some profits. We took 15 pennies real quick here on Donald John Trump. Look, my out is going to be the break of the $0.50. We're going to give this one a little bit of room, but not too much. And my next beak wetter there is to test near the high of day at around 24-ish, a little bit before 24. So it's going to have to hold up here. Otherwise, I'm gonzino. What's going? I know. I shorted it, Katina Man, and it broke 423 aggressively. Shout out to the Katina Man who just saw Microsoft and was like, oh my God, Microsoft, because it's dumping. Oh. No, Katina Man, that's not true. Ram made a cameo today.
The Rameo.
Ram, how did you feel being on camera at the big desk? You felt vulnerable and exposed.
She sounded so sad.
Good, I'm happy about that.
She sounded so sad. She was like, I felt vulnerable and exposed. She was like, good.
Because she didn't know it was coming,
no,
right?
She didn't, I saw Sharif gesturing to Fabian, and I was like, that's kind of weird. She's gesticulating wildly to Fabian. Ramin's at the big desk. I'm at the big desk. We're talking. We're laughing. And then all of a sudden, I see her go on camera, and I'm like, that's what Sharif did.
I know.
That was his doing.
I was conspiring with Fabian, Adara. We were conspiring to conspire. Is that a charge? Conspiring to conspire?
Aiding and abetting? Conspiracy.
Watch my back, she says. Ram, I have material. I know. It's an open threat, Katina Man, and you heard it right here. You heard it first, Katina Man. She threatened me. No, I love Ram. We're just kidding, obviously. All right, so I'm still involved in I'm still involved in DJT. Look, it looks like there is some sort of a buyer around here. I don't want to paper hand this trade, but I also know that it's awfully volatile and without a catalyst, okay? Now, if the price action is what it is, I'll trade it the way it is. But a $0.50 is going to have to hold up here, despite the fact that I'm looking at the book and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of size at that $0.50. No real buyer moving up with me as the tape advances to the high side. So I'm feeling, you know, the initial buying that we saw come in about 20 minutes ago, and maybe drying up a little bit right now. So the $0.50 is going to be my line in the sand. It's going to have to hold up above there. Otherwise, we're not going to hold on to it. Oscar, I see you, sir. Oscar wants me to check SoFi. Absolutely. This company has been very, let's call it, doing a lot better lately. Let's just say that. Okay, Vlad Tenov really turning this company around and, no longer being looked at as like, that baby boy kind of CEO. Now, we're talking about him as kind of the real deal here. So let's, I know.
Kind of the real deal.
Well, Dara, you should have seen him during the pandemic.
I also watched like Dumb Money as he was playing
there you
Sebastian
go.
Stan,
You know
and
exactly
that gave me
what I'm
kind of
talking
the
about
picture,
there. So here's the look on SoFi. Obviously, this has been some sort of, there's been a lot connected with student loan forgiveness with that. And so that's been kind of one of the issues. I just need to make sure that I've got my eyes on DJT here so it doesn't really go against me. So we'll start with the daily stock. Oscar, obviously still a bit of a downtrend, but if we connect the tops, obviously it's lower highs with a little bit of the lower lows. Okay, a little bit, but I would say we're possibly in a newer trend. Now, that's for the daily. I don't know if that's what you're asking about. Let's look at intraday right now. Intraday, it's the hockey stick pattern. Okay, so DJT did break below the whole dollar, so I got out there. Yes, I did get out. What did I get out? I got out at 44s. Okay, so we'll give back a little bit there. That's all right. So SoFi looks like a bit of a hockey stick pattern, and if I could say so myself today, we're not really doing a lot of volume, nor is there really the directional move that you want to see in a name like this on the day. So with respect to SoFi, I've got no intraday trades on it. There seems to be a bit of a buyer at 717, but this isn't the price action, guys. This is not the price action that we're looking for a SoFi. It's without a catalyst, and this one usually moves a bit better when it does have a reason. So there was obviously a seller as well at 730 when we bounced up off there. I'm hesitant to use any technical indicators here, Oscar, on the 5 because it doesn't look like it's respecting any. The respect comes here vis-a-vis the price action. Now you can see that these institutional levels were also instructive because they seem to bottom out in an area that we topped out at, and that seems to be that 730. These institutional prints come at 8 a.m. A lot of theories about what they are and what they may denote, but I'm not going to get into that. No tinfoil hat around me at the moment. But 730 seems to be a level, and then there's obviously somebody buying it. 716, 717, a bit of a consolidative chop and churn over here. Not much for me, though, sadly, on SoFi. Let's leave that one do its thing and have a look at some more names that could be moving here intraday. Let's bring in the side chart and see what's afoot. So people were yelling about Apple dropping and more accurate they could not be. So is Meta. So is Microsoft. And you got to say there's overall weakness right now on said future because we are literally near the low of day. I'll get it right. On the NQ September contract, we're coming into 19.8. We're about 6 points or so off that level. We were possibly looking at a 20,000 touch today. Now we're 19.8 and looking to go red on the day. In fact, now we are red, and there goes 19.8. The future is headed down, and so are all these Mag 7 names without exception. NVIDIA breaking that 127 now. It is negative on the day. Tesla on the way down to 220. Here comes 220 on Tesla. I swear to God, Katina, man, 220 right now, 05 on TSLA. That 530, Adara.
I know, I'm watching it.
Now, she's watching
I'm watching that book, guys.
She was talking about 530 on Meta. We just breached 530 on Meta right now. All sorts of weakness on this here future. Looks like it is a sell the kind of situation right now on the market and at this noon hour. Lots of weakness here, and I'm looking to see if there is anything afoot on this news or anything coming in midday here on the blotter. Not seeing a whole lot, but obviously if we get anything, Adara, we will share it with the viewers.
Yeah, I think I'm going long Meta here at 530. I know that might seem insane. I'm not taking a huge position, but I want to talk about why I like this. We have that push down in the market. It's violent. It's gross. Look where we bounce. 529.50 pre-market area. You guys know I love that 530 on Meta. I am taking this long. I feel okay about this long. I said to Sharif, if we come to 530s and bounce, I'm going long Meta. That was the thing I said. So, I said, so yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this goes. I also want to be cognizant. I wasn't able to get my 532 short, so I want to be cognizant that there's no revenge trading. I want to make sure of that. But man, do I feel good about this. Confidence, that's what we got
here.
Get
it, Adara.
Let's pop up here. I'm risking to 529.50s. I think that's very reasonable. I want minimum like 531.50s here, so risking 50 cents, looking to make minimum $1.50. That is a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Definitely not bad, and honestly, better than normally what I do here. So let's see what happens here in META. Shout out as well to Darius Golden in the chat, mentioning there McKee at that 615 level as a potential bounce. Unfortunately, that did break below. I think that could be interesting if we do see a nice bounce here. And it's always hard when we have these moves down in the market, in stocks, when we have the whole market move down, right? Because you've got levels, the levels get a little bit, right? Like with Lilly, I still feel like the long was setting up really nicely. Then we had that move down in the SPY, and Lilly got a little bit scared, which is fair. But here we go. Meta still, as we get another push down here in the market, Meta's still holding up pretty well. I believe in you, Meta. Now, like, I want to clarify, this is not, like, getting long at the low of day is not something I would have done had I not had multi-day day levels on Meta. 530 is a level I've loved on Meta for quite a while, so I did think in that case I owed it to myself, and that's why I want to talk about this again. We had, I think it was Quan Tran in the chat saying, like, regrets and emotion, you don't want to trade with emotion. I guess the better word here is, like, I guess, confidence, going with your gut. right? Trusting your gut and what you see when you're trading. Because if you're not trusting your gut, then that's a trading mistake. That's not emotional, that's clerical, right? And so I think with that in mind, we're 50 cents in the money on Meta. Woo! Let's see how this goes here. And I think that's like definitely in terms of, I guess it's not regret. It's just like, missed opportunity, I guess is what it would be. I'm just trying to find ways to work things. Same with like when I say hope, that it sounds like hopium. I feel like with the way a lot of trading words are, things can get misconstrued. I definitely do not want to be taking any hopium here. I don't want to be having any trading with emotion, but look at how much this 530 was resistance. The fact that I love this look here, I still stand by this. We're still above 530. I'm okay giving this 50 cents because I think that Meta, should it run, it could run. A little bit of a push up here in some of these Mag 7 names. Meta holding 530, 30s. Let's go. Ralph saying long Meta at 530 sounds insane, actually. That like I said, I know. Call me crazy. I agree. Call me crazy. But if I saw it in the book and I liked it, I didn't get involved the second we dropped. I waited for that hold. But also, if you have any levels you like on anything ever, it's always really worth noting that we got to thank. Well, yeah, go in that chat too.
Oh, my bad.
Get in that chat and let us know what you are trading. $! Join space that ticker. But also, we got to join. Yeah, don't worry, Ramin. I was trying to build up to that.
She knows.
Shout out to Ramin and Fabian. Thank you so much for everything you guys do. They are the dynamic duo over here. Forget about us. They're also the Muppets. I love when they do that, like with the little Muppet animation there. But shout out to Moo. Are you looking to maximize your idle cash? Earn 8.1% here. Okay, 8.1% on idle funds for up to 3 months. Plus, U.S. users can take advantage of up to 15 free stocks and $300 in cash rewards. Hey, Canada, you're not left out. Well, thank you.
Get it.
Enjoy 6% on cash balances, along with up to a $2,000 commission rebate. Yeah, you put the Muppets on there. Sign up with Mumu to trade on extended trading hours. Trade 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. well beyond regular market hours. And whether you want to react to pre-market news, catch after-hours earnings, or simply manage your portfolio with a little bit more flexibility, Mumu has got you covered. Maximize your trading potential and stay ahead of the curve with extended trading hours. For more details and the full terms and conditions, scan the QR code and check the link in the description. Thanks to Mumu for sponsoring this portion of the show. I'm going to go babysit my Meta here, but thank you very much to Mumu. Thank you to Fabian and Ramin for everything you guys do, and vote in the chat, guys. Meta's still 50 cents in the money here. Let's go. How are you doing?
All right. I want to mention the Katina man is now long AMZN at 179. He's looking to take that bad boy long. That is yesterday's closing print. 178.89 is where we closed out on Amazon. We're up 0.1%. Shout out to the Katina man. Hope he prints. Now, here's the look. I was talking to Gorev in the chat about Target, and Gorev has a great look here. He's like, look, man, there's a hammer candle that's forming on the half an hour. This is the half an hour chart on TGT, and more accurate he could not be. We dip in, we briefly break below 160, but you saw the buyer exuberance there, lifting this one right above that 160 area. 160 area, and now we're knocking the door of 162. So I was looking at this, I'm like, Gorev, looks like we have a great look here on TGT, but I think we're inching into that 162 area where there might be resistance, and he already had well advanced notice of that because he's like, look, man, I'm trimming my position already at that level, and we get up into 162. Look how quickly we dropped, Gorev, into 160 and a half. So that 162 level end up being a real thing. And we touched that level at 10.10, bounced off it, came back into it again at 10.30, bounced off. Then we gave way at about 10 to 11, and we weaseled into it locally over here, weren't able to take it. I want to see, Gorev, though, what happens at 160. Okay, we have this outlying event over here where we dipped into 158.97, but I'm not going to have a resting order at 160, but I will be very interested to see how it trades. If we do get into that level and we bounce, I'm going to take TGT long. Obviously, it's a monster, up 12 and a quarter, 12 and a fifth, depending on what second you're looking, because it's changing often. So TGT, big boy moves. Loving this stock on the day. GovX still holding up on with the small cap gappers, bouncing off VWAP. Good move here for GovX. So is Neon. These two are in play. GovX and Neon are in play. VRAX has a decision to make here. So yeah, because it just got into VWAP, Katina man at 5 1/3. So it either holds up here or it's not tradable as a breakout for a small cap gapper. So keep your eye out on VRAX. It breached VWAP ever so briefly, was bought up quite aggressively, moving up 20 pennies, quick as you like. But this one obviously topped out at 6 1/3. We'll have to see if it can hold up at 5 1/3, 5 1/4. VRAX looks awfully good here. What else is afoot on this market? What are you guys looking at? Beanie wants me to look at GSAT. Absolutely, sir, because you asked multiple times and you asked nicely. So let's do it. GSAT. Let's look at that for our friend Beanie. All right, so what is this stock? What's the situation with this stock? Let's find out. All right, so it's BINI. I just want to load it up on the side. Watch list over here so that it can update, because for whatever reason, GSAT.
I also thought Beanie was a ticker when you said it, because it sounds like something we would call a ticker.
Yeah, sorry, because
Right?
BINI, right?
Yeah.
No, that's his name. 11.4%. Look, this is not doing a whole lot. $2.6 billion market cap, almost more than a half million shares trade on the day. The float's large, 750 million shares. Let's just check quickly before we send it to Neil what the short float is on this. 4.3% short float. Seems like there's a seller though, Beanie, at $1.42, but it's held up quite well. Are you ready or no? Oh, okay. Anyway, it's putting in higher lows. So my suggestion to you is, if you're going to take this, look to get in on, either the 10 or the 20 exponential, and it's going to have to break 142 for you to stay involved, because you don't want to be in at 140 and there's a huge seller at 142. But good look on the day. GSAT looking to be up about 11.5%. But as we tell you about that, we want to tell you that Neil's lesson of the day is ready.
I want to know what that was about.
I had $1 on Meta.
What? Go back to that for a second.
Yeah.
Go back.
I took $1. I took $1 club on Meta there. I know I initially was looking to see what we did at 531.50, but the book was getting really ugly at 531. It was also kind of below the 90 MA here. Like I said, I like looking at my shorter time frames here. Obviously, we pushed higher now, but yeah, I just want to take some profits. I was like, Adara, trust yourself. Took $1 on Meta. Can I have the $1 club animation, please?
Oh, absolutely. Where's it at? There it is.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, we'll see what Meta does here to get to 532s. I'll rant about this later, but let's hear from Neil and his awesome lesson of the day.
Get it,
Thank you for
Neil.
letting me interrupt there. I apologize.
Okay.
Come on, we had to get to that. There you go, Adair, that meta trade. Find that 530 bottom. Key levels matter. And you know what? A little bit of an adjacent to the lesson, I want to talk about the difference between accumulation and support and resistance. So if you can find that 530 support on Meta, sometimes a wick bottom or a bounce level, you're going to like it for support because the buyers come in. You're going to like it for resistance when the sellers come in. But there's a difference to me between that and when a stock is accumulating at a price. So this can be where you don't just sit there, dip in, and run away where it's obvious. I'll use an example. Like obvious, look at the 223 on Apple here. Like that is a dip support level if you've ever seen. When you see it dip in and run like $2 off the open and then close higher, it comes in the next day, you go another $2, $3 move off that level, an initial one, buck change. That's a big dip support. It's going to look great on a 15. It's going to look good on a daily. But accumulation can be a little bit different. When you go out in there in that dip buy level, a lot of times because it's so extreme, these ones, you want to see what happens because if you get it near the level or adjacent to the level, you're going to be good enough. It's running away from that price, the higher time frame, longer hold, longer look, all that good stuff. But accumulation levels are a little bit different because by nature, they last around a little bit longer, the ranges can be a little bit tighter, and then suddenly you might not get as big of a move. However, they're really easy to spot. So the first example I want to use is Apple, where you had a clean one here. Triple top on Apple yesterday. 227 and change every single time. Accumulation meaning the sellers are just sell. The buyers have no trouble getting into that level because it's a strong stock. So it's holding a consolidation above the last double bottom and then just accumulating up at the top. So it's a relatively tight range, only about $1 for the entirety of the day, unless you count that first 5 minutes. About $1 range for the entirety of the day with accumulation in this zone. So when I see that happen, it becomes pretty simple. Either it breaks away and I'm long over, or I'm waiting for the accumulation bottom where you've got this nice little range to give it. And it's just completely binary. Unlike here where you're just waiting for 223 and you get that long, try to hold on to as much as you can because you're rallying off that level. This is just so different. In this case, it's here works or adjust plan of action because it's told me where I want to trade. And when you pull it up on the daily chart, that's also what accumulation looks like. Big, strong upward move. It's holding the trend up here, but it's accumulating at that price of resistance. It's not falling apart. It's not going into resistance and dying like a chart of Boeing might do, or insert other name that is a trending to the downside. It's accumulating up at the top, and it's even more clear on the 15-minute. The upward trend is perfectly fine, but there is your accumulation. You're either trading the break or you're trading the support, and that's what ends up working out. There's a bit of an equilibrium happening on the stock, and when that's the case, it's going to do a lot of shares in a smaller range. And if you see that, you've got to adjust your plan of action. Apple's not doing what it was doing before where you got those $3 moves. Unless you absolutely get it perfect, look for the range you can. It's $1 both of these, 26 to 27, 27 to 28. Just play that range a few times, and it's the same thing as holding that $3 winner. Now, not all accumulations look exactly like that. There's like a micro level that you can look at, and we talked about this a couple of times with U.S. Steel since the last story of the administration possibly being against, the Trump administration, if they win, being against the Nippon Steel deal with U.S. Steel. So the other level of accumulation can simply be a barcode. And the traditional would be in here, where we see it, just like in Apple, where you've got like a tight range, there's your accumulation, a tight range runs away from it. But the other style of trade was what was working on this over and over again, in which I was just in. And that is when a stock in a trend, one direction or the other, in this case down, hits a bottom or hits a level and then just starts barcoding off of the same support line. If it was up, it would be a resistance line. And the simple play would be, if it's in a downward trend and it goes sideways, short at the level or on the break. And so this worked here when the news dropped. This worked here where it accumulated, either short the range top, that's the range top, or short the breakdown. That's the breakdown. Both of those trades work. Look at it make another bottom, one bottom, two bottoms. Okay, now it's got another bottom here. Short the range top, never gets there. Short the breakdown. Makes another accumulation. Short the range top, never breaks. Short the breakdown. Short another one. So it's over and over again it did this pattern. So work or not today, I know it's a trade that I'm going to want to have. Show me an accumulation level. It made this as support, goes as resistance. It hangs out here at 38.70 once, twice, three times. I wait till it's about 10 minutes in, and then I'm short this at 70. I think I got 70s and 70 halves with an out at 73. 3 cents worth of risk that if it falls apart, I'm looking for 38.30. Now, it never goes more than 10 cents in the money for me. But I scalp some out at 5, scalp some out in front of the 60 level. Actually, I was at about a third and then took it to half because of the way the support came in there at the 60 level. They refreshed it, so I just got out. But that's the difference between support and resistance, where I wouldn't call this a monster support or resistance level. It's trading in the middle. What it is doing is accumulating at that level. And if that's the case, I just want to join the trend wherever I can. So a couple of different examples here. One where it barcodes in the middle of the day, like the U.S. Steel, and then just goes back to the pattern from before, giving you a pretty solid risk to reward. Risk a little, breaks, make a lot, or something like an Apple, where you've got to adjust your plans off the accumulation level. It's not moving the way it was before, but when it breaks away from one level, you can take that trade. When it gets down to the accumulation bottom, you can take that trade, and then it gets very, very range bound. Trade the range if that's what's happening on the stock. Apple was accumulating. The $3, $4, $5 moves in one shot aren't going to necessarily be there. So make sure you can adjust your plan of action for the market that you are in. Difference between breakouts and explosions and a stock that is going to be accumulating at a price level. You can still make money on it, and that's your lesson of the day.
And awesome, as always. My ear ram, dang. Thank you very much, Neil. Neil Roberts, every day around that lunch hour, dropping his hotlines. Neil's lesson of the day. Thank you very much. All right, keeping an eye here on Microsoft. I had a couple of good trades on this one earlier. Now it's got a couple of green candles under its belt off that 421.72 low. It is working its way back into the 10 exponential on the 5, and also coming into that 423 area, the area that we had tagged as a previous area of support. Now let's see if it actually acts as resistance, having given up that level, and now we'll see if it flips. Support typically flips to resistance. Well, not typically, but does sometimes. So what I'm waiting for here is for it to settle. It's still moving up, and the previous 5-minute candle, the previous 5-minute candle from where we're at right now ended up being a hammer candle. So I want to see exactly if this one heads up. I'm also looking at the future. We're still below the volume weighted average price on the future, but we are back in positive territory today on the NQ, up 0.13. Nvidia coming back up as well. It's also positive. Tesla trying to get into positiveville as well, above that 221. So I don't want to start, hey, we're rallying and the red's over, but if I'm going to short Microsoft, I need to be acutely aware of what the future and the other Mag 7 names are doing because, well, I don't want to get blown out of the water here. So 423 incoming. We're about 10 pennies away from that right now as we move up into the 90s, and we'll see if this presents us with an area too short possibly. Like ideally, you want to see the future come into a certain area of key resistance before you take the short on Microsoft. But you're not always going to get that set up, obviously. That's the ideal situation. How often does it happen? I'm not sure. So keeping an eye on these names here, knowing full well that this recovery could be more prolonged than just a quick dead cat bounce. And I think we've seen that the last few days where we have started red and then we ended up green on the day, except yesterday, which was one of the very few red days that we've had in the past couple of weeks, Adira.
Congrats to you.
No, not me. But
the market.
Market went red yesterday, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. So yeah, that's the look there. Keeping an eye on this 423. Here it comes, and the future headed back up there.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that. Crocs, I was looking at here because we have I've talked about this umbrella handle pattern where you get some selling, you get a brief reprieve and sharp reprieve, and just as quickly you slam to the downside. We had that in the 15-minute here for Crocs. But Crocs is under 1 million shares in volume, and I've learned from Lily, you do not trade stocks with under 1 million shares of volume in the day. No sir, no ma'am, no Croc. So, Lily, speaking of you, this is hard because I look at this, and this to me still looks bullish. This is gorgeous. Look at this. And I saw this book at 946 and I was like, but Adira, we have that moved out. The SPY at the time was at resistance. Don't try this again. Yeah, 946 is still a level. Lily is still along. I have no interest in rushing into this. You don't want to chase waterfalls, especially if that waterfall is almost $1,000 and it moves in the way that Lily moves. That being said, every time this book starts to look vaguely bearish, Lily buyers are like, hold our Ozempic, Wegovy. Ozempic is Novo. Hold our Wegovy, and they push this thing higher. So I still think it's a great look. Sometimes you can have the right idea and the wrong timing, and that's certainly what happened here. It was 946, continuing to push higher. Look at these higher lows. Look at this level. I'm going to stop waxing poetic about this because you don't want to be trading with emotion. You want to be trading, I'm trying to find the right word for it. Intuition, that's the right word. So it's like if you're not trusting your intuition, then that feels bad. And so that's not trading with emotion, that's trading with your plan. And so if you don't trade with your plan, that's not good. And I think that's where the word, regret came from. But I want to talk about this meta because thank you so much to Neil for letting me wax poetic about that briefly before his awesome lesson of the day. But that 530 on meta, I saw that, and that's like do or die. These are the type of trades where your instinct kicks in. This was your plan. And I have it's not, my version of this sticky notes, I don't publish it. I write it down for myself. It's called tickers to look at. And the only thing I had written down for top plays was meta. 530 support is wild. Can short it into there or look for a long in support. 538 is a good level to watch here as well, given how it paused that level before dropping. So I knew we had that 530. I knew I was ready for that 530. And then I was like, okay, cool. Let's try to take this guy to the upside at that point. Now, that being said, I still think this is generally going to be a short. And that's why I got out of 531. Interestingly enough, I had the beak water initially set for 531.50, and that actually would have been a good level because we had a massive topping tail candle into that. That being said, if we still can get above 531 with all these topping tail candles, I'm going to short this. I'm going to take out some at 530, and I'm going to wait for Quadunk because yes, we had this bullish bounce off 529.50, but it can't last forever. The overwhelming trend of meta is bearish. If you have any overwhelming trends that you're looking at, you're like, hey, what would Neil do? What does the Fox say? What would Sean say? What do the Bears and Bulls say? Get in that chat. Exclamation point. Join. Space. $sign. Ticker. Let us know what you are looking at because we want to be able to look at the stocks for you. Lily, don't go breaking my heart. No, I'm joking.
Breaky heart.
I was singing a different song too,
Yeah,
actually.
but I remember that one
I
too
was
from
singing
the
the
90s.
Elton John and Kiki D one. But also, my achy breaky heart, but you can't trade with emotion. You can only trade with just intuition. I should have gotten back at Lily 946. That's something to aggressively journal about. But what are you aggressively journaling about right now in your trading series?
I don't aggressively journal, but I like the segue. Nonetheless, Adara, I'm all eyes and ears at 423. I've been watching Microsoft here do its thing at 423, keeps accumulating into that level. Look at the candles preceding the 423 touch. They're all hammer candles, bottoming tail. Somebody's buying up a storm here on Softy south of this 423 area, but also someone's either taking profits aggressively or re-entering their shorts at this level because we're not able to break above it. I'm keeping an eye on the future. The future needs to turn around before I get short on Microsoft. I'm not shorting Microsoft while the future is headed up. I just won't do it. I just don't think it's a good idea. Bless you.
Bless you.
What, Neil? Is it in the chat? Okay. Neil thank you very much for that, Neil. All right, here we go. I don't have it. Oh, sorry. Show chat. Got Oak Tree said near deal for majority stake in 2 B Riley units halted. R-I-L-Y. Riley is halted. I just need to keep an eye on Microsoft, but here it is. Let's load up R-I-L. Sorry?
I can look at it if you want.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, Riley, that's fine. Yeah, so Riley here, halted. Tap for Riley is 778. It's still changing. You can be here 779, 778. Yeah, this Riley, we know, has been embroiled in bad news. It had a very questionable week last week. A lot of stuff going on there. And then what happened was with Riley, basically, was that by the end of the week, Bryant Riley, I guess he's B. Riley, he'd be saying like, hey guys, I will buy the rest of the shares. We're just waiting to figure out what happened there. That was what he said on Friday. Now we have some of the people trying to get involved. We know B. Riley had their really bad preliminary results, then they delayed the reporting of their results. This could be an umbrella handle pattern on Riley on the daily chart. Look at this, down. Now we pop back up here. Big green candle, but actually less volume than we had in some of these earlier candles. Like we had this big old green volume candle on a day that really didn't move that much. So watch out here for Riley. Let's see if there's any other levels of support resistance here. We're kind of, there's a lot of quadunking here. It's a little bit harder to see any levels beyond that 14, which I think would be a skosh ambitious for a stock currently trading at $7.79. But that to me is the last support level that we really had come in here around that like $14, $15 area. That being said, if we stay below the 90 MA in the daily chart, I do think this could be an umbrella pattern on the day, especially with regards to the overall fundamental trends with Riley. Definitely one that is, having some bad news, especially as of late. So RILY, that was the look there.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adair. I just had to make sure that I was doing the right thing over here. So I'm short Softy against 423. We got a bit of a move down on the market. It's not a big move down by any means, shape or dang form. And Softy still zigging and zagging at that 423. I hope I gave it enough room because I don't want to paper hand this trade, okay? I don't want to, I think I got something here. I just don't want to execute it poorly is what I'm trying to say while I explain it poorly. So that's a look. Short Softy. Let's see what comes of this. We were wicking into about the 50 exponential on the 5 on the future. Not that I want to place too much reliance upon that, but trying to gauge this market sometimes can be a bit of a tricky game. So printing 87s right now on Softy. Looking to wet my beak possibly here at 85s. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset at Dara. So we'll keep watching that one and hope for the best. Hopium could be a bit of a problem, though. Let's check some other small cap gappers. It looks like my friend Donald John Trump is headed back to the high side here.
Donald John Pumpin?
Oh, Donald John Pumpin. I love it. I think you've used that one before.
I definitely have.
Yeah,
Thank you for
they're both good. They're both good. Look, Adara, this one's had absolute respect for the moving averages today on the 5-minute chart exponential. Those are it's either very much respected the 10, which is the green, or the yellow, which is the 20. It's breached neither, okay? So anything really off one of these, you're going to have to gauge which one you want to get into. Obviously, the bigger moves, once we get extended, it looks like away from the 10, then that usually recipe to enter at the 20. You can see the topping tail that goes through 24 there, and then we make our way down into 23.20 to bounce offset 20 moving average. But it does look like Microsoft here is breaking 423 to the north side. So I will get stopped out if this one does break the 20 penny area, as it looks as if there is a bit of a bid now coming into this market. So I'm close to getting stopped out here, and it looks like I will get stopped out of the soft one as this moves up through 423.20, and here it comes. We're going to get stopped out here. Sucks to be me, but that's the way that trading goes. So it's at the 20 exponential on the 5, and there we get stopped out. So that's my first L of the day. We'll take that on the chin, and that's just the way trading goes. So now we have to make a decision. So now 423 was an area that I earmarked as a level of previous support, was looking for it to act as resistance. It doesn't look like it worked out that time. So what do I do with this 423 now? Do I base a long off it, or is there another short possibly at a higher level to be had here? Well, we're still not through the 20 exponential on the 5. Right? We're still zigging and zagging on the 20 exponential, but it does look like this market might retake VWAP. So whiffled and waffled a little bit at 19.8 1/3, but now it's at 19.8 1/2. So we may work our way back into the volume weighted average price, which on my 5-minute chart is sitting at that 19.8 2/3, around that low 6.1 areas. So we'll see what we get there. Microsoft, though, zigging and zagging still. Don't feel too bad about this trade because it is still above my my entry price there at 423. So it's not like it shot up and then came right back down. So a little bit disappointed with that trade, but I think I had the right idea. That 423 was an interesting area. Hey, Davis, now go long. Yeah, it's literally the conversation I was having with myself and with you guys at the same time, because if I'm using 423 as resistance and it clears it, well, then it is a long. Okay, Riley's open, guys. I see this, and it's really moving up here. Shout out to Neil for calling this one out. Big move up here off that halt. Here's the look, Ram, as we shot up into that 7 3/4. I don't know why it's taking so long to load, but now we have an 857 high of day. Let's go, Riley. Come on, you can load. I'm not sure why the chart is acting the way that it is, but we're going to leave that.
Like I would act with Mara sometimes. Same kind of,
I know.
It's salty with you and Mara.
It is. It's a salty chart there, dear. I'm not really sure what to make of it. Let's load up RILY on the trading screen. There we go. We have a 905 high of day, and here we go. Zigging and zagging below that $9 area, 61%, 60%. Let me give you the details on this one. $264 million market cap, 11 million shares traded so far, and a 16 million share float. And let me tell you the short float, if any. Riley, whoa, Neil, did you see the short float? 79% of the float is shorted according to Trade Ideas. If you don't believe me, look here. Now, we're not saying that this absolutely has to be accurate, but this one, up to 2 weeks old, 79.04% of the said 16.45 million shares is shorted or used for shorts. So this one could absolutely move. And quite honestly, the way that it's moving right now is very indicative of a short squeeze. So this is not beyond the realm of possibility that that number is accurate. And even if it's not 79%, it's probably still above 50. I mean, this stuff is only 2 weeks old, right? So unless someone really de-risked or what their beak on the short. So we're going to have to figure out how to get in this, because this is all sorts of strong right now. Wow, RILY Adara. I don't think we've had an 80% short float name. I mean, I don't remember personally.
It's been a while.
I remember there were names that were over 100% shorted during the pandemic, but it hasn't been. It hasn't been the case in a while. They are scammers, says Stacks. No idea who the company is, and when you're trading price action, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. What's your look over there?
Yeah, I'm in this meta short. I have thoughts about this meta short, and my thoughts are I think it's gonna probably force me to leave soon. But what did I like about this? We were below the 90 EMA. We were at the 530 area, got involved 530.78 because at the time we weren't even breaking above 531. So I was like, that's very bearish. Okay, yeah, we got to get out now because we push a little bit higher here on the Metad 1. So we got out here as we push above that 531.50 area, managed it appropriately. Sorry for the tired trading kicking in here, guys. But I took it with size. I felt good about it. Now rejecting, so thanks, Meta. Love you. But yeah, I should have probably trusted myself in the spread more, gotten out of that once we started kind of galloping and gathering a bit of a bid at 531. You know what I'm really upset about though, Sharif?
What?
That I did not, and this is upsetting because the reason I didn't do this was ironically to not trade emotion, because I was getting so in my head. I was like, oh, well, Adara, Lily's not even a day trading stock. Like, why are you even trying to trade Lily? And I see this gorgeous hold at my perfect level at 946. And I was like, oh, she looks beautiful. She's a star. She's gorgeous. I didn't get in because I was like, well, it's not a day trading stock. Don't do that. I'm like, Adara, what are you doing, girl? So if I gotten back on this absolutely would have worked. I'm very disappointed in myself because in an attempt to be, quote, whatever I think a better trader is supposed to be, I didn't take this trade that was at my level, that set up beautifully. That is not a vibe. You know, we're all trying to be positive here. So what I will say is that was not a vibe, Adara. Go home, aggressively journal, and be like, why are you so worried about others' opinions that are not your own opinions?
Oh,
if
wow.
you don't believe in
Love
yourself,
that.
who are you going to believe in? Who's going to believe in you for you, Sharif? Nobody. Like, that was, like, to be fair, I get why I tried the meta short, cool. And if it bounced off 531, I have no qualms going long. But this Lily was my golden goose. That was my golden goose, and it set up gorgeously, and then I got it in my head and I didn't take it again. That is, I have a little bit of feels about that, but you cannot have feels while trading. In fact, getting in my feels is why I didn't take this Lily long in the first place. So, marathon talk over. Get into the chat, vote. Let us know what you're looking at. Exclamation point, join. Space, $, ticker, chat. Yeah, put that ticker in the chat. Maybe it's Gimme, maybe it's Riley, whatever stock you want to look at. Before I hand it back to Sharif, I want to take a look at some semis for some peeps, because we have some, I just wrote short in, wow, Adara, I think you're breaking.
No, you didn't.
I wrote short, instead of a ticker, I wrote short. Someone needs some coffee, but we're going to talk about some ticker. Like,
Someone has a bias.
Honestly, no, because I'm sad I didn't get my Lily long.
Oh,
so
my bad.
Even
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
I don't even.
Okay.
Yeah, I am generally bearish, though. You always joke about how I'm a little bit of a perma bear. But we do have NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA here at that level I liked from a couple of days ago, 127.50. Hold support, hold, sloop to the downside. Shout out to, I think someone in the chat there was saying that they really thought NVIDIA is bearish below 128. I don't think that's a bad look at all. 128 super weak. If we can't get to 130, there's certainly, like I was saying to Sharif, I like 127.50. I like 128.50. Those are kind of my two areas I like in NVIDIA if we can't break above. But I don't want to hop in this without looking at the book moves. Right now, we're getting super green here. A little bit of a war between bulls and bears, putting their dukes up at 127.50s. Also, let's shout out AMD. AMD, we've got someone in the chat asking about AMD. Oh, AMD, beautiful little support here, 156.40. That we actually got as low here as 155.20, and AMD's like, I don't care, back to my regular scheduled range. So it continues ranging 156.40, 157.20. Not the cleanest range I've ever seen. There are some wicks above and below, but you got to do it. Figure it out, it's there. Also, shout out to, that's very kind of you to say there, Vic, back in the chat saying, I believe in you, Lily. I appreciate that. You know what? My Lily level was right. It's in 950. That matters. I have to aggressively journal because, again, like if you don't believe in yourself, if you don't have the confidence to put on that trade because you're in your feels or whatever, because you're like, oh, that's not the right type of trade. What does that matter? Assay Davis is saying in the chat, make your plan and run your plan. That was my plan. I didn't take that, and that is upsetting to me, but I guess not upset because no emotions, but like that is something to reflect on. And yeah, we also have an auction in 22 minutes. How are you doing?
I'm happy. I traded RILY. I took 40 pennies on RILY. We wanted to defend that $8 area. It weaseled from 9 into 8. I got long 8. I got stopped out initially, got right back in, and took 20 pennies on the first entry, 40 pennies on the second entry. It's still whiffling and waffling, doing bull flag things here. That's what it feels like right now. This is a heavily shorted name, guys. I don't think we've seen the end of this move. I got no evidence, obviously, nothing to support that statement other than the fact that it's got a high short float and that others are going to be aware of that if I know about it, and they're going to keep it on the ropes. We talk about how the Katina man keeps things on the ropes. We talk about how ADR keeps things, or these names on the ropes. I want to keep Riley on the ropes, baby, because it's got a high short float and it's defending 8. So let's see what this one does. RILY up 51%. Thank you, Neil, for calling this one out. We love these midday small cap gappers. In case you're wondering what's afoot here with Riley, Neil did drop it in the show chat not that long ago, but in case you missed it, here it is. Oaktree Neil's deal for B Riley's units. Bloomberg News reports asset manager Oaktree Capital is in exclusive talks to acquire majority stake in the 2 businesses owned by the investment bank, says Bloomberg. Brendo has his concerns with Bloomberg, and so do I. Oaktree is discussing buying a stake of 51 to 55% in B Riley's appraisal and valuation services arm and its retail, wholesale, and industrial solutions unit. Again, Bloomberg reporting. This one has got some people either taking aggressive amounts of profit in and around the $0.50 to 2/3, or people are piling on back the shorts. They're getting stopped out, it looks like, maybe in the 6s, maybe in the 7s, or now maybe in the 8s, and they're putting back on the shorts because we're having a whole lot of trouble breaking through this $0.50 on any closing basis. Now, let's have a look here on the 5-minute chart as to what this one looks like with a little bit less noise. Why is this taking so long to load, bro? What is your problem?
Bro, punk, chart.
Yeah, here it is. All right. So here we go. No, it's okay. This is very bull flaggish, Adara. We could still hear it. We just broke 8. Zigging and zagging with 8. This is very bull flaggish. And the reason I say that is because I look for these continuation patterns, especially bull flags, which are very conducive to these small cap gappers, right? You get that initial pump up once that news releases, right? And the algos and people spike into it. Then you have whiffling and waffling as people take profits, and then more people come into it, which is why you get a continuation through that previous area consolidation, which is the flag part or the pennant part of the sideways move. So I'm all eyes and ears, baby, about this one because I think it does continue. Now, what's my bias? My bias is long, as you can probably tell. When does that bias change? When it breaks through the volume weighted average price on a closing basis. Currently, VWAP is at 7 1/3. We're whiffling and waffling, 5 pennies below $8. For all intents and purposes, we're at $8 generally. Okay. Say that again.
Slowing down now.
The Katina man says it's slowing down, as you can tell. Yeah, and that's the way it is, right? People are going to be getting their shorts back in, taking profits at this level. We know it's 79%, whatever, even if it's not 79 exactly. It's high, all right? Because there's a lot of people getting in on this name who are probably getting stopped out, who want to, exact revenge on this name or whatever the situation is. So we're looking. I changed my bias below 7 1/3. I'm very much in my bias, or I will continue with my bias so long as it remains above that 7 1/3 area. But this one, great move up, and it's got all the right characteristics. That high short flow, the catalyst. What's the float on this again? 16 million shares, so it's not like it's huge or anything like that. So 7 3/4 right now. This one absolutely still in play, Ram. So gonna keep an eye on that. We've got it up on a trading screen. Let's see what Microsoft is doing as well, because we were trying to short this one earlier. So the soft one showed me a little bit of, weakness over here, but as you can see, holding the 10 exponential ever since reclaiming it at around 12.25. It's working its way back into the volume weighted average price era. 423.80 is where VWAP is. I want to hear all about it because we've got a lesson that we have to start. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got 80 pennies here in Meta, and I'm actually going to stay in this position. I took out. You guys know I was really pressed at Lily because I was pressed at myself. I was like, Adara, that is, you liked that idea. Why were you so in your head? Then I was like, believe in yourself. I got out of the Meta short, yada, yada, whatever. Like I said, it pushed up higher. And then I said, if it bounced off 531 and going long, 531.20s were like on the book. I was like, Adara, you're not going to get 531s. You will get 531.21s. They will do something for you. Guess what? They did. We're $1 in the money now in the remaining third. I want to add back in. We get back up 531.50, so that was a huge area that we pushed above that. I was like, okay, we're going to chill. If we get below 531s, that was initially going to be my stop. I was reaching 20 pennies, made 80. So 4-to-1 risk to reward is like crazy. But that's what happens when you have confidence when you believe in yourself. Now with Meta, if we get below that 531.50, I want like zero smoke. And that honestly has nothing to do with P&L. That has everything to do with what Meta's done at 531.50, which has been, in a word, crazy. I don't think I'm going to get 531.50. If we can get a fill at 531.60, that'd be dope. But I mean, Meta, if you just want to give me like $1 plus in the money, I'm cool with that as well. The next area I'd be interested in not profit taking. Like this will be my do or die area here. If we get above 532.50 and we bounce, I actually want to add here because that was a huge area of rejection before we doomed. If we can't get above this area, I'll get out here. I'll be reassessing as I go. I will be keeping you guys posted in the chat. I am pleased as punch with what I did on Meta because Meta is a spread of your name. I trusted myself. I had the confidence. I had the confidence. And the biggest thing that you have to do is look at the balance of the evidence. And if the balance of the evidence says it's the verdict, make sure you take the trade. But yeah, lesson time.
Yeah.
I love this community. I love this chat. And
Great
make sure you vote
trade,
for your
Adara.
tickers, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I like how you're keeping Meta on the ropes. All right, let's get it, baby. We're talking about moving average convergence divergence, MACD for short. We're talking about moving averages all of this week and all of next week. And we're not just talking about the regular moving averages. We're talking about all the derivative indicators that you can get from these moving averages. So today, one of those is moving average convergence divergence. Let's start, as we always do, with some of the basics. Oh, that was wrong escape there, but with some of the basics with the topic we're discussing on the day. So MACD, essentially, obviously, it's a technical analysis tool. It measures the relationship here between two exponential moving averages, right? And it's composed of two lines. The first line is the MACD line. The MACD line is calculated essentially by subtracting a longer EMA from a shorter one. We don't need to know the duration or the mathematics behind it. We just need to know how to use it. So the MACD line, two lines on the MACD and signal. The MACD line is calculated by subtracting the longer period EMA from a shorter period EMA. Then the signal line is actually based on the MACD line, and it's a 9-period EMA of the actual MACD line. So derivative use of the same data here. And that's really the point. So this is kind of how it looks like IRL. You've got the MACD line over here depicted in red, and the signal line is depicted in that dotted green. And we're going to talk about how to use it in a second, but you can see here that the lines cross each other. That means certain things. These bars here that you see depicted behind the lines, this is essentially just a histogram. And it's a visual depiction of the distance, the space between the two lines. As the space between the two lines widens or narrows, the histogram will also widen or narrow. And then when the MACD line is above the signal line, you'll see the bars on the top side. When the MACD line is below the signal line, you'll see the bars on the low side. And they get longer as the distance between the two lines gets wider. Okay? Let's talk about the first method of use, though, for the MACD line. I just want to keep my eye on Riley over here because it's doing things. All right, so 3 methods we're going to talk about today on how to use MACD, like for actual trades. We're going to talk about this one over here, price action, MACD divergence. We're also going to talk about the signal buying tool, the crossover, and then last but not least, we're going to talk about using MACD with RSI. So 3 different trading strategies we're going to talk about today with how to actually use the moving average convergence divergence. First and foremost, MACD price action divergence. Divergence occurs essentially when the MACD line or MACD move in opposite directions from the price. There's 2 types of divergences we want to talk about here, bullish and bearish. The first, bullish. This is when the price makes a new low, the price makes a new low, but the MACD makes a higher low. This indicates to you potential bullish reversal. So clearly we're in usually a downtrend at that point because it's a bullish reversal. Conversely, the bearish divergence here happens when the price makes a new high, but the MACD makes a lower high. And this is indicating to us potential bearish divergence. Let's see what the bullish divergence looks like. Here it is. So we're looking at the price action. That's obviously the Japanese candlesticks. Here's an obvious area trough. And then look at the next trough. Subsequent to it makes a lower low. Did the MACD do the same thing though? No, it didn't. in fact, at the same area where the MACD made that initial trough to coincide with the price action trough, the subsequent trough was a higher low. And so this is what we call bullish divergence. The MACD and the price action not jiving in this case, and we use this not jiving scenario to basically make a prediction that we'll have bullish price action. Conversely, this is what looks like when there's bearish divergence. The price action here, this is an obvious area crest. We drop a little and we come back up and we make a newer high. So two crests here with the second one being higher than its predecessor. Did we get that same price action though on the MACD? Nuh-uh. So in the area where we had the first area price action crest, here's the MACD crest. Then look what happens. When the price made a higher high, the MACD made a lower high. This is what we call bearish divergence. And it's indicating to us a potential bearish reversal. So this is, in a nutshell, MACD price action divergence. When they diverge, you should be looking for a leading indicator as to what may be coming. Michael Noss often talks about this, both with MACD and RSI. You can use the price action RSI divergence with MACD in a very similar way that you use with RSI. All right, let's talk about the signal buying tool. So essentially when one MACD line, or when one line, I should say, crosses over another. MACD and signal are the two lines, obviously, on the moving average convergence divergence. So MACD can be used to generate buy and sell signals based on crossovers between the MACD line and the signal line. Let's talk about two of these types. The first one, the bullish crossover. This is when the MACD line crosses above, so from low to high, above the signal line, and it's indicating to you in that instance that a potential bullish trend reversal may be coming. Conversely, the bearish crossover. Again, this is where the MACD line crosses below the signal line. It's indicating to you a potential bearish trend reversal. Here's the look. So we're moving up. Here's the MACD line is the blue line, and the signal line is the red line. We get the blue crossing the red right over here. And then look what happens in their subsequent price action. We move up. And that was, look what was preceded by. We were moving down, right? So the preceding price action was headed down. That's why we say it's a reversal. Everything good?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry, I didn't realize I was breathing that heavily. I'm all good here.
It's all good. And here's the bearish reversal, okay? So we have the MACD line here depicted in blue with the signal line depicted in yellow. You get the cross down between the MACD and the signal, and look what happens to the price action subsequent. Lower lows, lower highs. So a couple of methods so far, price action divergence and these crossovers all can be used as entries for MACD. Last but not least, we're going to talk about how to use the MACD and the RSI together. What's going on over there, Katina, man? What are you listening to on your new AirPods?
Controversial.
Oh, new Kanye. I like it. I like it. Katina, man, is listening to Kanye. I like Kanye. Well, I like Kanye's music. So let's talk about MACD, RSI entry signals. So we're going to talk about basically two different entry signals here, a bullish entry and a bearish entry. Then we'll talk about some exits. So if you're already in a trade, what to look for if you're already in it. So let's talk about the bullish entry first. This is when the MACD line crosses above the signal line. So we know right away that's a bullish cross. But what does the RSI have to do in this instance? What we're looking for here from the RSI is to come into oversold. So the RSI is moving down into that below 30. So you're looking for a bullish crossover on the MACD, but you're looking at basically a bit of a different look. You're looking for that oversold area on the RSI. So if you get both of those, check and check, it could be a bullish entry. Conversely, the bearish entry, how do we do this one? This is when the MACD line crosses below the signal line, which we know from the previous slide is a bearish entry. But what's the RSI got to do here? The RSI should be getting already into that overbought territory, so a print above 70 on the RSI. You do that, you're looking at getting short possibly on the instrument that you're trading. That is what we call a bearish entry. But if you're already in a trade and you don't know whether to get out, is this the time to sell? Here's what before we do that, here's let me just tell you quick. Here's the depiction of the bullish entry. So in this particular instance, we have the MACD line as blue, signal line as red down here. This light blue is the RSI. What's going on with the market?
Short rally.
The Katina man is short Riley, by the way. I can't even see Riley because it's not loading up on my chart. Here, oh, it's that VWAP Katina man. Get it. Here we go, baby. The Katina man short. How much did they cost you? $8 for 100?
For 100?
Yeah.
5 cents.
5 cents. Okay, the Katina man. No, thank you. Yeah. The Katina man paid a whole 5 cents. Huh? I love the first bid is free, he says. I love it. No, if we can get back to this though, Ram. So here I have the RSI up here, the MACD down here. Look how the RSI gives you that leading look as to the fact that the winds of change may be coming. So the RSI gets into that overbought territory way before you get that cross on the MACD. So you don't act upon it right away when you see it on the RSI. It should alert you. And then you're looking for confirmation. We always talk about that with TA. You're always looking for confirmation. You never want to rely too much on one indicator. So the RSI should raise your suspicions once it gets into that overbought territory, but you don't act upon it until we get that MACD signal line crossover. And then look what happens over here. We start making lower highs and lower lows. So that's kind of what I want to talk about there about the bearish entry. Now, let's talk about the exits. So if you're already in a trade and you're bullish, you're long, how do you get out? Let's talk about the bullish exit. In this particular instance, what we want to see is the MACD line cross below the signal line, but at the same time, we want to see the RSI move into 70. So a bit different than what we were looking for previously. So the MACD line in this instance, if you're long and you want to take profits and you're unsure, the MACD line crosses the signal line, which is bearish, and then the RSI moves into that overbought territory above 70. Conversely, if you're bearish, get it, Katina man. If you're already short something and you want to figure out, hey, is this the right time to take profits? Here's the bearish exit strategy. The MACD line crosses above the signal line, so we know that's a little bit bullish. The RSI, though, it's got to move below that 30, so it moves into that 30, that oversold territory, and that is where you look to take some profits. Last but not least, we're going to talk about when the best market conditions is to use the MACD and what some of the data suggests. So first and foremost, trending markets seems to be the best. MACD tends to perform better in markets that are trending as opposed to ranging. So always try to identify trend before using these indicators. But markets with consistent volatility seem to bamboozle the MACD. So the MACD can be less reliable in markets with high volatility or sudden price spikes, but it also seems to perform much better when used on a long-term time frame. While it can be used on shorter time frames because we know technical analysis is mostly fractal, it seems to provide more reliable signals when it's on the daily or when it's on the weekly. And the data... What do
you say?
I don't know, he's having a good time. Yeah, so I'm happy as long as he's having a good time.
Listening to 5-0, so he's probably pretty pumped up right there. He's listening just like some New York drill.
Hey.
Shout out to Sean there.
Get it, Katina, man.
Shout out to 5-0 for it.
Hey.
Yes, right.
No worries. You okay? All right. Data-driven insights here. So what do some of these studies suggest is the best time to use MACD? Well, Goldner and Wormsley studied this in 2006. Their research analyzed the effect of various technical analysis tools, including MACD, across different market types and different time frames. And they found that MACD actually performed far better, number one, in trending markets. And they suggested that it's most effective when used in conjunction with other indicators, hence why I included the RSI in the lesson. And then there was this Kajavec and Otters-White study back in 2004. Their study on TA in the financial markets found that MACD, when combined with volume-based indicators, they said, could improve trading performance, especially in identifying momentum in trending markets. So it's always good to have that data to support your analysis, even though, obviously we always figured that out ourselves. So shout out to the Katina man. He took Riley short, and he's printing up a storm because it broke that 7.5 there. And you can see this one headed to the downside. But that is the lesson of the day there.
Thank you so much, Sharif, for the lesson of the day. We do have, in 2 minutes, an auction. It is the 20-year bond auction. We'll be letting you all know. I am still long Meta for the time being because she's just looking real pretty. We're 60 pennies in the money on Meta. I want to clarify what I did here because I said I'd add at 531.50s. We didn't even get to 531.50s, guys. We got to 531.60s. So we bounced, so I added. And I was still going to risk it to 531.50s. Every time Meta looks slightly slicey and dicey and pricey, then Meta's like, oh, never mind, Adara. Just stay with me. Breathe with me. I am not adding in at levels that don't make sense. I also wish I was Sean rocking out to some music right now. Oh, that's a 5-EO. 5-EO? Okay, speaking of spicy, that song was 5-EO and Nas, and there's someone else in that too. Spicy? That's a good song. Oh, these markets got spicy here too. As we were that auction in 1 minute, Meta, oh my God, Meta, do you want to go with dollar in the money again here? I'd be pleased as punch with this. Really happy I stuck with this stock because, you know, you could have days where things don't work out. You have a trade, doesn't go your way. It could feel like Coldplay song Fix You. You try your best, you don't succeed, all that stuff. But then you just have to keep on going because the market does not care about your feelings. You can't have any when you're trading. This spread's getting really tight on Meta. We come and bounce off 532.50s. The 532 area, I'm definitely going to be adding here because that is a level that we struggled to get above. It was also a level of chop and churn over here, so I definitely want to be cautious, but I definitely am interested in adding if it proves to stay bullish here. Right now, look at Amazon. Okay, Amazon pushing up here. Joanna Brewster was asking about Tesla, so we can definitely pull up Tesla. Tesla 221, that was a level that did something for me yesterday. I did talk extensively about that 221 level. Like all puns aside, Tesla 221 was really... Tesla. Okay, I see you, Tesla. So Tesla here was gorgeously above VWAP. I like this level here, just above VWAP here, that 221.60s. That was certainly a level we found some support earlier. I want to see what Tesla does from there. It is 1 p.m. So do we have... No, we don't have the meeting minutes yet. Not the minutes, sorry. The minutes are coming at 2. What we're waiting for is the auction, which we also don't have. We'll see if there's a reauction. You don't always get a reauction in these markets, but it looks bullish. At least Tesla's bullish. You're trying to push to 222s. I just closed my chart for some reason, so let's see what happens here. Yes, because I know I do talk a little bit quickly, but these markets move so quickly, you got to be able to keep up with them, their markets. So please just punch with that. Trying to find my chart. Where are you at, chart? So as we look at the chart, how is Meta doing? Okay, Meta is trying to push back above that 532.50s, looking a little topping tail-esque, which is not like something I love here, but we'll see what we get here on Meta. And we will not, in fact, get upset. Found my Tesla chart. Great look. Okay, so we push up higher, then we come right back to slam that area of support I said here that I find interesting on Tesla, right above VWAP. What is the auction? We're waiting here on this reauction. ASAP Ferg and Spicy too. Thank you, Pillsbury. I knew I was forgetting a rapper that was in Spicy. Shout out to Pillsbury, definitely a Nas fan there. If you know Spicy, these markets getting spicy as well. Oh. So let's see what we got here. Okay, I don't want to say a whole lot of red. Shout out to Playboy Cardi, but a little bit of red coming in here for this Meta. I don't want to call it red quite yet, especially because I'm long. We're still 60 pennies in the money here. Woo! Like I said, I definitely want to add depending on what we do here at 532s, but I'd rather see what this reauction does before I do anything. And that's why I didn't add. I was tempted to add here below 532s. So I was like, Adara, no reauction, no adding yet. Also, Chris Sabin, we will be getting those minutes at 2 p.m. So in 60 more minutes, we'll be getting the Fed meeting minutes from July. And if there's any tickers you want to look at while we wait for those Fed meeting minutes, please get into the chat and let us know. Exclamation point, join, space, $, the ticker of your choice. And guys, I really pushed for this yesterday. It seems to have been well received. I know some people are like, oh, but it's always the same tickers that we already look at. But that's what's great about voting is you guys can make us look at different tickers. So if there's any tickers you like that are not Mag 7 names, maybe it's like, I don't know, maybe you're like, hey, what did Smicky do today? SPCE, by the way, almost at 630. Shout out to you. Darius Golden had a great long case on that. I didn't get involved because I didn't have levels on that I felt really good about there. But shout out to you, Darius Golden. Bless you, Ramin. Maybe you want to hear about Crocs and their Sydney Sweeney story. Shout out to Sydney Sweeney. Maybe the market is having you feel like you've never, ever been happier. So get in that. Shout out to you for if anyone knows that it's a Sydney Sweeney reference there. But anyone get in that chat, let us know. Bless you, Ramin.
Keep it down, Rammer.
4.16%, by the way, for that 2-year bond auction high yield. Lower than the expected so lower than the previous 4.46. So actual 4.16, previous 4.46. We just did the lesson, so we're going to wait a little bit to do that lesson again here. But just so you guys know, I am still looking at Meta. My stop continues to be 531.50s, though if I do add here above 532s, I will be raising my stop. It'll probably be around that 532 level, but I want to wait and see what happens. I don't think Meta's over yet, but the fact that we keep projecting that 532.50 could get interesting. I'm going to give it one last test, If it pushes above 532.50, cool. We stay, we vibe, we chill. If we add, actually, if we bounce. If we can't get above that 532.50 one more time, I will take my 90 cents in Meta and I'll go on a little run. How are you doing here, Sheree?
I'm trying to weasel into Donald John Trump, but it's just too dang strong. It's on the way. Pardon me?
She's saying, watch your words. You said, I'm trying to, yeah, it's funny. It's just funny. I laughed.
Get it together there, Ram. 24.30 is where it's at right now. 24.29 is the ask. 27 on the bid. I'm sitting here at around 15, 16s. It's not going to come into that. It's just too dang strong. Up and to the right it goes, and you can gauge the strength of the momentum based upon the angle of the trend line. So if I was to draw the angle of the trend line here, it is awfully indicated. What's going on over there, Katina? He's $1 in the money on AMZN. The market looks like it's headed back into 19.9. Amazon's back into 180. It's now positive on the day, 2/3%. In fact, it stayed positive. What am I saying? There's that white line right there that it absolutely defended. 179er was the closing print on AMZN on the day yesterday. It was a little bit below that, 178.88, and now it has weaseled its way right back above the whole dollar at about 180. So we'll see if that continuity can get going. You're seeing it on a lot of these Mag 7 stocks right now. And Rivian Millionaire wanted me to show you this. You wanted me to show you the NQ chart, which is the top right of your corner, and the NVIDIA chart, which is the bottom right in the corner over here. A lot of overlap, Rivian Millionaire. The only thing I'd say that the only real difference is how much we popped up there at 1040 versus how much we popped up there at 1040 on the future. A little bit more subdued, I feel like, on NVIDIA, probably because it kept below 130, because that's a key area of resistance. But yeah, definitely feel there's a lot of overlap today between NVIDIA and the NQ September contract. So yeah, good call by you. I'm still looking for entry on Donald John Trump, but I'm gonna try to base my entry off the 10 or the 20. It's just too strong right now. It's not really coming into my area. I sat there waiting at 15s forever. This trade is no longer valid, putting it at 15s, because if it comes back down there, it's a different trade. So yeah, DJT's going, baby. 13 2/3 to the high side right now. Great look for it on the day. Whoever's taken this initially, well, you did really well. I took one trade on it, positive on part of it, negative on the other as it did break down. So we'll look to exact some more revenge on DJT if it continues to head up. But my next entry will be either a 24 test. I need it to come back down to test 24. We have an obvious area resistance over here at 1150 at $24. We got into there again at 1230, rejected, got into there again at 1245, rejected, then finally took it and then came back and used it. So I want to see if we use it again. $24, I'll get in. Initially I had it 24.16, that's no longer valid. That was based on where the 10 EMA was at the time. Now we're going to look for areas of technical resistance and support on Donald John Trump, up 13 3/4. Elon saying Barron's just released a news pre-market saying DJT could fall more. What the hell? Yeah, you're not wrong, Elon. I think, well, I'm just assuming that that's why it's up 13 3/4%, because it got to all-time post-SPAC lows this morning. So that's what the news articles were about. I saw the same thing you were seeing, and it wasn't just Barron's. It was a whole bunch of people releasing that, basically all-time CNBC. Thank you. All-time lows for DJT. Obviously not DWAC, DJT. They're not the same. After the D-SPAC. So Donald John Trump looking to take that 24.50. It looks like there's some selling here, there is some sellers at 24.44. It's about 160 lots, not too much. GovX is still in play. Neon is still in play. VRAX, they're all still in play, guys. Even Riley's back above VWAP. Is it seriously? Katina, man, did you get out of that? What's the sitch? He's still holding on to a little bit. He's holding on to 40%, so the Katina man's holding on to that one. Let's pull. Hodling, baby, says there. Dang it. DJT still going. So great look right now on RILY. Adara was printing up a storm. Adara, I want to hear all about it.
Yeah, so Meta, I did add it 532.50s at the time. We pushed above that beautifully. Then we get that weakness in the Qs, obviously, and Meta also felt that. I now like 20-ish cents out of the money. The reason I'm still in this, though, I said I'd see what we do at 532s. 532s in the book are making me bite my nails because every time I think this thing's going to break, we start getting more bullish on the book. I got to 532 evens on the bid. I was ready to get that trigger finger ready. But as Drake says, trigger fingers turn to Twitter fingers. Because before I can press, Meta's like, oh, wait, you think I'm bearish now? We're trying to push up higher here on the bid. I am not leaving Meta here yet. Like I said, I'm going to give this one last try here at the 532.50. I already gave it one last try, but I added there because it was strong at the time. We had to move down in the market, but Meta cannot break below 532, so I cannot get out of it here. If I saw stuff that scared me more in the book, I honestly would be leaving. But the way that we recovered that 532 in the bid is just beautiful. It's immaculate. It's a work of art. It's a masterpiece. It's, I don't know. It's a platform. It's a Meta platform for more opportunity. I told you, I thought it was funny too that you call it the Zuck train because it's Meta platforms, right? Choo-choo. But yeah, so confident here for the time being, flat on it on the bid here. So you got to do. Like I said, I was a little bit about Lily, and again, why I was upset about that is because I had that level and I did not take it because I did not have enough confidence because I was like, oh, but it's not a day trade stock. I guess it just got a little bit like, Charlie Brown, do. It's like, it didn't stop you before. You like those levels. Why are you not doing it, right? So all that jazz, things to aggressively journal about. But NVIDIA here, some people were saying, oh, breakout happening in NVIDIA. Like I said, I don't really think NVIDIA is interesting to me as a long. And I don't mean to me, I mean period. And I'm not trying to whatever. People have different levels, right? Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying here. But 128.40, I do know what I'm saying. NVIDIA 128.40, if you can't break that, to me, it is still a short. That being said, higher lows, I think that's a good look. And I don't want to rain on anybody's little parade here. I hope everybody prints. We always hope everybody prints here in this chat. And the other thing you could argue is this is an inverse umbrella handle. I talked a lot about these umbrella handle patterns. When you're in a thing, you got a sharp candle quadunk, and then we recover. That being said, NVIDIA 128.40 was huge resistance yesterday on the 5-minute, and I'll show you look at this NVIDIA 128.40 double top. And look where we rejected today. We can't even get back to 128.40, nice right? Trade. So again, I do not want to be sad about anybody here. If you like NVIDIA, I obviously want everybody to print here. I'm just saying in my opinion, and not even just my opinion, in the chart's opinion, NVIDIA is really weak until we can get above 128.40. I know we're up on the day, but that's a huge resistance level, and it's been a resistance level for a few levels. So I just want to be really honest with you about that. Meta, Meta's getting really interesting to me here because we are holding 532 on the bid, climbing higher on the ask. I want to see what happens here. I would love to see the ask get a little bit of a, to the upside here. Do your thing, Meta, please. No, I'm joking. We're not have hopium. We just have realism. If my level's 532, I'm not getting out till we get below 532. No ifs, ands, or zucks about it. 111, make a wish. We're going to wait for a little bit to do that last year. I'm going to see Meta resolve itself here because I have a feeling Meta will probably be giving me the boot off the train, kicking me off the Meta platform.
New dude to boot it.
Soon here. New dude to boot it. We'll see what's happened over here. 40% gain, let's go, says Rivian Millionaire. Out of Riley. I got to give you big props for that. That one going to the gates of the downside. Mwahahaha. Sean's in the Dollar Club. I hope to join in the Dollar Club soon here on Meta. We'll see what happens there. But you got to do what you got to do.
He's in the Dollar Club on an 8. Sorry, Katina, man. It's a $7 name.
Oh.
Wow. Get it together there, Katina, man. Big. He just wet his beak on some profits at around $7. You're still holding about half to a third? 20% he's holding right now as it heads down whiffles and waffles at set 7 level. Keep your eye on RILY, high short float. According to Trade Ideas, it's 79% and change. Looks like it may be a little bit higher here as there's more people shorting this bad boy off that $9 HOD. I should mention to you that the volume weighted average price around 760, 750, so it's well below that level now. All right, I'm long the future at these levels. We'll give this one the old community college try. I'd like this break through the volume weighted average price, makes an area crest. I'll give this one a couple of we'll give this about 15, 20 pennies worth of room and looking for another move up here on the future. We'll basically give this one a little bit of space. This one right here, Ram. This 740, or where am I? 744. So the break of this area crest or area consolidation low is the end of my trade. And also really needs to hold on to the volume weighted average price. at these levels. So we, on the NQ September contract, we move into 19,833. We're dipping down now into 19,860. That's where the VWAP is. If it doesn't hold up at VWAP, my trade isn't right. And, you know, I'm not going to get upset about what they're just going to get out. So what I'm seeing right now is some greenage come in on some, greenage on these Mag 7 names. I'm seeing Meta curl up here. Shout out to Adara. This is curling up, looking to go 533. Oh. It's got a bunch of interactions at 533 today. I think you have
your Twitter there.
Yeah, fantastic. I think that's a fantastic look. Microsoft also looking like it wants to weasel its way into 424. We were talking about this one all the way down here at 423 is an area of support. Tesla is reawakening here, and it looks like it's headed to the upside. So we had a nice double bottom at 219.5, 219.25. Now we're talking about 222.50. We still have some resistance, though, with which to contend. We have these closing prices here, or prints, I should say, at 22.80, and then we have the wicks at 223.25, excuse me, there. So Tesla getting a nice little bounce there midday off the lows. NVIDIA also above 128 and above VWAP. I feel like Apple is absolute dead weight on the day, so living up to its little nickname there that we have for it on the show, the dead one. It has not been able to take over that 226.5, which is where the basically the line between break even and red on the day is. So we'll see if this one can go. It looks like it's headed back down now, still putting in higher lows. So yeah, that's the look there. Let's look at the Donald John Trump, because I have a dip trade set up at 24, and this thing is just going, bro. You just got to punch in at highs. There's no retracements here. It's giving you 1 or 2 minute pullbacks, Adara. Maybe we'll get a bit of a deeper one, but 24 seems like a decent level if we get a bit more retracey, if I could call it that. If we come in to test 24, I think that this is a good entry. So we'll wait and see what's going on over there.
That's Sherway Garden.
Oh my God.
Say that again, can you hear me? Oh, really? Beautiful. And yeah, true to form, they have it around the tape. Here, show this, Ram. Open. Marissa is going to take down the fence, open the doors, and sit in the Cybertruck, something I couldn't do. And it seems some people at Sherway Gardens can't do either. She's not going to do that, eh?
I meant the plastic as.
Oh, credit card. She's going to drop the plastic. She's going to put a Cybertruck reservation. I like it. I don't even think they're reserving them anymore, Katina. I think they have an excess amount. By the way, they quietly removed the prohibition from the resale clause on the Cybertrucks. Yeah, because, well, I mean, the price is coming down now. There's this TikToker called George Saliba. I follow him because he sells used cars, and he's interesting to follow. So he gets all these Cybertrucks coming in, and he's like always buying and selling all the time. He's like, I don't even want any more Cybertrucks, bro. It's just a supply and demand type thing. Y'all, you're getting your Cybertrucks, you're paying whatever, $2,000 to skip the line. You're coming to sell it to me, and I don't want them. So yeah, so it does seem like might be a demand issue here for the Cybertruck. Maybe they'll let me sit inside it finally here, Derek, because right now I still can't.
You know, the only supply and demand issue is that Sharif demands to sit in the Cybertruck. Oh.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Yeah,
the only supply and demand issue is that Sharif demands to sit in the Cybertruck, and one needs to be supplied to him.
Well, you know, Adara, I'm not asking for a free Cybertruck.
No,
I'm not even
sitting one.
Yeah, I'm not even asking to take it on a test drive.
You're not.
I'd like to sit in.
You're really asking for very little.
I'm asking for very little, Adara. And look, I love Elon. I'm an Elon fanboy. I'm just going to throw that out there, okay? But, you know, this whole, like, hyping this up thing, all right, bro, maybe in the fall, like when it originally came out. Yeah. But the Cybertruck's been done to death now. Let people in it. Let me see the dang truck.
Open the door.
Oh, he'll be on Friday. Oh, maybe he'll be saying.
Oh yeah, Mr. Powell opening the door. That was a good transition. That's usually my transition.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Glenn Smith, they only stopped taking orders for the rear-wheel drive, not only model. No, that's not what I'm talking about, Glenn. I know they're still taking orders, obviously. It goes without saying they're taking orders. I know they discontinued the rear-wheel drive model because there was very little demand for it. Also, it helps streamline production, right? If you're not having to make all these models, it's a bit cheaper for you on the production line. What I'm talking about is they removed the resale clause. That's what I meant there. Chef Joe, you want to ride? I need to come to Canada. LOL. You have one, Chef Joe?
I know. I thought he was on the wait list. I know he's on the wait list. I think that
maybe he got it.
Maybe he got it.
Shout out to you, Chef Joe. I'm jealous. Goes without saying. Jealous there. Shout out to you. I hope you have a lot of fun with that Cybertruck. It's got a hell of a truck, man. Ron Swanson, Sharif. You can have my Cybertruck reservation, can take delivery now. Dude, there's people selling their Cybertruck reservation online. And you got to see, you know how Facebook Marketplace shows you the price adjustment? So if you originally listed it at like $5,000 and then you drop the price, like the market's dropping now, so I might get stopped out of my futures long here. But you know how when you drop the price on the Facebook Marketplace, it shows you what the original price was relative to what you've dropped it to? So you should see some of these listings, man. They had it listed from like 6 and 7 months ago. They couldn't push it. They had it like $5,000. Now they're trying to get a couple of $100 for it. So yeah, it's funny how that works, huh? So that's the look there. Josh says, how's that depreciation? Yeah, I know that. I've been hearing a lot about that as well. That's the other thing that George Saliba guy was talking about. So, hey, Apple's on the way down. It's going to break 226. The future is whiffling. It's waffling. Things are mostly either, flat or on the way up right now, except Apple. And I think Apple has single-handedly pushed this market down. Apple and NVIDIA, actually, because they're both putting in red candles. This might stop me out here of this trade, Adara. What's your look?
I got out of Meta a little more than 50 cents in the money. I want to talk about that. I know I was waiting for 533, and then I said, Adara, be realistic about the book. As the future was pushing lower, I was about to hit the panic button and get it, because that 532.50 for me, you guys know how much I liked that as like a support resistance gauge, right? So once we broke above that, I was chilling, I was vibing, I was trying to get 533 filled, and then it was like, I don't have to do that though. I was like, okay, Meta, fine. So I was trying to get 2/3 the position of 533, holding the rest for the dream. Meta was like, no. I was like, cool, Meta, I respect that. Then we get down to 532.50s, and we hold it on the bid beautifully. And I'm like, Adara, the way you're reading this book, this thing's got more room. So I tried another 532. We make lower high there. We can't even get to 533 that time. We get to like 532.80s. I said, Adara, get the rest out here, 532.75s. Based on what you're seeing in the book, that is very realistic. It might go higher, but you're not comfortable with it. And the book is, as Sharif said, futures are whiffling and waffling.
Oh, yeah.
Book was whiffling and waffling on Meta. If you're whiffling and waffling at tickers, like, hey, what would I do with them? Well, there's a way, no advice, but reads on the market. Get in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you like. Maybe it is Meta, maybe it's AMC, maybe it's GME, maybe it's Snowflake out of earnings. I'll look at that one after for you guys. Maybe it's Zoom out of earnings. Maybe it's any of these names there. By the way, you can check out Neil and I. We're going to do a Q&A with NNA, perhaps, because there's no Chris Betcher tonight. So like Neil and Adara, Q&A, mayhaps, perchance. Also, now Meta breaking up to 533s. I have no regrettas in Meta.
I love
here.
it.
And I also want to talk about one name here. Sharif, it's been an uptrend.
What?
Still, that it would have been $7 in the money in.
Who?
Eli Lilly.
Oh.
I got to be honest.
I think you had the right idea. Absolutely right idea.
Thank you. I did have the right idea. And the reason I didn't get in was because I was like, but I literally just got so in my head. And there's no reason to. It's set up perfectly. I had no reason not to get in. I watched it in the book as it got in. That is, Adara, these are the type of trades you like trading. If you have that look and you believe in it, next time. But it motivated me to get that Meta. So I literally just excited to aggressively journal. Speaking of those big spready names I like, we got SPCE here below the 9 EMA. If SPCE gets into that 620s, I'm looking at it kind of here. We fell pretty violently. We've been selling off for the past few 5-minute candles. Eyes on that. I know a lot of people, though, do want us to talk about NVIDIA. My case on NVIDIA remains the same. We can knock it above 28.40 and we're making lower highs. The last time I saw this, we were actually making higher lows. That ended. NVIDIA 127.50 is a level I like, and I think that's pretty evident on the chart. If, depending on what we do here, that could be an interesting level, but I do not think NVIDIA is along till we get off the schneid at 128.40s. That was a double top yesterday. Before we get into the lesson, I see you are in two longs, and I want to hear about your bite of the apple and your TQs.
So 226 defend on Apple. We're going to give this one very little room. It's because we're holding up at VWAP on the future. So I was thinking if we come into the whole dollar level and the future continues to head up, Apple defends. We're going to try this. That's the way it is. The other trade that I'm in, long the future, because we've been waffling at the volume weighted average price. I see Meta moving up. I see Softy moving up. I see Amazon moving up. I see Tesla moving up. Google and Apple are doing nothing. NVIDIA, right? So I'm thinking, all right, well, if that's the case here, then we want to get involved. So that's what we're going to do, and we're already involved. So going to put my beak wetter right in front of that $0.50 area, 71.5, and we'll see what we get. We won't get upset. Also holding on to this Apple, looking for a 226 defend. I'm trying to give it enough room here so I don't paper hand the trade and get stopped out when I have the right idea, if I have the right idea. So we'll see exactly what we get there. Knowing full well that it's been kind of a whiffly-waffly kind of day. I don't really want to take breakout trades. I'm trying to take key areas of support and resistance, but you may not be able to always get that. So keeping my eye on Nike, on Apple, and keeping my eye on the future with, this market indecisive at the moment.
Yeah, Meta's still pushing higher here. Wow, like I said, I understand why I got out of the long where I did. I might get back into paying what we do here because this looks like it could be a little inverse head and shouldery. But if you want to learn about things like what on market, lesson time, we'll pretend that was a great transition. We're going to talk about understanding the MACD.
Got it.
So MACD, you're moving average convergence divergence. That's going to be a technical analysis indicator. It looks at, the relationship. It's like a rom-com between these two exponential moving averages, right? The EMAs. You've got two lines here. The MACD line, which is calculated by subtracting a longer period EMA from a shorter period EMA, and the signal line, which is a 9-period EMA of the MACD line. As someone who likes 9-period EMAs, I find it very cool that they're naturally part of the MACD analysis. So here's your MACD. You've got your histogram here, which shows kind of the movement, and then you've got your red MACD line, which is again longer period EMA subtracted from shorter period EMA, and your signal line, your 9-period EMA of your MACD line. Now, MACD and price action divergence occurs when you've got the MACD line moving in the opposite direction of the price. The price creeping up, MACD creeping down. Bullish divergence when you have the price making a new low, while the MACD line makes a higher low, potential bullish reversal. Potential bearish reversal here, or bearish divergence, occurs when you have the MACD line making a lower high. Here's one example here of bullish divergence. You've got the price making a distinctive lower low here, really clear. And as it does, you've got a distinctive higher low on the MACD. And look what we do. We pop higher on the price. Now, bearish divergence too. Look at this higher low we've got here on this distinctive higher low on the bearish divergence. Higher highs, higher lows here. Look at this on the price. But then on the MACD, we have a lower high. And look what the price does. Follows the MACD and it pushes lower. Now, signal buying tool is one way that you can use the MACD. You can use it to generate buy and sell signals based on crossovers between the MACD line and the signal line. So a bullish crossover happens when you've got the MACD line crossing above the signal line, indicating a potential bullish trend reversal. The bearish crossover, meanwhile, occurs when you have the MACD line crossing below the signal line, which shows that you've got maybe a trend to the downside. Here's a bullish crossover. You got your price increasing, steady price increase. And look when that started. When you had the bullish MACD crossover here, the MACD line crossing above the signal, flip to the upside. Now look at the bearish. You've got this kind of high area here. We're trying to push higher here. But then you have the MACD line slamming above that signal line, shoop to the downside for the market. MACD and RSI can be used as entry signals as well when they're used in combination. You know what we love on this show? Confluence. And you can get that with these here markets. So bullish entry here, if you're looking for a MACD and RSI used in tandem as a couple there, we're C and MACD. So a bullish entry could be, for example, if you got the MACD line crossing above the signal line and the RSI is oversold. That's two signals that we could be going boop, 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 to the upside in your stock. Now, what if you're looking for a bearish signal, okay? Let's say you've got the MACD line crossing below the signal line. We know is bearish. But you know what else is bearish?
What?
Overbought RSI, though not always. Not always.
Very true.
So if you have those two together and you have other things you're looking for confluence, shout out to someone behind us there perhaps, then you've got your look. So look, first, in this example here, thank you, Sharif, for putting together these lists, putting all these little charts up here. Look at your RSI Pampit. Bearish entry, right? You've got the RSI giving a bit of a reversal signal. We push into oversold, right? But the market's still pushing higher. But you know what's not?
What?
The bearish, the MACD. The MACD pushes lower. The RSI pushes lower. You know what pushes else lower?
What?
Stock.
True.
Bearish. Let's talk about exit signals. MACD, RSI exit signals here. So bullish exits when you got the MACD line crossing below the signal line. and the RSI moving above 70, that could be a sign we might get overbought and you might want to get out of Dodge in your long.
Ah.
You know what else though? Bearish exits. So one bearish exit might be if you go to MACD line crossing above the signal line and an RSI moving below 30, that could be a sign we're entering oversold territory, getting a little bit spicy to the upside. But when is MACD going to be most accurate? Usually in trending markets, right? We talked about usually there's a reversal of the trend or a new trend. You can't see a reversal of a trend or new trend if we're not trending. That's just science. No, it's not, I'm joking. But trending markets are most accurate for MACD. They're most accurate for the MACD rather than ranging high. Still trended.
Because you kept saying trend a lot. I was gonna have fun a little bit with it.
I didn't mean to spoil her. Trend, are you getting excited with the trending markets? Yes, I am. I don't know. Sorry, Sharif. Consistent volatility here is huge because MACD can be less reliable with high volatility or sudden price spikes. Also, longer term time frames are huge. With the MACD can be used on shorter time frames. It often does provide more reliable signals on daily or weekly charts. But last but not least, data-driven insights. You can definitely see MACD being really clear here in identifying trend reversals. The MACD is mostly successful in predicting trend changes, or it can be anyway, especially when you've got combinations with other technical indicators. Muradoglu and Wormsley had this 2006 study, which showed analyzing the effectiveness of various technical indicators, including the MACD across multiple timeframes. And in that case, they found that MACD performed better in trending markets, suggesting that it is the most effective when used in conjunction with other indicators. There's also a study here from Cavages and Otters White from 2004. They were studying technical analysis of financial markets, and they found that when MACD combined with volume-based indicators could improve trading and performance, especially when identifying momentum. But guys, you know what's great there? Is that that's just one example. What you really want to see here is confluence in the real world.
Absolutely.
You want to see this happening in real time, and you want to see literally continuing an uptrend. But also, if you want to look at any tickers, get in that chat and you vote. Exclamation point, joint space, dollar sign, whatever tickers are fancy. We want to know what tickers you're looking at. McKee is a short, says Vicky and Novak. If we break below 620 in a way that I like on the book, I like it as a short, but I don't love that bottoming tail candle on this McKee as of right now. Also, guys, Rivian Millionaire joking there, I'm glitching. Yeah, like I said, sometimes we get into something I like to call tired brain. So we're going to get some water. We're going to sip some water. We're going to hear about Sharif's 3 longs here. You're a triple bull.
All right. So I'm trying Donald John Trump at 24. That's the only reason I'm in there, because we talked about how this level was important. So we'll give this one the old community college try and see if we can get printed. I've got the beak wetter at the $0.25. We'll see what we get there. The other one, I'm in the future, and I was really worried about this position because the market was coming down. I was able to de-risk on Apple. I wet my beak there on Apple, but the future was lulling me to sleep, okay? And the reason is because things were really looking like that they were going to curl off the volume-weighted average price, and it really didn't manifest that way. And I kept watching Meta go up. I kept watching Microsoft go up. Amazon as well, breaking through 180. Not so much on Apple, not so much on NVIDIA, and definitely not on goggles on the day, down 1%. But certainly, I expected a little bit more there. So we'll see what we get here with Donald John Trump, and we'll wet our beak right there. Nice. Okay, so we'll see if we can move up a little bit more. Now I want something around the $0.50. Let's sit in the mid-40s. Thank you. So we'll see if we can get something mid-40s here on DJT, 13.5%, knowing full well that the bottom can drop off at any time. That's why I need to have my eyes peeled on this one. Still about 2 or 3 pennies in the money here on the future, doing absolutely nothing except hold on to VWAP. That's really it. That's what's keeping the hopium alive in my veins at this moment. No, I'm just kidding, of course, when I say that, but that's my look. This is the look on Apple. When I got long 226, it was an obvious area defend for the whole dollar level. There's been a lot of interactions with Apple today and 226 as a support level. Doesn't mean that it goes parabolic and prints up a storm at 227.98, which is what the high of the day is. So keeping my eye on all 3, knowing full well that it may not go my way. I'm still waiting on this futures, bro. Give me a move up into freaking 19.9. Let's go, bro. Give me something here. So the future moving up a little bit. I just got some 4.9 prints there on the T triple Qs. But yeah, It's been really hard getting some momentum to the high side today, and right back break even, it comes in. All right, Donald John Trump's nicely in the money here, about 25 pennies in the money as his print in 35s. I'm waiting at mid 40s. If we can get another little bump up there, then we'll get printed on the last little beak wetter on DJT. Give me more. Give me more.
Give me more.
All right, let's go, Brittany.
Did you do it again?
It's Brittany. All right, nice little trade there on Donald John Trump. Ram. We got out there a little bit below 30s at 39, so happy with that. Very displeased with this futures trade. Gonna pack my patience with this futures trade and with Apple because they certainly are not really giving you a whole lot to be excited about. But those are the trades that I'm in at the moment, and we're gonna go down with the ship. Rivian, dude, Meta is so strong. Absolutely agree with you. I think Adara had that nailed on the head when she charted that 530 support level. Look at that. I mean, guys, that's technical analysis right there.
It was.
Look at that hold up. And now, obviously moving into the volume weighted average price is Meta. Looks like a bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Look for VWAP to kind of possibly be the neckline here. Left shoulder head, right shoulder. It doesn't always work like that, but it was preceded by a downtrend. So that's what you look for a head and shoulders. So obviously a little confirmation bias there, but we shall pack said patience. Nicely in the money on Apple, nothing to write home about. Nicely in the money on the future, we're printing 47s. Give me more, bro, 48s. Let's go up a little bit. I'm waiting. Future, I've been waiting.
He's been waiting.
I've been waiting. All right, so it's not going to give it to me yet, so we're probably going to have to wait a little bit more, Daryl, which is fine. I'd like, ideally, a break into 19.9. I think that's a respectable level to retrace into. You can reject after that. That's fine. There we go. We get the beak wetter on said future. Very happy with this. About 15 pennies in the money on this one now. We've got a bigger position into this one. So we got 2 more outs on the future. So packing my patience. Let's see if we can move up.
Yeah, I'm doing a thing, and I might come to regret this thing, but right now I don't. I got long SPCE here. I know initially it was like, a short in SPCE, and then SPCE did this beautiful bullish candle. Now I'm long SPCE. I'm risking SPCE into 621.50s. That was an area with a little bit of a bounce. So risking about $1 here. Now you might be like $1.50, sorry. You might be like, Adara, what is your profit taker on this then? How does that make any sense? Well, I loved SPCE yesterday. That high of day was even high of day. I don't know. We'll go to yesterday's chart so I can show you because there is a level I liked, and it was about 625.50. Yes, okay. 625.50 was a level I like because we did have some chop and churn and interaction there around that 626 level. Well, look what we get today on SPCE, okay? Some interaction around that 625, 626 area. Chip chop, chip chop, chip chop, then drip drop to the downside. Now, could this be, to be clear, I looked at the balance of the evidence because initially my trigger finger went short, or I was going to. I didn't actually get short, to be clear. But then I was looking at the book and I was like, you know what, Adara? We have that thing you like that is very bullish, or that you find is very bullish, when the bid to the upside and the ask holds, or the ask also, and then you get to move up. Now, I do find SPCE to be, for my purposes, I think bullish. I know I said I wasn't going to get involved in this unless I had any levels, but I mean, to me, there are levels. There's clear support here at that 619, then support again around that, like I said, 621, mid-50s. And also, if I like this, I don't want to not take it because it's an expensive stock. That's what I did with Lilly. I felt crazy good about Lilly and I didn't take it. And I also want to be clear, I want to make sure this is not a revenge trade. I want to make sure I'm not just taking this on a whim or whatever. But honestly, I don't feel like I am. I do like this look. I liked the way the book was cooking. I don't mean it like that. I like the way the book was looking. Now we're trying to reject here of 623s. Maybe the short was the vibe. But as we have, if we have that bounce here of the Qs, because the Qs are trying here, Sharif, in my humble opinion, the Qs are trying to curl back up. I think maybe we had that push down, but if you look at the Qs, I'm not looking at the Qs, I'm looking at the Qs, okay? The Qs are trying to hold support here. They're trying to hold some support. And for your sake and mine, and for the market, I hope we continue to hold that support, because I do think there is a little bit of bullishness still. Honestly, if I was trading P&L, I would not have taken this because, I was doing meta, but I want to try this trade. This is something I'm going to have to aggressively journal about because I want to make it, sometimes you never really know. Sometimes like what the vibe of the trade was for after, like, why did you take this? I want to do some reflecting again about Eli Lilly related dramas. But Meta is still gorgeous here. I tried to get long Meta 533s. That was the other thing because you guys know how much I wanted that 533 breakout, right? We could once we broke above that level, I knew that was bullish, and I also had a clear level to risk into. 530 250s couldn't get filled there, and I still like that SPCE. So let's get involved here in SPCE. SPCE might be the place to be. We can't break below 622s. As I said, I am risking here into 621.50s, which I do think makes sense. If you look at all of this chip chop and chip churn at 621.50s. Furthermore, below that, I love that support we have at 619s. Obviously not risking $4 on SPCE. Even for SPCE, that would be a bit of a lot. But I like this push up here. Like I said, I want to see if we get into 626s. Risking like $1.50 to make $3. This is a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio, which honestly for SPCE is not bad at all. Also, shout out to all the Lily longs in this chat because there's some people who are like, oh, like we're long Lily. And I want to shout you out there. I want to congratulate you because this is a great look. I would say be very careful here, though. Look at the 5-minute chart. Look at all these topping tail candles. Look where we get the chop and turn earlier. If Lily can't break 954 soon, I would probably be like, be careful. I would not short it here. Lily's still crazy strong. But, and also its spread is actually, go Lily with that spread. This is the tightest spread I've seen in Lily in many moons, okay? But I would be very careful with Lily, given those topping tail candles. That being said, still higher highs, higher lows. And the fact that we got above that 950, we closed at 950 yesterday. 950 was definitely a level of resistance on that daily chart. If it'll let me pull it up, come on, Lily, let me show you to the world. Look at this 950 resistance on Lily. The fact we're pushing above that level is crazy. That's why I want to take profit at 950 in that long. So I want to shout out everybody here. The fact that we're already above 950 is great. I think if we break below 950, Lily might get a little bit dicey here. Lily. Yeah, but like I said, didn't want to revenge trade that. Hopefully I have not revenge traded SPCE. And I only say hopefully because I still like the levels, to be clear, and they're holding up. But I definitely, should have been more confident in the Lily earlier. But that's how you learn, you grow. And you know how else you learn and grow? You're like, hey, how would Sean and Neil maybe have looked at my ticker? Get in the chat, ! Join, space, $, ticker. Let us know how you feel about that chat, about that stock. And you know how you join our chat?
How?
By liking and subscribing.
Hey.
Well, actually only by subscribing. But if you like to, that would be a great look. Gurkhan saying, if she would drink coffee, then we'd have to slow the speed of the stream. No, I'm joking. I don't really have much caffeine, guys. No. It's all natural energy, though as Sharif knows, that natural energy does tend to dwindle right around the 1 p.m.
Yeah,
to 2
but you're
p.m.
great
area.
today.
And keep pushing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you guys so much for being here. She speaks like an AI. Says, yeah, there's a lot of talk here about whether or not I'm an AI. We've seen that before, too. The whole is Adara an AI thing. Guys, honestly, the only AI I am is Adara.
She's Adara AI.
Yeah,
Adara AI.
Adara invested. I don't know.
But people in the chat always comment about your intelligence, Adara. So you can't blame them for.
I'm not insulted. I just think it's funny that this is like a repeated thing that we've gotten.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out there, SPCE. Try to get back up here. Okay, I might have been right initially about the SPCE with this short, but I was like, well, we have the TQs pushing higher or the Qs pushing higher. We'll see what we do here at the Qs. Right now, I would love to see a bit of a push up here on this SPCE to continue to have that confidence in this long here. But like I said, not leaving until I see what we do. 621s. At the 50s. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. So I just wet my beak again at 55s here on the TQQs. One more out on that. I'm also long Target. Just took 25 pennies. Quick as you like that. Look, so Gaurav and I were talking up a storm about 162 being an obvious. Remember, 162 being an obvious area of resistance on TGT. So I was like, look, man, we obviously rejected. That was the short that I really missed there. That was a missed trade on my part. Look at the amount of wick shimmies we did there with nary a closing print above 162. I don't know why it took me so long to notice this, but Gaurav had this one down pat from earlier. Now, when we came back off that level, I said, all right, last time around, we really troughed at 160.50. Do we get a higher low this time? My position was we did. So we defended 160 true to form, being the spready one that Target is, which it is right now. It's about 10 penny, 9 penny spread. I didn't get the best price, so I was a little able to get right at that 161 area, and it broke into that $0.25. I was able to wet my beak. But knowing full well it could come against me. Look at that drop, bro. It just dropped 25 pennies like that. That's why you de-risk with these spready names. So what I'm going to be looking for now is to come in to that 160.50 area. We have a bit of a consolidation base at, 161.50. We have a bit of a consolidation base at 161.60. So if that's the case, I want to front run it. I don't want to be part of that resistance zone given the spread on this name. That is obviously predicated upon the fact that it would hold up above 161. So right now I have my stop placed below 160.60 because I had to place it below this area trough. I no longer want it there because the trade, I'll give back too much if I do that. So it's going to move up to 160.80. So we're going to, on the break of 80, 160.80, which it looks like it's going to do now because it is rejecting that 161.25. So I want to pack my patience here. I don't want to paper hand the trade because I still have another out on this one, but 160.80 and I'm gonzino. Let's go back to the future over here, and I don't mean that, I said that by accident. My future's 35, my entry's 35, so now we're into 38s. I don't want to give any of this back. Now I'm going to basically change my out on the TQQQs to reflect the new area, which is the 30 break. So 71.29, and we're gonzino at that level. So we'll look to defend that level. Let's go back here to TGT, right back above 161 we go. Let's put the beak wetter. We said we put it at the $0.50, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So there it goes. We're going to put, hi, computer. There it is. That's nice of you, computer. Thank you for putting on my beak wetter.
You're welcome, Sharif.
Yeah. So I put the out there in front of the $0.50. I didn't yet move up, though, Adara, my stop, so we'll have to do that. So we'll go 160 and then 79, and we're gonzino on that bad boy there. So that stops in place come what may. Apple breaking down now on a closing basis below 226. So this has been an area defend all day. It's not like it's an area low. We still have this 225.70 as the local low there, but yeah, Apple working its way down below 226 could spell, a nice little short, especially if 70 gives way. 225.70, I'll be all eyes and ears about that level. Adara, packing my patience with these trades over here. I didn't put my beak wetter yet on the future. That's a mistake. So we're going to put it in front of the local area top there, which is 71.60. Let me look at the future over here. I need to see what the situation is. Man, we are not looking good. I got to tell you the truth. I should just probably take it out here. We're putting a lower high on the 5 minute, and I don't like that. So we're above VWAP, right, which is good. But look at this. This is the move up, and now we have a lower high. I don't know how I feel about this. I really don't know how I feel about this. So I'm gonna pack my patience. I think that's the appropriate thing to do here. Don't paper hand the trade. Put the out. I'm going to put it out at 59. So we'll go ahead and sit there and see what we get back to target. It's distorting the chart over here. Sorry for the wick. I'll adjust that in a second. Back up into the $0.25 we go. Go target. Let's go to the $0.50, baby.
Go target. Get Sharif's target.
Ooh, I like that. So we're looking to wet our beak around the $0.50 Adara printing 20s right now.
Yeah, so I got out of SPCE, and I have thoughts because I don't think I would argue I shouldn't have gotten involved in this because I liked it initially as a short, and then I was like, the markets are pushing higher. It's got to be long. It's like, then why are you in it? Or just go short, Adara. Like, the biggest issue today was not trusting myself because the stock where I trusted myself, Meta, shockingly, having confidence, that was the most successful trade, right? No, I'm being sarcastic as much as I can do sarcasm. That being said, there is a level on SPCE that again, in addition, I manage this appropriately, whatever, but we're coming into that 619. Look at 619. Look at that bounce at 619. Look at that wick support at 619. Look at that we don't want to break 619. Sure, if we break 619, RIP SPCE, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Right? And if I initially felt good about it as a short, why did I take the long? Anyways, but I'm down to short this again. The other stock I'm looking at, though, that continues to push higher. I liked Lilly. Like I said, if Lilly can't break above 653, to me or 953, I was like game over. And then the Lilly book was like, oh, Adara, do you want me to get more bullish to make you not short? Cool. And I said, okay, Lilly, good. Appreciate that. I won't go short then. Thanks, Lilly. But yeah, Lilly was getting a little bearish on the book here, breaking below that 953 on the bid and breaking a little lower in the ask. But now we're back above 952 in the ask. The bid here at 953. No, opposite. Bid at 952.30, ask at 953. The fact that we cannot break above the bid at 952.30 still has me go, but not enough to short it. Smicky definitely like, hey, Adara, don't short me. I'm like, okay, cool, Smicky, should have done that earlier. But keeping an eye on this, Crocs. Hello, Crocs. How you doing, Crocs? Crocs here. Wow. Woo. Pushing above. Still not a million shares, so happy I didn't trade this. But Sydney Sweeney and co. I'm sure if you got long this, you're feeling some euphoria now into this move up here. I would like to see what it does, though, at this 140.50. You know, Kendrick Lamar talked about getting shade under a money tree back in like 2012, but you also might want to take some shade under this White Lotus to make another Sydney Sweeney reference here. If you were in this long, this 150, I think it's at 140.50 area. If you could break above that, that'd be dope here. But wow, nice little pop up. Not a lot of volume, period, on Smicky, and also not a lot of volume in that move. But good look there. Or not Smicky, sorry, Crocs. Wow. Meta, says Rivian Millionaire. Yeah, wow. Sometimes you get out of stuff early. Meta laughing in my face. That's the thing though too. If I got back in that Lily, I would not have been able to trade Meta. So, I mean, that's a very small consolation prize. Happy took that Meta though. Felt really good about that level. And that's what I mean. Like when you have confidence, take the trade. I had massive confidence in this, so happy I took it. But I also had massive confidence in Lily, and that didn't pay off. But I want to hear what you just shrieked. Did Target you? For a long, for your
I think we just got printed on both. Bang!
Sharif.
On the future Adara. There we go. We just took 35 pennies on the T-Triple-Q's third out there. Just took out the second. Oh, thank you, Patty. Just took out the second one there on Target. We got in 161, took out the other one exactly where I said I want to take it out. 160-150. This is the area why I wanted to take it out because it was a long consolidation zone. I was afraid that we would reject off that area given that we waffled so long between that 160-150 and 162. I'm pleased as dang punch. It's time to clean up my stops so I don't get into a position that I don't want. Been there before, you guys saw it live. So 10 minutes left on the show and you have one more minute to vote, guys. Get into the chat super quick. Exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. The Big Kahunas will look at the name as selected by you guys, but you should know only the top 5 tickers make it on. So you got to persuade people in the chat to vote your way. Otherwise, you may not get the Big Kahunas giving you their big boy analysis on the names. And you know, there's other names other than the Mag 7 that we can vote for. I saw you guys talk about Lily. I saw you guys talk about Upstart in there as well. Very happy today that we were able to kind of get into some of these trades that were moving today. So yeah, vote for, there you go. Why cannot just vote it for PIN? He wants to see what's popping off on PIN. Where else? Come on, get back, get into the chat, guys, and get voting there. Where else? Where we else? We have any more votes up here? Let's see what else people voted for. Join Doge says just in time. He wants to see Doge. We got DJ Marshall. He wants to see the SPY. He wants to see what the Katina man did, what Neil did today, or what they're looking at the SPY. Shout out to Hey Davis. I appreciate you, my man. We got just in time. He voted again for Intel. Just in time. You only get one vote, man. M Sense wants to know about Riley. The Katina man printed up a storm on that short. I took it long. I did well. He took it short. He did well. Do you guys want to see how he traded it? Get into the chat right now. Vote for your tickers. You've got, I think, like no time left. So maybe I should stop talking about it. But that's the move. Did you see your meta?
I did. My meta looks beautiful, and not my meta anymore. But
the monster.
Like
you okay, Neil?
Said, I wish I could have gotten back in that 533. Wow, that long. To be clear, still really proud of what I did in meta. But look at this look. Also, isn't it great, Sharif, when you have like the right level and the timing is wrong? Shout out to now Smicky trying to break off 233 or this thing 623. I don't know. I did not back in because it would have felt really revengeful. Like I said, I actually have a lot of journaling to do. And that's all good. I know I'm down on the day because of this SMCI trade. Happy I attempted it, but also I should have definitely been doing some more thinking ahead of time. There might have been some tired trading going involved in there. And also, like I said, a little bit like bummed at myself for not the thing with the Eli Lilly. So that a lot of things for me to reflect on today. That being said, oh, Smicky, don't make me try this again. Look at this, the way this book is building is just beautiful. There was a lot of alliteration with the B, but look at this. Sharif, this is beautiful. We push up higher on the bid. We have the push up in the Qs. Smicky.
What's the spread right now, Adara?
It's like just under $1.
Oh, that's not
It's not bad at all for SPCE, right? Lily, though, I was like, I saw this Lily here, and I said, Lily, like I said, I liked how we were trying to push to that 954. It's more bullish than I thought it would be. I wanted to get filled 952, like 10s, because it was like I reset into 951s, and this just looks so gorgeous. And Lily, the way this is bidding up, I have a feeling it'll break out. There's no way I'd be able to get filled. So that is realism for you there. SMCI equals hard mode, says Rivian Millionaire. It does. It does, but if you like a stock, you have to trade it, and that's what I learned from not doing this Lily earlier, and that's why I'm so upset at myself, because I had my levels, it hit my levels, and why did I not take it? Oh, it's not a day trading stock. Well, did that stop you yesterday? No. Did it stop you today? No. Then why didn't you take the breakout move? I mean, the only person's opinion matters should be your own. My own opinion was Lily looked dope. Why didn't I trade it? That's a thing for the journal to journal about. Peep Sound says Easy Trader. Yeah, let's find out about let's see if we can be a sounding board on Soundhound. Lily still long, says Vicky Novak. Oh no, I agree. That's why I was trying to get long there, Vicky Novak. I fully agree. So shout out to you there with Lily 952. I'll go long, but no. All jokes and weird serenading to stocks aside. Wow, Sound. Okay, Sound scares me, and I don't mean like scares like stocks shouldn't scare you. It's just the way it moves is very parabolic. I want to shout out to Sharif for being able to trade these volatile stocks, cough, DJT. It's awesome, like great day today.
Thank you, appreciate you, Dara.
You're green like your shirt. But man, this Sound here, I like this little chip chop around the 530 pushing higher. Volume 20.5 million shares. So Soundhound, I feel like does crazy volume every day, and we just let it do it. So good look here for Soundhound. Great look there. Shout out to you. I know BBAI was moving. What are you looking at?
GDC. Just before I get up, Adara, GDC just popped up aggressively there. No idea what's going on, but it got into that $4.02 area. That is the top from before. It does breach it. So it did breach 4 here. 402, it's whiffling, it's waffling, it's at 380, Neil. It's actually going finally. GDC. Look, this is a hell of a double top here if we reject off this, man. This could be blood if we reject off this double top. 402, or it goes. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's a 50-50 shot. Or it whiffles and waffles, which I really don't think this one was going to do. 10:40 a.m., we got into that 396. This candle over here printing at 154, goes into 402, so we breach it by 6 pennies. Keep your eye on this one. I'm going to give you the details on it last before I get up here. $36 million market cap, 46.33 million shares traded on the day, 7.8 million share float, and the short float, negligible, 0.5% Adara. So not much to talk about in terms of a short float there, but I will see everyone very soon up at the big screen. For now, kill it, Adara.
Thank you so much to Sharif for being here. And honestly, he killed it today. So I want to give a huge shout out to Sharif, killing it every day with the lessons and also hitting the trade on the target on target. Donald John pumping that one up, and he had the cues there, and he was asking them cues, and they were giving him profit. So good luck there. All bad puns aside, I really want to shout out Sharif here. So yeah, like I said, I've not been trying to trade P&L. I've been trying to trade progress and learning, which is why I didn't mind taking the SMCI trade, but like I should have had better levels on it. The level I do like, though, that I used as my stop for this trade that we're kind of nearing, that 621.50 to me. That certainly was an area that we had some chip and some chop and some churn. If we keep ranging and breaking down here, I don't mind that as a short. Also, everyone in Lily, I do think you guys are probably going to get your 954 breakout because that book is looking super bullish. It's doing that thing where it ticks up a couple cents at a time on the bid. Then we just ticked up 30 cents on the bid. So great look for all of you guys. Shout out. I really do hope everybody prints. That is what I hope here on the market today. I did not. Well, I did, and then some decisions were made there, I guess, for SPCE. But the best part, though, of trading is you can go back tomorrow. You can do it all over again. You can reflect. You can learn. You can adapt, react, readapt, act. Today not being a good day had nothing to do with P&L. Had everything to do with the fact that I didn't take Lily. And not because, that would have been a winning trade. It's because it was a playbook trade. And I didn't take it for reasons I don't understand. So that's what really matters here, is reflecting. Shout out to Opie. He talks a lot about the mental aspect. My mental was clearly not there. I got a little bit tilted because I was like, what will the neighbors say about Lily? It's like, well, if you didn't care yesterday, why do you care today? So shout out there. Thank you guys so much for the kind words for the show. I really, really appreciate it. And we're trying to be here, be entertaining every single day. What we do is a little bit different from what the big kahunas do, but we try to give you guys the fire, the spice, the trades on this market. SMCI really do like breaking below this 621.50 here. I have eyes on that. Lilly looks like it's poised for a breakup with the bid above 953. Really do wish you all the best in there. EWM, some people were like, hey, we didn't look at EWM. I apologize there. And EWM certainly having a bit of a hustle there in that Russell, up about 1.8%, stronger than both the SPY and the Qs. And look at the wow IWM pushing higher here. Double bottom at 213.10s, higher low here, 213.60s. Then we push above, a little bit of whiffling and waffling at the 214.30. We don't waffle anymore. Pushing above 215's high of day here, looking like we got just below 215.30. So I think that's a great look. Thank you again, Novak. I hope you guys are learning a little something. Honestly, I think, I'm a really new trader, so I really learn from everybody every single day. I learn from all the guys behind you that you don't see. I learn from Sean, I learn from Neil, I learn from Sharif, I learn from Brendan. I learn from the chat every single day, and I also learn from Fabian and Ramin. So I really hope that you guys get a little bit of something just from my perspective. Turns out the book reading on Lilly would have been effective. I just didn't play it right, and that's what happens. I like the spice, period, says Traw T. Yeah, I think I don't like spice in my food. Everybody knows I can't handle spice in food, but man, do I love spice in these markets. When the market gives you the spice, gives you that heat, you got to take advantage. Speaking of spice and heat, were there spicier names today than Meta? I don't know, Sharif. I don't know if there was a spicier name than Meta. 536. 1, 2, 3 attempts to break above that level, and Meta cannot. Pushing lower here. I don't want to get short just to get short here. Like I said, getting back long at 533 would have been pivotal. I was not able to get filled there. Great look. Also, you know what else is coming into some interesting levels, though? NVIDIA. I said NVIDIA to me would not be interesting as a long until and unless it broke above 128.40. Look where we're nudging our little head to. It's what? Not that level. 128.40 on N to the V to the D to the A. Wow, Smicky, you're really testing my patience here with that 621.50. I like that we're below that level now. It could continue to range, given that this was some support and some resistance. But I think it's obvious we can't break above that 623, at least for the time being, in any kind of salient way. Hence why I should have gotten short in the first place and not been like, oh, but the market's green. So we'll see what happens here. Like I said, I only trade during the midday. There's a lot of reflecting to be done, a lot of journaling to be done on my part. This was not the vibe, and I don't mean it because I'm down on the day. I mean it because the decisions I made were not playbook and not process, and that's really what matters. That's what I said. Hiding the P&L to focus on the P&L that really matters, your progress and your learning. Can we talk about the FOMC, says Alex Diaz? Yeah, we can. We're going to get it in 1 minute. We're going to get those FOMC meeting minutes for July. We will let you guys know. I will be looking into that for sure here on C to the N to the B to the C to let you guys know what happens there, or everywhere in the news when we get those. But right now, we only have 40 more seconds here in this market. We're going to find out what happens. A little bit of a move down here in these here markets as we get to the FOMC. Let's find out what happens here. We're going to pass it to you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Let's hear what Sharif has to say about the FOMC. Bye, guys.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're going to look at the minutes for you in a sec because I've got no computer over here. All right, so it was an interesting day to start. We had a lot of retail earnings in focus. Macy's, Target, TJX all reporting. 2 good, 1 not so good. Target, TJX beating on top and bottom line and showing good promise, while Macy's continues to suffer as consumer spending dwindles and the economic situation gets a little bit tighter. Let's start off with the triple Qs, doing quite well on the day, up about 0.4 off the highs, though outperforming the ES, which is up about 0.3. The Dow flat, but outperforming them all is the Russell, 1% up in the green again today. That rotation looks like it's continuing here for the most part. The Russ outperforming all the other 3 indexes. This is the triple Qs. You can see we are closing in on highs. The triple Qs moving up. So is NVIDIA. No specific catalyst today for NVIDIA, and nothing really for these chips, guys, but it's up again.
It's up and to the right, as you would like to say. So Fed minutes, we've got the vast majority of participants said it would likely be appropriate to ease policy at the next meeting if data continued to come in as expected. The meeting minutes showed that initial move is to the upside. So I can show you, we're talking about NVIDIA, so I can show you NVIDIA's move here off of VWAP through 228. Just breaking a bit of a trend to said upside. Why is my mouse messing with me? Great. I might need to replace this. No, seriously, I'm having trouble with my mouse. So that's the initial note here. You're getting a spike to the upside, breaking into the highs. 129 was the local top here today on NVIDIA. So if it cannot bust through this, There might be a dip in a VWAP. Always want to see what happens like after the minutes get released. Ultimately, they have to digest everything that's going on. We'll see some more comments in here. Now they're saying all participants supported maintaining policy rate in current range. Okay, so that's the second note. If we do get a pullback, let's see if VWAP holds or one of these consolidations. If things go absolutely ham this afternoon, 130 is available for a potential level on NVIDIA. But as the market digests the minutes, snap up, looks like we're already starting to come back in. Let's see how this 128 does on NVIDIA. Bit of an inside day for NVIDIA. Previous close is support, 129 is the high. It's been a $2 range here. So, it's been a scalper's market. The only good trades I had were when I was trying to scalp it. When I was trying to hit that breakout or something, no good. So let's try to buy some dips if we can get it back into VWAP.
Go.
Here, let's go NVIDIA.
Go, shorty. We just shorted Microsoft right now off that pop as well, but we're long Amazon right now. We're going to get out of Amazon if it breaks 180 right here. So that's the 50-period moving average. Look at that dip buy, man. We put this one live on the midday. Everyone was like, what is that maniac doing over there? And we were going long on Amazon and short Riley Co. And we'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But yeah, your boy doesn't have anything on NVIDIA today, unfortunately. Womp womp. We wrote down here on the sticky note, and we're being very, very disciplined these days. 130 break or bust. That never really happened. We didn't get a good read on NVIDIA today. I mean, I wish I would have. I mean, right there, I have to look to see where I was even at 12 o'clock if I was here. I think that would have been a good buy down there at past support, but that's what I'm trying to play. We almost broke through 130. Until then, we sit here and wait. NVIDIA up 1%. Love the stock, love the name. But for right now, I'm long Amazon, short Riley, and short Softy.
All right, here is some data or some comments coming out of the Fed minutes. Majority at July meeting support easing policy if data aligns, citing confidence inflation moving towards that coveted 2%. The majority of participants are looking for a rate cut in September. Again, if the data aligns, we're going to have to wait and see with that. When that meeting happens. The SPY up 0.3 here. Whiffling and waffling, guys, as we got the minutes. What's the look right now?
7.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's trying to continue. We just said the same. We just said this for NVIDIA inside day. So that's exactly what it's been. Be wary of a false break of either end of this. I think based on the way the afternoon's gone, don't want to overreact to the fact that we just had the minutes. But as I keep saying, no break of the high, no break of today's high, no break of the previous low. So if it is a scalper's market and we don't see any new prices, hey, hello, wick down to 532.
Randy's here. Oh, I thought you were
Randy's
switching.
in the house.
Are you switching to Bulls or Bears, or what are you thinking here?
You get a haircut?
Jesus Christ, what, this guy every day, like...
That's looking sharp.
Let me guess, you went on your lunch break?
Looking sharp.
Yeah. I got to go. He's not back yet, though, is he?
Oh, your boy, Halim.
My boy, Halim.
Fridays.
There's something about having...
Softy, 70 cents in the
something
money.
about having your own barber that you trust.
That's the thing. It's not just that. It's like we pay a fair penny for it, so haircuts aren't cheap, so I'd rather give it to somebody that... Somebody we love. Yeah, Softy with a little drip dive here to the downside. What's Apple doing?
Apple.
Oh my! Here we go, Randy. It's a nice move down.
Apple's dropping.
Come over to the screen real quick here for Microsoft. There's the reloaded spot. There's Microsoft coming right back in. We better put a bid here somewhere on Sir Softy and take a piece out. It just bounced off 40s right there. We missed that trade, but Randy, you are looking mighty sharp over there, my guy. So great. Yeah. Come on, man. Ramin, you okay over there? He ducked. Yeah, right, he ducked. Okay, Ramin.
What's going on over here?
We're $1. We just put this on. We're $1 in the money on Softy. All right, spiders. Look, I'm positive. I'm trying to make some positive feels here in the market. I mean, although we're short. You know, the Nasdaq's not going to lie today, so it's upside. So if you look at the SPY and what we're doing here, let's just pretend this is actually the first time I've looked at this. So again, it's tough to trade a market, which is why we got back into the short on Microsoft. I'm not smart enough to sit here and say Microsoft is going to do this or is going to do that. But when the spiders move up like this, you got to beware of some of those stopping points, right? So right there, oh yeah, I know Neil just did this and he had that same bad wick. Either way, 561 right now. If you're short, I think you want to hold against that 561, 561.20. It just gave us a little bit of a look there on volume. So I feel pretty confident about said look now on the SPY. So 561, I like the short. The only problem is we've been barcoding all afternoon, and it doesn't look like it wants to break 560. So I have to remain bullish above VWAP. But I'd try the short up here if it gave us that one more time, but I'd still remain bullish. So I know that's kind of double talking, but if we can get back up here for a day trade, I think it's worth a try to see if you want to break through that news high. If it doesn't want to, I still remain bullish and would think about possibly buying it down here at 558, 559.80, 559, 560, in this area. So you're above. And as long as we stay above this area, I'm pretty bullish. So we'll see what happens here. We're long Amazon, short Microsoft, short B. Riley.
SMCI up about 2 1/5, 2 1/4 right now. No real headline coming out for SMCI today, but there was this headline yesterday, Susie Giordano joining their board. There was obviously also AMD earlier in the week partnering or looking to purchase ZT Systems, which is also in the AI server business, the same business that SMCI is in. Good look for it, guys. A hell of a level though here, right at 620. Look at all those defends.
Yes, sir. And by the way, those defends this market and all of this segment brought to you by our friends over at Moomoo. Looking to maximize your idle cash for Canadian users, enjoy 6% per annual on cash balances of up to $10K for 60 days, along with a 2-month commission free. I like free. You can also earn up to $2,300 in cash rewards when you transfer your portfolio. Both rewards can be enjoyed at the same time. With Moomoo, you'll gain access to comprehensive data on stocks, options, and ETFs, plus take advantage of algo trading, allowing you to create, backtest, and execute your own strategy. Set up instant alerts to trade on your own signals, helping you take your trading to the next level. Thanks to Moomoo for sponsoring this portion of the show, which we like to talk a little bit about the chips. The chips have been the engine of the market. AI has been the engine of the market. Now, obviously, NVIDIA has been that one. I feel like the neglected one, the forgotten one, has always been SMCI. Today was all about $600. I'm zooming it out so you can see here on SMCI. Yesterday was a false break down at 600. Today, look at the wick bottom. These are the kind of things that if you're an SMCI trader, I'm not going to say that I am. I've traded it 4 times in a year and a half, let's call it. That's about it. So it has to be a really good setup for me. But if you are an SMCI trader, this dip in a previous low was your trade. But like everything else today that I look at, same high. Inside day. Yes, $30 range, but a complete inside day. And when you look at this, the lesson of the day today for me when I came out on the midday was accumulation. It's accumulating in this $30 range. So you got a big bounce off of 500 support and now accumulation 600 to 630. My guess, waiting for NVIDIA. So maybe that's what's happening here and we could have inside trading. You'd like to see stocks break out or go to new territory. Obviously losing 600 would be a problem. Breaking out 640 I think would be fantastic. If you're a long trader here, your support, wait for it at 600 or look for when it breaks out above the $640 level. All eyes on NVIDIA earnings next week. And I'm not saying this has gone to sleep, but it's sitting in a good range. It's a 5% range you can be back and forth with on this particular name. I just feel like NVIDIA is where we're going to look for some trades, but I can't help but notice I haven't traded this one here. Let's go to my 3-minute because that one looks kind of funky. But a little bit of something is going on as Intel dumped City yesterday and the most slight upward trend today above this resistance line. And it's very slowly angling towards a top break. And it's not anything crazy, but if the market takes out the top, this feels like it could be a nice little catch-up trade where it's not doing anything nuts, but certainly it's a good accumulation at these levels. And when you break out of an accumulation, I do like it. So this is going to be on the back burner as the chip name for me this afternoon if we take out the highs.
Yeah, Dell. Whenever I think about SMCI, I was thinking about Dell because they reported around the same time. I don't know. There was server talk, the equipment, the picks and shovels here. $85 We talked about this Dell breaking through that 90. Now it's been straight upside since then. So I really like this. I think this is a breakout again. If we could break through 115 and close that gap to 125. So my eyes remain on Dell. So I think that this Dell is going to be a good break there. It's actually 117. So let's barcode a little bit, a couple upgrades from now, one maybe even, and we break that level, and I think we get back into Dell. So I really like this space for them. Obviously, down to 90 is even better than where we are today. But I think if you're going to go long something, SMCI is great, but Dell's also, a way to get a piece of this AI sort of boom without actually having an AI-centric name, I guess, if that makes any sense. In talking with our good friend Randy over there, I missed that very bottom in Microsoft. It's funny, but it's not really. So let's see if we can get it back in again. I'm going to bid maybe 50s instead of that very bottom of 40 and see if we can catch that on the way down. We just did get out of our... Wait a minute, 423.40. Yeah, we're going to cancel that one. There's our Amazon, so we will... obviously, go diamond hands on that, as that was a good trade for us. We don't have that very top of 50s, but we'll get out at O's. That long is down here at 179, so that's $1 right there. We were getting it out on the way up. We were really, thinking that was a pretty good trade. 40 cents, then that's 75 cents, and then that's that final $1 as we get out of Amazon. And again, the reason why we're in this one, it was our trade of the day right there, boom. And then came back in, and we just found yesterday's close. I think even Sharif was mentioning this as well, where we were talking about yesterday's closing price on Amazon. So that came in, we went long there, just took $1 to put that one in the bank, and that's a wrap. We are also bidding some 50s here on Microsoft. Hopefully that'll fall in. We got taken out of a piece there on that number, and then just got right back in once that didn't continue through. So whenever you have an economic number, this is like, we love Neil's lessons of the day, but this is in the wild lesson. Like when you get reports coming out like that and they don't continue forward, I waited for a couple minutes and then just re-entered back into the short. It could easily retrace and start going back up, but then you have an out. So it's a lot safer to play this kind of a move once you see that top, which is why we talked about that when you threw over the spiders over there to us. That's what sort of I was talking about there. Now we have a top. Gives us much more confidence in holding something like this. So, all right, it's Rivian time.
Yeah, Sean, it looks like some of the market move down here is really being driven by payroll revisions, which are in focus. So we'll get more on that once we look at the minutes, but that's being talked about right now heavily on CNBC. All right, next here, Rivian's head of manufacturing, Tim Fallon, got headhunted by Stellantis. I was talking to the EV indicator, Randy, a little while ago, and this one made him go, a little bit. So Rivian not liking this, about 2.5% selling on the news.
Yeah, and you know where it is. It's right at that $13 level. So if you're wondering why you like 13 long on Rivian, it's just the price action. So this is the daily chart of Rivian. You can see the 13 action here on the daily. And then a few days ago, this was the break of 13. Stalled out right at $12.85. Today's low, $12.85. Bounced off that bottom, held a consolidation. So I'm like, okay, if we're bouncing off that low, there's your consolidation. I took the long through 13. I have twos now because I had 13 even, then I added a twos. Got some out in front of VWAP. If it loses this support here at 97, I'm out. So I was looking for us to play this long into VWAP and then a break higher in a 25. That's around the previous close where I think I would take it all out. But if it loses support here, jump out of the trade. It's just a pure technical move here on Rivian. The daily chart speaks for itself. I think, you know what, maybe it's going to happen, maybe it's not. I mean, if you're a long-term holder, which I am, you don't want it to happen. But if we get this in the upcoming days and weeks, Rivian through probably about 1275 with this little bit of a bottom, it's going to be a short. And it's the kind of level you take the break. If it doesn't go, fair enough. Maybe you risk 25 pennies, like a 75 with a 30 stop. Because if it tries to fill in the gap, Rivian can go down to 11 or 10 bucks. Until that happens, it's support until it's not. And as long as it's support, there's going to be some scalp trade opportunities off of this level. So that's what we're taking advantage of. But the day it happens, ideally from sitting down here, we'll look for that breakdown on that daily in Rivian.
I'm just watching. We did get a fill here on Microsoft. We just took a 70 about 2 minutes ago. It's right at 77, so I just want to bring that to everybody's attention because often it's like, hey man, we missed that out or we didn't, but you can take it right now if you want it. We just took it at 70s, so it's at 77. Take it. We only have a smaller piece left now, a third left actually of this spot. So that is Microsoft. Is Tesla on the board? It's next. All right. Yeah, Neil just talked about Rivian. Look, I don't think there's that many trade ideas here today yet. We both agree that if it breaks that level, then it's see you later. We were able to dump some of that position at 18, but obviously not enough because when it's at 13 and you say you didn't dump enough at 18, I feel like that's obvious. You know, it's like Ford, huh? All these other names keep going to the downside. I don't feel like Rivian is any exception. The thing about this next thing that we'll talk about is it's like a cult name with the leader, people follow. Tesla is the leader of the pack. So let's go find out what Sharif has to say, and then we'll bring it back for some trading.
And they actually make money on their EV, Sean, which we can't say for a lot of these other companies. But yeah, Tesla, great look today. Very directional, as you can see. Once it went red to green, it was very directional, really finding its footing. There was this headline from the morning, obviously not really market moving. It is 9,000 Model X units, their least sold car, the Model X, being recalled here for concerns that pieces may fall off the roofing. This is an older story, though. I think they tried to fix it, glue it or something. It didn't end up working. So if it doesn't, they're going to actually replace it. It is, we'll fix it for you at home type situation here with Tesla. You don't have to go into the dealership. So that's a look. Tesla up.
Bitcoin's going now too. Bitcoin just broke through 60,000. Right there for BTC.
Over to Mara.
So good move. Yeah, Mara was actually starting to go.
Mara's breaking the highs. Okay.
All right. Yeah, I mean Mara the trade was 1660. We talked about that. It's actually on our notes, but we don't have it. So whatever on that one, and we will get to it. But because you want to ask about Tesla, we're going to be here to talk about it. So yeah, Sharif right. Again, but the best trades, in my opinion, always show up after the fact. That's obvious. But there it is, man, 219.50. I mean, it came in there, came in again, and then we just took off. So heading into this afternoon, we're still bullish. We talked about why we're bullish, above VWAP, above everything, and I can zoom this back out. So if we're going to be bullish, look at this 50-period moving average. This is why we plot this thing. We've been riding this the whole way. So it's kind of like all you can do is take the trade that you believe will work out. And then when it doesn't work out, you have an out for where that possibly would be. So when I look at something like this, we've really taken this 50 period. It was pretty good for the short, and then broke it. The thing is, we closed above its past candle. So for me here, if we ever break it, you could either use that candle analogy if you want, but the problem is the candle could be too big. And if you wait for that candle to close, and I know there's some traders that use 5 minutes, any time frame is up to you, 10-second charts. These are 1 minute charts. And honestly, Tesla for me can drop too much or rip too high in 1 minute for me to wait for it to close. So I would say if we break below, that would be about 222.80. So then I'd think you'd want to give this a little bit of room, maybe 30 or 40 cents. So that's kind of where I would be with that trade, 30 or 40 cents there for Tesla on that break. So buying it at the 50 period, I believe is a trade that I'm going to look at if it gets down there. So that's 222.75 or so right now for Tesla.
Yeah, it's definitely churning to the upside. I think it's a trend it till it gets to 224 kind of deal. Yesterday, I mean, it's not resistance on the day yesterday, but morning high, afternoon top right around there, and then the lower high in the morning yesterday off of 224 here on Tesla. So dip buys in the trend, maybe looking at a little VWAP action there, as Sean said. He likes that 50 moving average. If it ends up breaking out the top, there is the opportunity to grab some kind of a breakout long. I guess that would also be available. But for now, I think it's just a very clean trend line to the upside. As you just noted with that 60,000 move on BTC, Mara, trying not to chase, but come to my chart for a second. Yeah, Mara just took out, this is the double top that Mara just did. I mean, obviously, you guys can see what's happening. Mara, 15 bounce, higher lows, the breakout, now making another break of 1730. Resistance up around $18 on Mara. So, all right, I'll just go ahead and cancel. I didn't really pick that one up. If we go dip by previous high, So dips into the previous high would be the first look. Once it does some kind of a consolidation or pullback, I look for a place to join this. As long as we hold on to 60,000, I'd hate for this thing to lose Bitcoin to lose 60,000, and then you're caught buying a top. But as long as it's holding it, I like it. We didn't talk about any Apple, but as the market just pressed through 19.9, yeah, worth noting here, Apple, which I've only been long Apple, but really can't break VWAP, can't get to VWAP, can't get to VWAP, as the market is looking pretty decent, 0.5% to the upside, at least on the NASDAQ. The ES is like 1/3% or so. Yeah, not looking that great here for Apple. Suddenly I'm not as bullish on this name as I was this morning, but it was more of a trade the price action. Trade over the previous high, trade off the support at 226. I'm now thinking VWAP retracement here on Apple. Relatively weak name. Little surprising. Came in thinking we like the longs on Apple, but the market has told us a little bit otherwise. Well, Apple's told us a little bit otherwise. The market's still holding up pretty well.
Yeah, you're right about all of that. Look, we're still, okay, what was that? Bitcoin, we talked about Bitcoin, we talked about everything, okay. I was just going to say here, as we look to make sure that we're going to be the right way, Microsoft is falling back in right now. So there's going to be a little bit of a move happening. We are short right now. It is approaching that club that everybody covets. It's approaching that dollar club right now. We have two positions that are dollar club positions right now. We have B. Riley. B. Riley was a headache early for me because we were going long. We thought that we could go long here at $8 a little bit. It didn't work. We broke through 8. So our worst position was a long at 850 on that first break. Then we averaged in. Then we got out. Then once that was the end of that, then we started to go short. And we just went short through $8 break. So that's where we are right now. I'm hearing that Rumble right now is starting to move
Trump
around.
Is speaking.
I think it might be being broadcasted live on Rumble or something, where Donald Trump is now speaking at a rally, which is going to, unfortunately or fortunately, not really be news for the next 73 days. I mean, you're 73 or 4 days away from the general election. And honestly, it's like, it's great. We know this stuff's going to happen. They're going to have talks and whatnot. So I think you always got to keep Rumble on mind. There was Funware before. I have no idea if that's doing anything. And then, of course, DJT, the one that was up 13 or 12% the last time I checked. We'll check what it's up right now. Yeah, 13 again. So I don't know what the cause of this is. I'm sure we've probably gone over it, but I really wasn't paying too much attention.
I don't recall finding any news on DJT. It's like it tagged the all-time low and bounced.
Well, that's all-time low of the name change.
Oh, right.
Remember, this will be eventually a $5 stock. So
when it was DWAC, it was.
Yeah, I don't know if it ever went even below 10 on DWAC, but I'm telling you, like this SPAC.
You can still probably get historical data.
I wonder. Remember, I was talking about like we went on the websites and we saw it was about the odds switched over to Kamala. So I was just thinking like, if the Republicans win. And obviously that would mean Donald Trump was your new president, then obviously DJT would have a lot more value than on an L. So I just wonder about playing options and then also hedging it with the online gambling site if there was, and you could probably only bet maximum $500 or something.
That's the problem with
bet like that.
Yeah.
Maybe not though. Maybe not. There might be so much interest that they can hedge your bet both ways. So anyways, at the end of the day, that would be something that's going through my mind when I see that, because again, we just open up FanDuel or DraftKings or whatever, and you could bet the general election as well as picking up like an option or something on DJT one way or the other, depending on what your opinion is. I would say you'd probably make more money in the financial markets, like with options and stuff, but
it's a safer way to be in DJT just because, limit your risk, understanding that, what was it, like a few $100,000 in revenue?
Like I don't even.
It was.
I think it might have been $5 million, but at the end of the day,
I'm pretty sure it was less. I think it was less than $1 million worth of. It doesn't matter. The market cap is so big that even if it was a couple $1 million of revenue, fundamentally speaking, that's a stock which could easily, basically not shrink to zero, but you get the idea. Like it could drop any amount for sure. So
Jeff Joe was maybe sort of just talking about a catalyst there that RFK will be supporting Trump, so he has. A certain percentage of the population would like to vote for Kennedy, but now I guess they'll be not forced, but pushed.
He'd have made an interesting running mate.
Donald Trump, so we'll see.
But whatever.
Anyways, we're going to be talking about it Don't try not to get too political in the chat. Obviously, everybody's allowed to voice their opinions, but we're just talking about the stock market and apparently legal gambling sites as well.
Bye-bye.
All right, so bye. Apparently that's hot now again. I don't know.
Seriously?
Yeah, Marissa said there's something in Deadpool where they're doing some sort of an NSYNC dance. And it's like, I should have asked Sharif there. I haven't watched Deadpool.
I haven't seen it either.
About that, but maybe I'm right or wrong on that. I don't know. Marissa's like, do not open up like Instagram or anything because you'll see that bye dance everywhere. So, okay. All right. I should have asked Sharif.
Coinbase is flying here.
Coinbase. Okay. Yeah. Well, look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's actually, and we overused terminology, but trying to moon right now as it's through 60,000 goes BTC. What do you got to hit? Yeah, there it goes.
There it is. I was on the wrong page for the old moon one, but we got another one for that one.
I don't know.
That key. This is insane here. You're getting a huge move on Coinbase. I know Mara is going, but this seems like it's a bit bigger. So I think it's 206. That's the number. 206 resistance. Okay, close-ish. Like 205, 205 half, somewhere in here is where the sellers came in en masse for this stock. So probably a little bit of room. I hate chasing these moves to the upside. I got another offer on, just because Rivian stalled at VWAP the first time, I'm going to make the assumption that there's sellers there again. So I'm going to get some out there in front of VWAP if it goes. Tesla's not giving you a pullback. Apple's not at VWAP. NVIDIA, just going through the names that I was looking at here. No dip for NVIDIA whatsoever as it's back into the highs. Oh, is it going to be a 130 or nothing day for NVIDIA? All right, let's see where the next dip is on one of these crypto names. Probably still Mara for me, or NVIDIA, but I want to have eyeballs on Mara. I feel like it's already going a little bit parabolic. I feel like Coin was a kind of a big move, but Mara levels make sense. We liked it as a long the last couple of days. This is giving you the continuation. So if it's back into here, the 40s, or if we can just identify a trend which might be forming and then hold the trend line on MARA. Okay, so we just got some VWAP on Rivian. Now we're going to hold to see if it can get through that. Rui saying Snowflake. They report after the bell tonight.
Yeah.
Are they moving? Yes. Yes, it is. Ooh, charts are slow today.
1% though only? Come on.
No, it's not that much.
Come on, Snowflake.
No, it's not moving that much. I just saw the tape open up. A bunch of deep prints went by, but a little bit of resistance here on Snowflake. I like them. Little pricey, but it's finally above the 50 period moving average. A lot can change. Earnings happen, you lose the 50. That's what happened last time. So wait for the earnings after.
2880 on NVIDIA. Neil just nailed it right there because we had already talked about this early on in the morning, and I think we're all waiting for this right there. So we wrote this at 8 o'clock. 130 break as Neil chokes, but he's fine now, I think. Be patient and wait for it. So we don't have any NVIDIA trading at all. That's the sticky note. I'm going to see who's in those DMs over there. But yeah, so right now that's something that we're going to be waiting for. Again, it would be an NVIDIA break. But in the, try not to be so super patient here. You can also take that for small if you want. That's the day's high break of 129.40 or so. I was hoping to get a dip down into like 128, 128.80. Something like that. I'm going to put a bid down there, hoping that maybe it falls in. Look, we just could get like a little bit of a dump, and maybe it comes in for a bit. We are still short Microsoft, but at this point, I'm more interested here a little bit on NVIDIA. We will watch Microsoft. If it takes the high, we're out, and that's trying to go right now as this market's trying to go again. So here it is, nice upside move for Softy. Our out on this was a 5.425 fill. So let's see if that goes higher. I don't mind taking some more. Softy here. So I think we'll probably do that against that high. So let's wait to see right now. Someone must have had just a nasty settlement there in Catan in the back. 424.70 right now coming through. So there it goes. So we re-engaged in a short now for Microsoft.
Yeah, well now we're just screaming in here. I'm not taking this break necessarily on NVIDIA unless it gives you some, like, calm it down. I don't want it to be parabolic into a high break. Give like a pullback into 129 because I had it off of 129 before and that was a failure price. So if it does anything adjacent to that, you don't want to get trapped at the top. So let's be patient with it. Let it come back in. Tesla also, wow, Tesla's going to go for a breakout as well. through the highs.
Was a good one.
Yeah, that one's looking pretty decent. So it's going to get to the high, NVIDIA. I'm looking for a false break that dips back into 129. Mara, I'm also, I want like 1750 or 1740. There hasn't been another consolidation, but that's what I want to see next. Here, I'll show you what's going on. Like Rivian, I took some out there when it hit VWAP. Next out's going to be 13 in front of 1320. It closed at 1320 yesterday. So that would be resistance in the form of previous closing price and also this morning. We're going to get on the offer in front of the 20s, but eyeballs are on, at this point, pick a chip name, pick a crypto name is what I'm kind of looking at next, but I'm not chasing these highs. You got to give me a consolidation or something of a pullback that we can work our way into.
Yeah, pullbacks, we'd like that. So we are going to wait for the same thing sort of there on NVIDIA as well. And wait for, hopefully, a pull down on Microsoft. So this is just going to be, I'm going to talk about it because it's our newest position right here. Waiting for it to do something. We've already seen this high for Microsoft. We sort of just looked at it right there. 425. If it breaks that, we'll get out. 425 is actually up here. We hadn't seen anything since we tried, and then that happened again. So I feel like we're in the pocket now. We have about 40% of what we want. If it does come back up, I'm waiting in the 70s as well. We'll take that. Give us an average price of about 50 cents worth of risk. Come on. I mean, that is well worth it for Microsoft. We've already talked about this. It can go $1, and we've taken $1 on this. So we are well within the pocket here for Softy. I'm seeing Apple again moving around. Apple's been my number one stock today for sure is Apple. And it was just early. And then this last little piece there on that drop was epic. But thankfully, that was just a small piece. Apple right there bouncing its head on VWAP, which is what's getting my attention. So if we want to go long on a name, it's not Apple. Apple's flat right now on the day and trying to go green. So normally we would short against this VWAP right now. But I kind of feel pretty bullish. And we sort of talked about why we're kind of bullish on this. So I think it's wise to maybe stay away from this and try to capture maybe a short if we get a little bit higher. But right now, VWAP could be the jumping spot for Apple. So let's wait to see if that does happen as well. I'm going to just hold on to these positions. If there's anything, I mean, Starbucks is at that 92 level I'm seeing on the chart as well, or dipped down into it, I guess, today. Yeah, 92.20. Look at this. I mean, how good does this look off of VWAP right now? You know, bounce there, bounce. I mean, another great opportunity to potentially take a long if we get back into 92.75, 92.80. That reminds me of Nike. So that's not bad. But this also is pretty good too. So you could short it. You have about $1 worth of a range here that I actually pretty like. Sorry. What's up, Adara?
Sorry about that. Just be aware of Iovance here, IOVA. They have a market cap of about $3.5 billion, so not a small cap, 21.9% short float. You do have right now, about 5 minutes ago, Martin Shkreli posting on X. You may remember Martin Shkreli as the pharma bro from about 10 years ago here, posting that Iova looks like, quote, a pretty attractive long idea. So Iovance here, IOVA, near high of days, gaining some volume as we get into power hour here, guys.
How long was Shkreli in jail for? That was 10 years.
Yeah, like
I thought he got five.
Maybe 3 years.
I thought, like 3 to 5 or something like that. I thought that's what he got. But it just shows, it goes to show, man, time flies because, you know, sometimes things blend in a little bit, blend in and disappear. So probably a good look not taking the break on NVIDIA. It broke by 1 cent the high of the day. Big pullback happening. Where is Apple? Did Apple get to VWAP? Oh, it didn't quite get to VWAP. It got so close to VWAP and not actually getting there. I did get that one leg out of Rivian. Now looks like it wants to take VWAP out. Apple should be a short off VWAP, and maybe it doesn't even want to get to that particular price. So this is the pullback. If there's going to be strength in crypto, in one of the crypto names, this would be the opportunity to try and grab it here. As it's getting down to 17.5. Just need to see it form a bit of, wow, look at this candle on Apple.
All right.
We are right now? No.
We are absolutely destroying right now. Hit the hot dog cannon for this Microsoft trade. We just reloaded it. I mean, like, if this isn't real trading and doing what I think what I want to do, then I am behooved by my own trading because that was just fell through there. Now, NVIDIA, are you want to dance now? All right, so this is the pullback we just talked about. there's the 50-period moving average. We're getting real close to that. A break of 128.50, I'm going to get out. So I'm going to put on some risk down here and then get out of a 128.50 break or so. Because honestly, at this point, the market's fallen down. We really just crushed Microsoft there, and we don't need any risks here. So we're going to do that, see if we can get away with it, and just continue to watch Microsoft. We did bid also at VWAP again in the 70s. We do miss that buy, so we do have a bid right there right now. But here comes NVIDIA, the name that we knew we wanted to get long, is now finally giving us that opportunity as the market goes right back to 19.9. And you guys may remember something when I said that this market probably today comes down in and looks at 19.8. Well, I mean, the low of the day is 19.780. From there, ripped up 200 handles. So if you gave yourselves 20 handles worth of risk right there, and I don't know, you have to zoom back in to see about that trade. Unfortunately, I wasn't taking it. That's giving you a heck of a return right there. So the NASDAQ has battled back a lot. It doesn't mean it's going to continue, right? You're up 0.5 right now, 0.6 heading into Jackson Hole. Let's just be realistic and talk about, there are pitfalls here. I mean, the market's really battled back over the last couple of days. So or last 2 weeks, you got to remember there could be some air coming out of the market at some point. Yesterday broke that streak, right? We had 8 straight days of magic. And we're going to try to put some magic on right now on NVIDIA.
Yeah, although it was even though it was only a really, really small down day, it still counts, right? You broke the streak, wasn't a big one, could be the start of something. As we were talking about, we had a certain someone who liked it for the 20th to have a down day. Didn't say how much, but said it would be. I said we'd buy dips and look for 2 things, crypto or NVIDIA. So that's the first available bounce. Bounces off of 73 or 74. It doesn't really matter which. Can it hold and get back to the high is going to be the question. It does have like a loose trend line since getting above VWAP. If you look at it like here, like that would be it. I want to see it bounce off this. It bounced once. I'm going to hit save so the next time I come back, it's still there. If it bounces off a second time, I like the ad. If it just carries right through here, punch out and wait around for VWAP if we can get it. I'm on the offer of Apple on the off chance it gets to VWAP. Should have just sat there in the first place. That was a big mistake. And wow, now it's starting to head into the downside. All right, is it going to hold? It's attempting. If it comes back out the other side, I add. If it doesn't, I'm out. There it goes. It doesn't hold on to 50. You can see right there. It's like, does it hold on? And if it does, I'm going to add above. If it doesn't, I'm out and wait for VWAP down there. Should have got that Apple, but I'm going to want to respect this until we either get down here. If we reclaim it, I might look for a re-entry, but I'm not going to hold all the way down into VWAP. Not going to do it. I wanted something short, and it was going to be Apple. I'll still stick around at 226.5, but I need to be able to get that fill if we get any more of a push to the upside. So eyes are still going to be on NVIDIA. We get that nice bounce right back above, we'll take another shot at it. But once it violated that trend line from VWAP, that's where I want to get out. I see a lot of people saying flush, but we're only down like 10, 15 points on the ES just now. And the NASDAQ still above 19.9, believe it or not.
All right. I believe it. All right. So we are long NVIDIA. Our long average price is 74. We just took some out at 68 because, we're getting close to getting broken here. We're $1 in the money on that Microsoft reload, first of all. So, I mean, that's, this is a good one. And we got that fill. So we still have that 1/3. Remember, we reloaded that 1/3 there, brought it back into a full position. So this is part of sort of the best part about being on a prop floor is like we take a full position there, let's just say, get out of 2/3 for $1 twice. Then we reload that same position again and make another $1. So despite this going up and down, we've actually made, let's just say, $3 or whatever it is, $2 and change on this whole move, even though it's really just $1 move because you're able to get that reload and get it pretty cheap. So that's the benefit of trading here and doing what I'm doing. And, looking at the reload. Sometimes when you reload it, though, you don't get the best prices. But sometimes you have to sacrifice that.
You get what you get what
you get, and sometimes you get upset.
You get what the market gives you, and that's what you always take what the market gives you. I've learned that lesson so many times. If you hold out for the perfect price, sometimes if you got the level dead on, it doesn't want to go exactly there. Like if it's a big support or resistance, sometimes the better it is, the less chance you have getting that perfect fill in there. So you got to be willing to try to get it somewhere in the region so that you can have some success. That's one thing we're always trying to get better at. Like just now on Apple, like VWAP's a line on the chart and resistance was like 40 cents higher up here. So my brain thinks, okay, if the market presses, we're going to get fills up and around 70s and 80s where I got out of a long. So I was pegged to, or anchored to, I should say, anchored to where I covered a long before as a place where I was going to get short, and then just missed the obvious, just short in the range. And now you see the market coming back. Well, you see Apple coming back, and I should say, off those lows. Now we'll just have to take whatever it wants to give us. If we're not going to make any bounce into VWAP, I'll look for some kind of a lower high. The plan would still call for it to get into VWAP. That's where I want to have this thing. But if it's going to give a lower high somewhere else, I might just go to that. Let me just double check. Did Intel failed to break?
Intel failed to break down?
It failed to break out, which means it would be a short off of that. If Intel fails a breakout, I like the reversal. Why do I like a reversal here? Because Intel tanked 3% in 10 minutes off of this level yesterday. So I would suggest that underneath that level, there's sellers on Intel. And it just failed to break at 21.45. So, yeah, if I don't get Apple, I want Intel to this high, plain and simple.
So we're looking at 63 now on NVIDIA. We just took a 50 fill there. That's it. So obviously, if we break too much below this, about 15 cents below 50s or so, we're going to get out. And that could happen immediately. So these futures do not look like they want to go up right now, but we did break the 50 period. So what I'm looking at is this chart right down here. There it is. There's the 50 period break. And here it goes downside. So again, not trying to average into this. I mean, if we lose 20 cents on NVIDIA, so be it. That is something that's well within our pocket. I mean, we're holding $1 right now on Microsoft, and B. Riley is actually starting to go back up a little bit. We can have a quick look at this one. We only have about 20% left of this
thing
position.
Was dead.
But yeah, it's starting to go back up a little bit here for B. Riley. So yeah, just a little bit of a situation there. We'll wait to see where that goes. But I was going to just hold on to this until we did break. So yeah, B. Riley right now. Going back up to $8 is where my stop was.
Oh, that's not going up.
Just going to hold that. Well, that's where I'm short. I don't know. It might go. I don't know. All right. So NVIDIA just dancing around. We're just going to have to wait to see if there's anything happening.
Oh, can you just one thing before, because I forgot to mention this when we talked about B. Riley earlier. I'll get to Mara. Mara just broke 1740. I'm out of it. I'm into the Intel that we said we'd try short. I'm not reloading Rivian on the bid at 13. That's the positions that we're in. But that Riley, I was in it as well. RILY. You have to remember, I think it was like the chairman or something, originally said he wanted to take this company private at $7. So if you look at, like I was long above 8, like a lot of other people, a lot of people were probably long at 8. The first time was good. This is a 15-minute chart. I took it twice. It lost 8 the second time. But this $7 support might have something to do with the fact that there was an original offer for this company at $7. Now, clearly, it traded underneath that a lot. But 7 is a very big level on Riley. If this loses that, bye-bye. Maybe it's an awesome short there. You know what, now that I'm saying that, I'm going to check to see if I've paid for locates, because if it breaks that 7, I would think the floodgates could open up. So I did not pay for locates. I'm gonna go ahead and do that because it breaks this bottom. That's a flat bottom break.
Yeah, that's how we were able to get short on Riley. They're very, very cheap. So go over and grab those. All right, so on a market dip down, we got a piece out of NVIDIA, went to 58, so we take a little bit, we take 10% out for 5 cents, but we probably should not have done that. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening with that. We'll let it settle down a little bit and just look at another name. So we did get taken out there on Amazon. That looks like a bad out, right? As it breaks through 180. But the thing is we were long at 179. But now, there goes NVIDIA. So there it goes. We'll have to slap a fail on it, you know. The stock we just tried, it came back in. We knew we wanted to get long on NVIDIA, but maybe a little bit too early there. So now we have 128 is what we have to stare at now. I just was too many shares there, too far away, right? And so I just didn't want to hold it all the way back down. Now, you know, it's like playing around with 20, 30 cents. So we'll wait to see if we can take this back into 128, but I mean, the market does not look very good right now. So I don't know if this is the right play. We are underneath the 50, but we wanted to wait for this. We might wind up just saying to ourselves, like, we should have just sort of followed our rules, wait until no play until we get that 130 break. And that kind of came in again. And it actually goes right back to the same high.
That's insane.
Like almost to the penny, I would think. It's 40s, right? It's 34s, something like that for that day high for NVIDIA. So that came right in again, right there. So watch out for NVIDIA. We'll play it off. We just took some long there. We're long at 30s. We're going to play it off that level, though, see if we're able to capture something on NVIDIA. So far not so good on this stock, but we're going to wait to see what happens when and if we break down near 128. So that's the next reload area for me. Now we'll see about holding this for as long as we possibly can to the back up to the upside, see if we can make some money back here.
Yeah, what's crazy is I was just in and out of NVIDIA for the L, and I said the first time I'm not reloading Rivian at 13. Rivian bounces off 13 and goes higher. Then again, I'm not going to reload Rivian at 13. Market's weak. Rivian's starting to bounce off 13 and go higher. So the buying at this level on Rivian is legit. It's making me think about, like in the old PA, like why not just get out some if it breaks this local bottom on Rivian? Like why even hold past this? Doesn't even make any sense, because if it breaks it, you can probably just get back in at $10. So this is definitely a level where there's some accumulation happening on Rivian. I'm on the bid now. We'll see if I'm able to pick it up, but you had to be on the bid before to grab that. It is what it is. Apple's still not bouncing anywhere at all. I have the locates on Riley now. They cost 1/3 of 1 cent.
Yeah.
So yeah, exceedingly cheap. I was actually expecting a little bit more just because of the float on that bad boy, but I'm looking for VWAP here. We tried it up there, it broke the trend. I'm looking for VWAP 128. We're short on Intel. That failed to break out above 1745, so 2145. So we'll see what happens. I like Apple if the market's going to come back up. I'm not getting bid on NVIDIA anytime soon, then I'm going to have the eyeballs on Apple. On the way up, I want to short this one off of VWAP. So I got to be ready for it if it wants to come in there. What else is going? Vin just said ASTS is going higher. I had to check myself because we had a trader visiting, and he had a much more colorful name for this stock that I feel like, I don't know if we can say that on YouTube. Probably not. But ASTS, unbelievable. It's going to break out again. Up 13%, and it retraced this entire move from 32 all the way up into almost $40. Yeah, this could be absolutely wild. I did not see that one coming. So ASTS looking to break out these highs. 39.60 would have been this local high up here. Let's just call it 40. If this does a 40 break, I feel like that's going to be a pretty... Nick J, that didn't get a block, but you're right in the chat, Nick J. If you want to be in the chat, even you hit that like and hit that subscribe, but that is exactly what the trader called it, ASTS. So 40 break looking like it's looming here. Some size on the bid following it up for 50,000, but they're just a spoofer. So I've seen someone flash on the bid 50,000 shares. I don't think they actually want it, because when it got down like within a penny or two, they pulled it. So we'll see if they keep doing that again or if they take a fill. We'll let you know. Imagine spoofing at the high on that stock. Sometimes
spoofing is a very
well, but you know what they do, right? So there's a thing called auto cancel. So if you have a really good auto cancel system, like if you've got bids at multiple prices, like we have auto cancel. If let's just say I'm bidding Intel at 25 and bidding Intel at 20, and then I can have auto cancel on if 25 fills, 20 cancels. If you have a really fast one where your order's sitting server side, like right at the market, then it's going to cancel that instantly the second it gets the first fill. So when these guys want to spoof, these guys, whatever, whoever happens to be, Algo, whoever it is, all they have to do is put that massive bid underneath the best buy for your 50,000 or whatnot, have a 100 share or a min lot 10 cents higher, the other one's auto cancel. They can't actually get filled on that big lot, because the second the early one's filled, it's just going to automatically cancel. Or server side, you can't be faster than them. So it's an easy way for them to cheat the system. Or game it, whatever, how you want to look at it, I would call it cheating. So anyways, we see those spoofers. Sometimes they're legitimate orders, and if they take fills, you want to know. So Intel, we're short off the previous high here. And there it is. There's your false break. Just to recap, not pulling this line and resistance out of a hat. This is where this thing died at the open yesterday. Don't even remember why this died at that price. I don't think it matters. If there were sellers before, let's just look for them to be there again.
Yeah, I think you're right. Right now, good examples there about the auto canceling and stuff. I mean, we got to understand the mechanics of the market. NVIDIA right here. I mean, trying to go back upside one more time, so you can wait here for 128.70. I thought that's where I put an order. I did 128.70, so we're at 128.67 to see if we can capture a little bit back right now. So we are long down here at the bottom. We did get out once it broke through 50s. We talked about that. It was actually through 40s where we got executed at 39. We actually got a pretty good execution there. So that was good. But for right now, back into that long against VWAP. So yeah, lost a little bit of patience. I don't think we lost patience there. It came in, and I said that we thought this area was going to be something. So I feel like we were right. It's just, it did take, there it goes. All right, good. So we'll just go a little bit of a, small bang because we already lost. Like we lost on the bigger piece now. So we'll make some back. That's all good. And there it is right there. So that was a 30 to a 67. So we'll make back 37 pennies. It's good, but it's not on the same amount of shares. We had sort of leveled into it here a little bit. So now we'll wait to see, but it looks like a good out at the 50-period moving average. That's why we are charting some of these things. B. Riley, NVIDIA, Microsoft. Okay, so they're all pretty small positions. I want to take something else at some point. I kind of glanced over Starbucks there a little bit, and I felt like it was back and forth. So look at that move again. Darn, man, it was just like it was just there. Absolutely. And we had said maybe going long there on VWAP, and then there's the move back up. But it's actually it's only 30 cents worth of range. I actually thought that was $1 when I was looking at it the first time, but it's only 30 cents. So maybe not that much. You just mentioned the name Tesla.
Well, Tesla's got a nice...
Yeah, like that's been moving. I feel like that's what we need to look at.
Yeah, just did $1 pullback.
Or Google maybe. When we get back from Madera, I'm going to have a look at Google.
I didn't even notice you were wearing the hat.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro and start your free trial today.
All right, yeah.
So you know what? This is a good point. Kling Daddy, you're right about this because you just said if someone sends a market order swipe through that can route to everything, then yes, of course, auto cancel can't work in every single instance. Believe me, I've been on the other end of that myself, where that happens. Where I'm trusting auto cancel. There's just a big enough sweep order. As a matter of fact, the first time I actually screamed when I got a fill, it was when someone marketed an ungodly amount of shares on a stock that I was trading, such that I went from long at the bottom on a stock in a small range. Like I was like long averaged in out of the money. I went from long down here to short everything I had on the offer in one print because someone had marketed like 10 million shares on some buyout that had a 15-cent range. And I went from long at the bottom out of the money 2 or 3 cents to like short 5x the amount of shares that I wanted because nothing even canceled. Yeah, market order can do it. That said, if the size is gigantic, it can be a little bit rare that someone's going to use that type of an order. But if someone wants to take them out, they can. That's why usually that kind of stuff is going to be done by someone confident that there's not going to be a bigger fish doing that. So that's usually what you'll see. So a good look there. You're right about it. Tesla is bouncing a little bit here. Still have my eyes over there. Rivian's trying to take VWAP. Apple's getting close to VWAP for the short. But Tesla holding this nice little wick bottom. There's your wick bottom. There's your support. And trying to break back out. So it looks to me like the buyers are here at 227, 75 to 80. If I can get in there, giving it to that wick is actually exactly to 223.50. Giving it to that, I like that setup on Tesla. Intel is a whole 2 cents out of the money, so it's not really moving much. All right, it was just breaking out. The market's going back higher, but it's not really moving a heck of a lot there. Let me just get a stop order in on Tesla, so if it does dip down, we can catch it. So I like Tesla long. It's above VWAP. I still like Apple to the short side as it's getting close into VWAP itself. So one above VWAP and trending higher, one underneath, red on the day, is Apple. Although it was a good long early, but I mean, that was the first half of the day. Actually, yeah, right at 11 o'clock, 11:15, right there. That's when it started to be a weak stock in my estimation. I guess it happened up there, but it doesn't really matter. If it gets to VWAP, we're still looking for that short. Didn't get the reload on Rivian. Should have just been on that bid the whole way. If it fails VWAP again, Rivian, I'm taking another leg out.
Wow, Coinbase is actually here. Look, just searching around for some stocks. Coinbase is actually at a decent level here at 204. It's at its day's high as Bitcoin continues to go, man. It's at $60,100, $6,100 right now for Cryptoverse. And I mean, it's just going. And needless to say, not gone yet, but seems like it might be up to 204.50 right now goes Coinbase. Wow. That name just continues to make make moves. We had actually looked at Mara, and to say that we called the 1660 level, I mean, at this point now it doesn't matter. But there it goes. It did come back in against that level. Well, no, actually, it really didn't. That 1660 break was great. Then it held twice. Basically, holds there at 70, then holds there again. It doesn't break 50s. You don't go long at 60s and get out before 50. Nice move up there for Mara, double topping now at 1760. So potential short maybe on Mara if you wanted to. I can't blame anybody if you wanted to look at that one at that top. But watch out for Bitcoin, as it is definitely catching a bid right now, which would go over to IBIT. And unless there's a reason to go short or long, I don't feel like there's really anything to do except for watch the trend on Bitcoin, because once it breaks, we know how devastating that could be. But for right now, 3470, 3460, we'll see if we can fade back in. 3440 rate maybe right now on IBIT would be something to look at. So yeah, that's about what we're doing right now. I'm not really engaged in too many other things. Just looking at Microsoft, looking at NVIDIA. We actually want to go longer on NVIDIA. So if that can come through, let's try to think about that. Again, down here, we almost got that 128.05 or so. We'll see if it wants to go. We are still long NVIDIA at 30s. So it's not like it's a super crazy position. Riley and then Microsoft. I want to get more Microsoft as well, but we got to wait for that trade. All these shorts have really come in. So we trust that read there on Softy, but needs to come in just a little bit more, and same with NVIDIA. So Netflix, oh, you know what? Let's look at Disney, because Netflix I won't take. I can just look at it, but Disney right here now back above 90. And we actually looked at that earlier. Look at that break there of 90. It would have been failed right there, I think. But there was a nice move. So that second sort of break there on 90.
You know what they call that?
The 50-period moving average has always been so good here on some of these.
Resistance to support on Disney.
Yeah.
I like
90,
it.
Yeah.
And that 90 level looking good, man. I like, you all know I like some Disney, as long as it's holding on to, it was like 80, actually it was more like an 88, 89 area, but it doesn't matter. 90 is above that. So go Disney. Obviously Netflix has been better, but an opportunity to, take something and get a little bit of a bounce on Disney looks good. So Tesla goes right into this consolidation range, and now it's just hanging out there. So it prints down underneath 223 at that 75 zone. So outside of this wick, your bottom is like 70, and then your high is 223.20 or so. So not much of a range. After that big breakout that we had in the market, you're getting a really tight range here on Tesla and a host of names going sideways. Apple is not, and it did just come into VWAP. So I said this time let's be not as patient. I didn't really get any fills last time, so I'll take some where it starts to curl underneath the 50 level. Look to see if it gets into VWAP where we can add to it. And Rivian's still no good. Nothing happening there. The other thing I was going to look for, of course, was I paid for locates on Riley. Looking for that. Whoops. Apparently there's an RILYL, whatever that is. I have no idea what that is. Maybe it's some kind of a derivative or whatever. It doesn't matter. But it's breaking VWAP. So the idea behind Riley was if it loses the bid down here, it's like a flat bottom break. So the bottom is like $6.85. If it breaks that, who knows? Like, I don't know how far it could go down, but this last consolidated at 640 and it had a halt level at 575. So if you can take a break there, throw a stop at $7, assuming minimal slippage, probably 20 to 25 cents worth of risk, I'd say, on the high end, but it has to break that level for us to be able to get it.
All right, into some NVIDIA again. We get that reload. Okay, so we do have a button for that, but I mean, who knows if it's going to work or not.
Reloaded.
Okay. Or reloaded. And here comes a nice move. All right, we just got reloaded at 20s. Let's just keep on taking a little bit out. This is how we make back what we lost already on that trade, just by doing simply this. So there's a nice little reload upside there now. Downside, but now moving upside is NVIDIA. So let's put some offers in the 40s there. We just got a nice fill, right? We wait for it, we get it. So now let's reward ourselves by getting some out. 20 cents now. I mean, we're sitting back and forth here, Neil and I, talking like, oh, if we can get 20 cents, great. So I'm going to do it on whatever stock I trade. Like if we can get a bounce on some of these names, I'm going to take them. So that's what I just did right there. We only got out of about 25% up there. So it could still fall back in, and we do have a bigger order down at 128 flat. But you could see these lines are changing, forever changing, getting a little higher up here as NVIDIA's up on the day. So VWAP changing accordingly with it. We just took a bid there at 20s. So that worked out. And then those outs, one was 33, one was 38, I believe. So, yep. So hopefully we can get some higher bids now as we come right back in. So watch out. Now
That was a spike.
Yeah, now the market's starting to bleed a little bit to the downside now. So watch out. We'll see about an elevated trade. We're going to wait for 128. So that comes through. We're there. Otherwise, it's a hard pass for me on NVIDIA reload. So we're going to wait for that price in and around 128. If you say, hey, I guess Sean's price would be 128.05, then you might be right.
Why would we guess 05?
Just giving people my price.
Oh. I would guess 17.
Yeah, it's at 17 now, so we're going to give this a minute here.
I didn't really think about that. That was the price that it was at.
I kind of like, I like 11s, like 98s. I don't know. I just kind of like ahead of even dimes.
98.
That's always been.
Who's 98?
Scalping. No, nobody. Just what I was saying. It's like ahead of dimes.
I'm one of those. Yeah, I tend to. I like the ahead of dimes things. I like 12. I like 22. Right. For some reason, I like the 2s. 32. You'll often hear me say Magic Johnson, Will Clark. Things along those lines. I don't know a famous 12. Otherwise, I would throw that in there for you. But one came out, long came out, so Rivian held.
This is the
Tesla
best thing
came
to
out.
vote on.
But I got the short on Apple, and that's starting to come back in. So the place that I should have gone first is the one that's going to end up working. We got a poll up. This
is why this is the best poll.
You got me.
It just says yes or no. So yes or no, Neil. Yes or no.
I don't know.
I did yes.
This is way too much pressure.
I'm always a yes. I'm voting yes. I'm going to be forever the optimist.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
All right, so there we go. So I voted yes. So I'm a yes on that poll.
You know what? The way I see it,
I just hope it means the market's...
In life, saying yes as a default is just a little bit of an opportunity for you there. At the end of the day, say no when it really counts, but when you get a chance to do something or you get an offer, a lot of times taking a shot and just going yes is going to work.
Yeah, so there it is, man. Again, guys, I don't know, hit the super chats, hit the yes button, hit the no button, hit whatever you want. But what did we tell you? Neil said, why would Sean say he's waiting at 128.05? Just so when we get filled, everybody knows that's where we're waiting. And there's the 128.05 fill. And now we are out of half of that trade as it goes up another 20 cents. Remember, we said we're scalping this thing out 20 cents at a time. Give me my money back, NVIDIA, and let's see if we can get another fill at 25 again. Paid the man his monies there. And we'll see if I can come back in. We have to use that usual suspects. Is that what that is?
Oh, no, that's Rounders.
Oh, Rounders, yeah.
Malkovich.
Yeah, same guy, but I was thinking about a different movie. But there it goes. NVIDIA, one more move to the upside to get us out of another piece of that. Then we'll hold, and it'll be a good hold. We still have some shares. It'll be a decent size, but it's about a third of what we put on down there because we took out half. We'll take out another spot right now, probably about 40%, and then we'll hold for a fly. So let's see if we can fly upside there back into the 50 period of 128.50. I do have the stop order in there for 10 cents. So if we blow below 129 or 128, you guys know that the account will not freeze up, but stop out. So hopefully that comes back in right now.
That movie, Rounders, is a great movie for traders. It's a great movie for traders. Because a lot of the lessons learned in that one, I think you have the two main characters. I won't spoil too much of Rounders if you've never seen it. It's a poker movie.
Yeah.
But the two main characters, one of them's all about the shortcuts. And the other one learns the lesson of, sort of having a system. And he has a mentor who's like, take it seriously if you want to make a living playing poker. And it's just like, don't go with the shortcuts. Surround yourself by the right people and make good decisions. I mean, all Hollywood movies have messages like that, but it's a great one for traders, man. I love it. Matt Damon and Ed Norton.
Yep.
Unbelievable actor. Ed Norton's legit. So Apple came back in, 226.10 filled. I didn't get it. I got back up here at the 20 level and some 25s as it's seemingly, it's not a huge range. This is kind of the range the last 15 minutes or so. Intel is still, okay, so it's still above VWAP. It failed that big breakout, comes back in, can't break above the previous high, which is what we're looking at, but it can't yet get to VWAP. So I'm sitting on the bid right here, Jesse Barfield, and then we got 127s, and we're at literally VWAP, because sometimes you just put the order right on the line and see if you get filled. So I got some bids in here if we get into VWAP. That was an accumulation zone, so we'll hang on to it if we can. So that's going down. Apple's heading to the downside. Riley, we're at 305. At some point, if Riley does nothing, I'm not going to hit this if it breaks short at 3 47 or something like that. Like, this needs to do something soon. Otherwise, clearly the longs are winning out on this stock temporarily. I mean, beneath $8, it was a short. But it's not doing a heck of a lot yet. And I don't want to have that order sitting out there just in case you forget. That ain't a stock that you want to have an order on and you forget about it.
Like, there's a couple times today where I've made myself not feel very well. And it's happening again right now because the money's just not pouring in, but it's coming in here on NVIDIA off of this 128. And it's like, again, we lose money in here when we shouldn't be really looking at it. We took a shot. We wanted the fallback, right? Initially, we thought that the fallback into the 50 period would be something. So we took it and we got out. So I'm actually pretty fine with that trade, but it's like these are the ones here where if we don't take this hit, I probably put on a lot more risk down here, and then it's really pay dirt, but it's still pay dirt. What's that video game console there, Ramin and Fabian, that we have that little sound effect for that I keep spending tons of money on over and over and over again? I like it right now. What up now, Roblox? There it goes, man. Mr. Ryan Faluna, shout out. I mean, this guy was like, Sean, man, that call that you had on Roblox at $34, $35 was a good one. Thank you, Mr. Ryan Faluna. Look at this move right now. $43, $44 as it continues to go to the upside. I may spend an extra $15 today, buy my kids whatever Robux they want for $15. And it's been a nice move up there. Actually, my kids are super busy. My daughter's at a baseball camp this week. My kids right now trying to check out that Cybertruck, apparently with the wife there, having some burgers Priest. They're killing it right now. But look at Roblox, up 7% and still going. So that name just continues to go. Thank you guys in the chat for making my day on that one. But you know what else is happening right now? Oh no. Microsoft, ciao, to the downside right now. Look at this. That's a $1 winner right now for Microsoft as it pulls back in. So yeah, man, we like that stock. Microsoft pulling in right now into the 200 period moving average. I may just take this trade right here, right now on Microsoft and forget about it because it's at a level where we can do exactly that. Props it up. We talked all about this trade. It's Microsoft. It's fantastic. It's real. And you love it. It's Mr. Softy right there for a nice little $1 winner on that name. So, wow.
The shorts are definitely coming in right now. I got to pivot to another one. I just missed it. Ben, whatever this stock is, whatever. I heard them say Bravo Echo November. And then I also heard investigation. And then I saw this wick to the downside. I went over to the punch. All right, it's starting to come back in. So criminal probe into, yeah, that's not a good headline. Where's the rest of it? Criminal probe into Wamco reportedly focuses on cherry picking. Let's see if we can't find another headline that's a little more descriptive than that.
There it goes.
But last I checked, criminal probes attached to any stock are not a good thing. So this one is making fresh holds. It's already down 10%. So they were getting, oh my goodness. It's also breaking out a 52-week low. Yeah, that's nasty. Only going to look shorts on this. Hopefully back in the previous. So when any news break, the first thing I look for on a retracement is back into the previous bottom. So if it broke a low, let's see it hang out underneath that low. That's right around 20 and a half, 2060. I'm going to leave the order in there if we get picked up. If we get a more descriptive note on that pops through, I'll let you guys know. But I literally heard him say the symbol Bravo Echo November. I didn't even hear the company. Pulled it up and saw that, and I heard investigation. But the criminal probe is a lot worse than just your average investigation. So we're looking VWAP here in Intel. The problem with this one is it's above VWAP, but I like the false break. Apple's now 35 pennies in the money. The low would only be about 30 cents from here on Apple. Let's go to Adara.
Story here with Franklin Resource. We did have that report coming in from Bloomberg with regards to the cherry picking, but this story actually started earlier today when the company announced that Michael Buchanan would be appointed as its new chief investment officer. Its other co-chief investment officer, Ken Leach, taking a leave of absence because he has been apparently receiving a Wells notice from the SEC. So this Ken Leach under investigation. This is an ongoing story. Trying to find that Bloomberg article, saw the headline, but unable to find this article. But just so you guys know, this story actually initially started moving earlier today with regards to the appointment of a new CIO as CIO Ken Leach on leave during this Wells Notice SEC-related investigation, guys.
All right.
It took me a while to Franklin Resources, Ben.
Right, that was a good one.
That took a couple seconds to
That's
read.
a great symbol. I've never heard of that company before, so I don't think.
I'm pretty sure nobody's heard of that company.
Okay, yeah, maybe. Maybe somebody has. I don't know. Who knows?
That?
I don't know.
Somebody will say that.
People will say they have. All right, so yeah, man. I mean, we got dropped down there on NVIDIA. We still have a piece of it. We'll see if it wants to get any higher, though. Not really. Again, I prefer that short. We did already cover that on Microsoft. It did really rinse down. And that's like when I see like little sort of capitulation, like it happened right here, bounce back up huge. It's happening again. I could see a retracement happening right now for Microsoft. We had a very similar event there on NVIDIA as well. But I've sort of getting ready to dig my teeth into something else. But what about the futures? So we just had a move down on the TQs as well. So here's 71 on the 20-minute chart. It's 50-period moving average. We do have, it's like 71.15s. Want to try to go long down there. We get another drop into that level. Feel like we want to go long. I mean, the market's still up. The TQs are up 1%, which means the Nasdaq's up 0.3. So we're still up okay. We did just drop in. You see that? Like that, if I can get long starting the position in and around here against that 71.15, that's what I want to do. So that would be a trade to start. So if it does get a little bit of a flush action coming through now, I'm going to be sitting here picking this up. So I'm bidding 28s, and then we're bidding that 17 level, and then hopefully be able to hold that, but only like 10 or 15 cents against us. If it breaks too much below that, then we want to get out. But I think it's worth the shot on the NASDAQ because there's been so many times where we've seen this sort of happen. And maybe right now, well, that's the one-day chart, sorry, on the NASDAQ, where we just barcode into the afternoon, right? I mean, there's been lots of breakouts and whatnot, but we're now in the last hour. So like yesterday we had a nice move up, that's at 350, then a move down. And right now we just had that move back in on the futures all the way to the top where we shorted Microsoft and whatnot. But now you're falling back in sort of into this bottom again and running into some areas of technical support of the 200 period. So I think that we could possibly hold this area on the TQs. So if we're able to get something down there, we will take a shot in the dark and then wait to see about a hold. And if we break below, we break below, and we'll get hit there if that does wind up happening. Riley's not doing anything. Microsoft, again, we're out of. So now we'll wait for this move back down in on the NASDAQ. I mean, that's going to be the plays for me. Oh, I mean, we keep talking about the same names, Apple, but PayPal. So for my scanners, it's kind of always the same names. Like I only have the same names on my scanners.
Yeah, exactly.
If there is anything there.
I only know Ben because of the news.
I sold Clover today because I have no idea what's going on. I mean, some people
Well, yeah, why is Clover up?
I don't know. I got out at 340 in my personal account for a hit. I lost about 20% on this name. It's just we were down way more. I let this one just sort of die. And now we get back out when it comes all the way back up to the upside. We're like, okay. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now with Clover. But yeah, still up 12% again. The CEO, I believe, bought some shares back on the 14th. Okay. They did also report. So a couple
buying
on
is
the 14th or something like that. Buying
is important. Actually, Michael Nossi from Trade Ideas, great guest. We love him, friend of the show.
Never heard of him.
Michael say all the time. Buying, when you have insider buying, it means much more than insider selling. Sometimes insider selling when it's monster chunks, when Jensen sells a monster chunk or Bezos, like that ridiculous amount, those matter. But in a general sense, they got to sell at some point. But if someone's buying it up, that's where you want to know. Okay, so why no is okay. So look, Ben Franklin is not going up. So instead of trying to short a pop, I just went for a 20 break, and I'm like, okay, why am I not filled? Why am I not filled? It's down over 10%. It's SSR.
Right.
So I fired a breakdown trade through 20, and why am I still not getting filled? Give an uptick and actually fill me. You know what? I'm going to hit refresh because I feel like I'm getting traded through there. I'm literally sitting on 1990 and have not. It's all dark pools. That's why. There has not been a print that's not a D. Yeah, it's just all Ds on the time and sales. All right, I'm just going to leave it in. Leave it in, see if we can't get a fill. Someone's going to have to print a real gateway at some point on this stock. Apple is pressing down into the lows. Ben Franklin is going lower. There's an uptick to finally get the fill on BN. If it breaks back up, I'll give it to like 10s. But wanted to short the first available pop. But you know what they say, if there's no pop, then the stock must drop.
Right.
And they don't say that. No. I just said that, and I've never said it before, and I'll possibly never say it again.
You might say it again.
Ben Franklin, criminal probe was the headline that we got. Great looking name. I wanted to short anything back into the high, but I'm going to take it on the 20 break, give it about 15, 20 cents. If it ends up breaking back into here, I'll get out and look for a re-entry on the original plan, which is usually short back into prior resistance. Apple is still heading into the downside with the market. Low of the day, 225.65. You know what? This has been an inside day all around. Remember what NVIDIA did, where it tagged that high to the penny and then turned? Yeah, well, I don't need Apple doing that. If we get there, I'm going to get out of Apple, going back over to the other short. Intel has yet to creep its way down to VWAP, so it's moving very, very slowly into VWAP like nothing is happening, because that is what Intel does as it heads back into the downside. So new trade is in Ben Franklin, which is not on the Australian market. It's at 1996. We're short here at 1995. Big drop in on that investigation.
All right. We're going to just continue on with business as usual and just continue to watch out for this little dump off here. We did have an exciting stock today, was Meta. So as we continue to watch out, see what Meta's doing here today. Up 1% still, which is nice. The market's down up now, 0.27. So we can watch out here for Meta and see what it wants to do. Breaking below VWAP. Again, with this market sort of trending back into the downside, we talked about that big trade or some sort of a trade that we'll look for on the TQs. That just didn't fill, so we're going to have to wait to see if that comes in. SPXL, all right, so SPXL again. This is the 3 times bull for the market. So that just is hitting VWAP right now, and so is the NASDAQ. So here it is. It's a continuous push down right now. Finally looks like it wants to take down VWAP to the downside. Goes the market and NASDAQ. So hold on to your shorts, man.
Hold on to your,
what did Bart Simpson say? Eat my shorts?
He said eat your shorts.
Yeah, so.
About getting out on Apple.
Eat my shorts too much here, but.
Okay. I said I'm going to get out of Apple if it tags that bottom, so it did. This is it, hitting the low and bouncing. So we ring the register on Apple. Ben just got struck by lightning there as it retook the low of the day, and you're starting to consolidate underneath. I'm looking 19.5 here. There's nothing going on in terms of levels. I should pull up a weekly, because I suppose if you go even further, there's nothing. I don't see anything out here. There's basically nothing going on. There we go. This is that $20 level, which we already know about, that's broken, but you have nothing underneath this on Ben Franklin or Franklin. I already forget. It's Franklin Resources? Franklin
Exploration Company?
Franklin Exploration.
Franklin Dollar Bill Company?
It is Franklin Resources.
Okay.
See? I'm so bad with the symbols or the company names, and I'm like, I'll probably get it wrong. We got that one right. So the market is headed to the downside. Looks like it's a little bit of a tiny flush, but Apple looking weak, and Bora Hout, Upstart's running another round. Upstart's going up in all this.
What?
Why would Upstart be going up? So squeeze name at the high of the day. I'm basically just holding on to these 2 shorts. I already got out of Apple. Ben, I'm looking 19.5 as the next level. Upstart, here we go. Eventually we're going to load up. The daily chart's taking a while. Yeah, Upstart's super strong. This rebounded from a huge volume wick reversal to go right back into the highs. That's usually bullish. Like when you do this kind of a topping tail candle on that kind of volume, a lot of times that's the stock's about to dump. Get out of your longs, but that's trying to make some fresh highs. That's a short entry for a lot of people. A lot of day traders would short that pretty heavily. To be honest with you, if I like a level short, that's usually an obvious entry for me, which wouldn't have stopped out yet. So Upstart looks like it could still break out. Gonna nurse these 2 shorts, see what happens on Upstart maybe, if it can take out some highs. It's 3:20, so we get 10 minutes away from the early look on the imbalances. And my spidey sense thinks that you could have some sell imbalances after we didn't do a heck of a lot. We got the Fed minutes, and you have some things pulling back a little bit there. Don't? Oh.
Yeah, the sell imbalances could be coming in here. We did talk about that over the last couple of days, right? About like what this market means right now. And we had that turnaround day yesterday, possibly, remember. And so that's going to be
turnaround Tuesday.
Yeah, turnaround Tuesday, right? It was that one day where we kind of just, whoopsies, we went back into negative territory, finally 8 straight up days. But here we go, man. We talked about a position that we would have on Promised you we'd do it. It's the TQQs, long at 71.20 right now. Again, I already have the out if we break below 71.10. I don't even want to be involved too much if that goes through there. There will take some 26s. Let's see if we get some 26s and 27s now. Back to the upside. Here we go. We're starting to fly just a little bit. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to now endorse DJT. So that's apparently now official coming from ABC. So do not shoot the messenger here. This is just what we're talking about again. So that's the plan of action. It doesn't look like DJT is moving. And this story, again, was already out there. It was reported by us and by you guys on our chat earlier. So no surprises there for DJT, I would think. So maybe that move is already baked. But right now, we're not getting baked at all on this TQQ trade. So let's just watch it and see if it does want to bounce up aside a little bit. We're already long. We sort of talked about this. We want to give ourselves about 10 cents worth of risk, if not a little bit less than that. So risk on right now for the TQs. We're taking this one, just bouncing off of some levels here that I thought might work out. And it was just based on that flush. So I don't know. I mean, there are lower lows coming through here, but we've sort of got that flush before, and it was right into here. So that flush down, we wanted to give it back to 71.20 or so. And again, it was the 20-minute right here, 50-period moving average. So just something, the last couple times, it's really, support. I would think this is support. All you can really do is put on the trade and see if it sort of holds out for you. So that's what we're doing right now. I'm not even giving this that much room because of this. It's really bad. The trend right now is a friend to the shorts, not to the long. So to be triple long now doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. But Adara, I break it down.
With regards to DJT, we actually still don't have a hard comment from RFK Jr., though as of about 2 p.m., his press secretary did tweet that he will be set to address the nation live on Friday about, quote, the president's historical moment and his path forward. So that was already happening as of 2 p.m. Now, a couple of minutes ago, we have ABC News reporting that he is set to step down. So again, he has not confirmed it, though. That is speculated to be what this announcement will be on Friday. So again, just clarification, no stepping down from RFK Jr. as of yet. Set to speak on Friday. ABC News just reporting that that's what's in the cards, guys.
All right, so that's what's up.
Thank you very much there, Adara. We appreciate it.
Like that.
Ooh, in the chat, Girl Trader. Yeah, Girl Trader, first, welcome. I wish you guys would put on swing trades too. So every now and then you will hear us say what we do in our personal accounts. I put on some swing trades in my personal account, but here at Real Trading, we are day trading firm capital as prop traders. So we don't hold anything overnight because we can't hold anything overnight. Now, the only time you hold overnight was, I think the last time I got into position on Southwest live on the show, the stock halted and it didn't open until the next day. That was overnight holding. It was an unintentional swing trade. It gapped down and I lost. But swing trades, every now and then we'll do it. I've had a swing trade on a penny stock recently, Tellurian. Now they're being bought for $1. I should check that one out again. But every now and then you'll see us talk about our personal accounts. We make that distinguish,
I just talked about Roblox.
Yeah, exactly. Distinction is what I was looking for. We'll make that distinction for you. But here, we don't put anything on that you'll see down below that's held to the next day.
Man, I forgot about that.
That's just how it is. You know what? I've been really bad about ensuring that I fill my water in the afternoon show. It gets ridiculous. I just don't do it. So I'm going to take my final gulp of this and then hopefully get a refill when I got to do the aftermarket show. We're not going to have Chris, so we're going to do some Q&A. Got Snowflake
earnings. His internet got fixed.
His internet got fixed and went right back down again 15 minutes later. Unfortunately, he's having some issues with his internet, and they can't keep it up. So unfortunately,
must not have Starlink.
You need to get that Starlink.
I would think so. Here we go. TQ's back upside, man. NVIDIA, let's roll. Let's ride. Are they saying that in Pittsburgh right now, or are they saying we're screwed? Because
only if they're mocking
Justin Fields right now and boy wonder Russell Wilson over there. We're going to see if any one of those guys can make it happen for the steel curtain over there in Pittsburgh.
Spoiler alert, no.
Spoiler alert, just hand the ball off to hopefully Harris and throw it then to Warren as we're keeping both.
Isn't Warren's hurt
there?
Isn't
he? Yeah, but I don't think that's probably better for Najee, so that's okay. Here we go. NVIDIA TQs, we're starting to rock and roll now. Here we go. Come on, TQQs, back up into the 30s. Guess what we're long, guys? 12 and a half right now on the TQQs. We actually, okay. We nailed this trade. We talked about this trade. We said this is the trade we're putting on. TQs off this 50-period moving average comes in. We take it. Now it's upside move. So, yeah, man, we will do the old Barry Horowitz and props up ourselves on that one because that's a good trade right there on NVIDIA as well. As look at that bottom right there coming right into support. We take it, and now we get some out on the upside. So we're making back pretty much everything we've lost so far on this whole move down. So that's so far so good. And that's the sort of what's been afforded of us as we talk about, you know, being on this floor and prop trading and whatnot, being able to get back in and out and only being worried about getting stopped out if you over risk. And I don't ever do that really. So yeah, we're fine. Here goes, I mean, I over risk, but we have stops, so we'll get blown out sometimes. But here comes NVIDIA. Oh yeah, not getting blown out over here, my guy. Nice move upside now for NVDA. Let's just keep on going, man. Good vibes only. And whoa, hello. A nice little order there. Attention, everybody behind us. There is a big order on NVIDIA at 128.15 right there. A couple 100,000 shares right there. Yeah, hit those alerts.
That's a big old order.
One more time, Fabian. Fabian, what? Okay, Fabian, stop it. Okay, one more time. You did get trapped right there, so I'll hit it right there. All right, let's go. Here we go. It's a nice move upside right now for that. The TQs is bust, by the way. It's a bussin', as the kids say. Is that what they say, Adair, these days? Nice move to the upside for the TQQs. And man, all we had to do was sip the Hydration Nation, and now we're almost back to day's high for ourselves. So, yeah, buddy, when it works, and it's working right now for those TQ trade. And I told you guys, I said we're going to put on a big position down here on the NASDAQ. We said we were going to do that. We did it. This is called real trading. We put those shares on board. We've got it. It's futures trading. You know, all of you that have said like to stick with futures trading, you're probably close to being right on that one as it just continues to go there. There's an out for us on NVIDIA, and we should get some more out on the TQs right now. 43s, I mean, we'll take that if we can. We just got another piece on NVIDIA. We'll take some more out here on these triple Qs, and that is a good wrap, hopefully, for the day here. If we could continue higher, that'd be all right. We'll punch out a little bit now because we missed those 43s. Now let's see if it wants to go a little bit higher. Still short this B. Riley & Co.
Yeah, B. Riley. Okay, I've canceled my order on B. Riley. It's not breaking that $7. Ben just tried to retag the 20 level. BEN, that's that Franklin stock. Bounced off VWAP on Intel. I'm hanging on to about a quarter of the position. If it breaks VWAP, I want like 18s, 19s. We'll see what happens. Ben went right up to 20 even. Of course, unless you're sitting on the offer, when it bounced off 20 on the way back down, you couldn't get 97s, 98s because it's short sell restricted down over 10%. So I once again get like 94 or 95. If it breaks 20, I'm out. We retrace the lows. We'll see what happens there. Apple is bouncing to its previous low and turning. So bouncing to previous low. Not sure it's going to even get VWAP in here. I still think this can be a short. But I want to see what happens overall at this. If it bounces and makes that low and holds it again, we can wait for that top. I want to be patient with Apple, see if it wants to roll over here or bounce a little higher, because that could just be a little bit of a head fake. The way this market's bouncing, always wait for the price that you really like. If the market's trending back to the upside, I'd rather sit and wait for the perfect price as opposed to just jumping in off of those lows. So still just with Intel and Ben, whatever the heck that sucker is going to be called these days. But with 1 minute to go, we're going to get some early looking bounces. I'm anticipating not much because they're always on the New York, so all the NASDAQ names don't give you early looks. But we'll see what happens in about 1 minute. Still only want to be short Apple, so I just have to be patient with this bounce.
So now 40 handles in the money on the NASDAQ trade as it continues to go higher here. So far, so good. 50 cents now in the money on NVIDIA as that's starting to go back up to the upside. Too many trades, obviously. But if you don't put the last one on, then you don't have this move. So, yeah, you know, it is back and forth, sort of battling with this stock all the time. And that's what NVIDIA is, for me anyways, a battle all the time. And I like it. That's why we're here right now. It will be a good day for us. So we're pretty happy with what we've been putting on right now. Remember, our stop on B. Riley is a flatten through $8. So if that does come through, we'll watch that one more time, trying to catch that bid early. It got it, man. It was halted. Got that news there. Nice try to buy out, and I think around $7 we were talking about. So there, no surprise that it was the bottom. We get some out at 7 off of this 804 short. So far so good here. But yeah, could have got it all out at the bottom, of course. The TQs, again, this is that futures trade that's really started to hum a little bit for me now. It'll be my third highest stock today. We have some red stocks, right? We talked about that with NVIDIA. We kept on getting blown out of Microsoft up here. That was crazy. Like we got out at 426.50 or 426.30 there, and then it just dropped $4 or $3 almost immediately once we got out. Like almost immediately. Like 2 minutes later, maybe less. Big, huge move down, and then this was good though. Made some money back there on Microsoft. But other than that, man, yeah, B. Riley, Microsoft, NVIDIA, 50 cents, TQs is right there as well. We are out of about 70% or so of the Qs. Yeah, we will. About 70% or so of the Qs, so we'll have to wait to see if that wants to trade again. We just got some more out at 45s. Let's wait to see. It's 50 periods right there. Let's put an offer at 60. If we get it, we get it. And now, without any further ado, it's Adara at the screen.
Lots of strength in a lot of these sectors, but what we're going to do is take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making outsized moves to the upside or downside. And today's theme is going to be upgrades and downgrades. First off here, we do have this upgrade for Take-Two Interactive, currently up about 3%. Getting a price target increase here with a buy rating from Benchmark, going from $200 to $210 for TTWO a couple weeks after their earnings. Texas Instruments definitely removed from its highs of the day. Still at more than 2%, though, with this upgrade to a buy rating and a price target increase from Citigroup. Yesterday, we know during Midday, they did have their executive announcing that they were set to deliver revenue of $26 billion in 2026 if market conditions are ideal. Elliott Management also saying that they were impressed by Texas Instruments making this statement. Keep in mind, they're an activist investor involved. So interesting look here for TXN with that upgrade. Last but not least, a downgrade here. AXP, American Express, selling off pretty heavily throughout the day, down more than 3%. Getting a downgrade from buy to neutral here by BofA Securities with a $263 price target. Lots of interesting names to talk about today, guys.
Ooh, not good for you, AXP. But look, there's so much that's moving around today. The one that came in on the news there on Benzinga, which I'm actually hearing some stuff about, and okay, it's nothing burger. It's just talking about something with Israel. Not a big deal. So Ben broke that 20 level. We reloaded it in front. It was a breakdown originally. We reloaded right in front of 2020, broke. We're out of that trade. Apple came right back in. Said I want to be a little bit patient to see how it reacted at that. Let's call it like, it's not really the previous low. I know I said the previous low, but kind of like this higher low in here, which was the most adjacent bottom. It bounced right in, held underneath. The next candle on a 3-minute was again weak, so we punched it short at 70s, got a bid at 50s as it's starting to hold back again. So if it breaks out this top, I'm out. If we retake the low, we're going to hold into that. Intel, I don't know about a reload. Actually, it's only 333.
Yeah, it's
okay.
not too much time.
No, for some reason, I was like, oh, it's like we're like 5-10 minutes or underneath 10 minutes into the imbalances. There's still some time. With Intel, just to zoom out, it's where it dropped at the open yesterday, underneath that previous close on Monday, wick top there, lower high, just looking for the breakdown. If the market does want to go lower, it's not like Intel's been a great stock in the long run. I think we all know that. So if it breaks VWAP, great. Needs to hold on underneath 2140, however. Like, that's the price. If it breaks above 40 out, as long as it curls at that price, I like it. The problem with Intel is it always, if it has an imbalance, it always pairs off. But it often has like a million share imbalance. So technically, it's not one that I love getting an entry point right at like 349, because you can get in and all of a sudden there's an imbalance of 1 million one way or another and it stops you out for no good reason. You almost want to trade after 350 if you're going to put it on. Still time though, 15 minutes to go until those imbalances come through. Apple, let's see if we can get a reload in that one. If it's going to hold this lower consolidation, then we'll go for that. For whatever reason, Apple is weak. I'm not going to sit here and explain to you why, because it doesn't really matter what my opinion is. I came in today bullish on Apple, obviously. Now it's just going lower and lower. While the market has higher lows, this has lower lows. That would be the definition of trending in the opposite way.
Yeah, I mean, this is trying to find some opportunities, basically, is what we're trying to do now. Okay, so NVIDIA is 50 cents. I was thinking about just putting an offer right here at 26 cents. I feel like that's probably the right thing to do. If it does want to spike back up, let's just get out. We'll put it at 23s. It just keeps on bouncing right there. So we'll see if we can get that fill. Again, 128.10 falls back into there. I don't know. You could reload it. We're pretty happy with our positions. Like Neil said, 15 minutes. We've seen some big imbalances come through. Come on, I'm at 23. Did we get the fill? No, we did not. Come on, man. It just screamed through 22s and stops. That's okay. We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. Nice trade here on NVIDIA anyways, 45 cents, 50 cents in the money. Hopefully we'll be able to get that fill coming through on that one. The TQs, again, we're trying to be a little bit greedy with this one, but now I'm seeing that is the 50 period at 57. So let's just put an offer now at 53s instead of 60s. We were at 60s before. Maybe we get touched up here at 53, which is right here right now. The 200, the 50, all. I can't just miss this by that. Okay, I'm just punching. I just punched some 49s there. Forget about it. We punched some 49s. Like it went to 52 and stopped. So that would drive me crazy if I missed that as well as NVIDIA. So we'll take a 49 out there on the TQs for 35 cents. Or, yep, that's about right. 37 cents. 37 cents. And then right there, we did miss that out. So we'll have to wait for that right now. Okay, let's keep going. Square right now. Okay, nice move up. SQ. All right, so the U.S. Department of Justice is doing something with NVIDIA right now. So I see ya. I'm going to get out of this stock almost immediately. And then now we are out, and we will get out of that one. NVDA, there is a story right now about competition.
And they're saying AMD too.
I'll try to go short here. We'll get that story in a minute. NVIDIA's aggressive sales tactics will backfire. Says the information, and I don't know. We'll find out. Adara obviously over there and on it. So once she sees something like that, we'll bring it to you a little bit more. But you know what? Honestly, haters gonna hate. It's
more like nah. We're better than you. That's their sales tactic.
So let's just wait to see if people.
Seriously, we are better than you is their sales tactic.
All right, we just got. Oh no, we didn't. Yes, we did. We got filled at 93 right there. So again, have the ability to flip it over, see what's going to happen. So there it is. We get out, and now we go short on that news. Let's see if it does break now with NVIDIA. Look, man, it's only 20 cents. Let's see if it gets a little bit lower than that. If this is DOJ-related news, and again, we'll get it from Adara, and I don't want to be misquoting things. Obviously, that's not what we're in the business of doing. So let's just wait to hear on that. But it was enough for me to flip out. We just missed that fill there, which kind of sucks, but we punched out at 07s and then went short at 05s. So far, so good. I am going to take another piece out here on the triple Qs because, hey, don't need to be short everything based on this news. So let's take another piece out there on triple Qs and now get lighter and lighter heading into the close. And we'll just wait to see if this story hits mainstream or not. Because if it does and anything comes out about DOJ and NVIDIA, I guarantee you this thing drops at least $1.
And remember, no buybacks in the last 10 minutes. Companies can't buy back. It's another reason why if a big cap name gets a sell imbalance or bad news at the end of the day, they can't just defend the bid with buybacks. And that can affect the market, especially like the Qs in the last 10 minutes. Let's go to Adara for
this article from The Information isn't actually a news piece per se. It is mostly an interview with Jim Culler, who is the CEO of this developer called Tense Torrent. Literally, it's interesting too. The title of the article is literally NVIDIA's aggressive sales tactic will backfire, says Rival. So it's mostly this guy's take on NVIDIA's sales tactic. It does mention the DOJ investigation, which was initially reported in early August. So no news on that investigation. This article is just kind of a rehashing of NVIDIA's take and one man's take on how this tactic might impact its business. This Jim Culler also used to work as an executive at AMD, Intel, Tesla, Broadcom, and Apple, according to this article. Again, this article mostly just an interview with him. Very little here in terms of actual news, rehashing of that DOJ investigation, which again reported in early August, and this man's take, guys.
Sorry, wait for it there. I mean, that doesn't feel that bad. So I just got out there at 95, not out. I took another fill at 95, just because, if that's what's going to be, that's fine. And then there goes the TQQs right back up to the upside. So again, that's what day trading is all about, right? In the wild lessons again here from Trader TV Live. And it's just, trying to figure out what the market's doing, react to it, and trade around it, right? And so there goes NVIDIA. We sort of heard that news. We do take a piece out. Let's reload this now. It's at the 50 period here at view up. If we can get a trade short, I'm fine with going short on the market. I don't have any problems with doing that right now or on the stock. I don't think we're in too much of a danger zone, but we do have those imbalances. So that's the one thing that could fly through. There's TQs, man, right back up to the top. So it looks bad because we got out of a third of what we have left right there. But that was still 42s. I mean, it's only 10 cents. Maybe we fly excuse me, just a little bit higher there. So that's the TQs. NVIDIA right back into the money now as well, back into the 90s again. So we do not get that fill. I was at 14s, it went to 13s. I honestly can't make this stuff up, but that's where we were waiting. So let's wait a little bit more aggressive at 10s now and see if we get that as we just scalp back and forth. Hope you're enjoying yourself today. I know we are. It's been a good day. We started off with some bangers early with Apple, with NVIDIA. We lost our way a little bit trying to go long on Microsoft, or was it short or long?
You get a lot of questions about Clover.
Yeah, I saw that. I sold Clover my own PA, but you can go over that if you want.
No, I know we've gotten a lot of questions about Clover, and I want to go over it on the daily.
50s now.
Like it's actually broke that 50, but it's at $3.51, so it's not as if it's going absolutely haywire to the upside. So I'm going to pull out the daily chart. I could go further back, and you can see how nasty it is in a longer time frame. But there's resistance in the range that's already broken here at about 330 to 350. Then you've got this level up here closer to $4, like a 375, 380 on Clover is going to be the one. So it's got some room to get to that level. Look how slowly it's moving. Like someone asked, do you like a 350 break? It's good volume spike, biggest volume spike of the day, and not really doing much going into it. So if you're $3 stock on a breakout, I'd want it to move a little bit more than that. That said, sometimes you end up in something you think is going to go, and it's a smaller range. So it's not bad. The $3 stock, it goes 5-10 cents. You can definitely do something with it. I'm not reloading. It's now past 340. Kind of canceled my offer when I didn't get filled up here on Intel. Just going to sit on the bid, see if we can get it down around VWAP. Apple, we're going to give another chance here. Seems like it wants to continue to press these lows. Did another wick bottom here on Apple. We re-entered the trade. If it cannot bounce underneath 225.40, again, we'll look to get out on the front side of these imbalances, or at least tighten the stop, right? So instead of stopping out here, maybe stop it out in the 50 to 60 range. So Apple has been bleeding a little bit to said downside. That bend was probably a bad out for me. We said we'd stop it here at 20. There's that wick. And we try to get back in, but it's short sell restricted, meaning over 10% down. I can't hit the bid to go short. I tried to get back in underneath 20 and missed that re-entry here. And that's one of the things. You can put an order in there, and anybody can say, hey, I want a short at that price. Look how good that was. $19.99 short when 20 broke, and now we're in the money. But the reality is, when a stock is this far to the downside, or when the news comes out, getting fills in here is incredibly unrealistic. So you're almost never going to get that fill on an SSR name when 20 breaks at $19.99. As a matter of fact, when 20 broke the first time, this is a 3-minute candle. I'm not sure. I had an order for the breakdown at 20. I don't get that fill till it comes back up through me. That's the reality of trading these names. Like, it looks easy when it's bleeding to the downside, but when it's down that far, just not always able to get those fills the way that you want when it's SSR. Also means the stock's in a world of hurt, and that can be good for your shorting opportunity out there. So we'll see what happens with this bend. If I can get back in on the offer, we are running out of time for that to happen, right? Could be time, yet now would be the time to throw the trail on Apple. It's pressed down back underneath the lows. So if it can hold out underneath about that 45 to 50 area, we'll just see how far it goes down. I would say 225 even is a pretty nice round number if it can hold that. But the more times it wicks that top or wicks the bottom, I don't want to get caught with it making that fresh low, rebounding big, and then we don't get anything else. So I want to make sure if it trails here, we'll get out around 45.50 or hold it to 225 even. Intel's not moving anymore. I think it's going to be more about Apple, and we can see if we can get into Ben again.
Yeah, Apple lost their App Store guy there, so we'll see what's happening with that one. But I mean, we've got the banger on already, man. We just took some NVIDIAs out at 77s there as we had ahead of 75. So again, we talk about trading around the quarters and things like that. So there's another out for us on NVIDIA. Good trade, I guess. And TQs, so that's fallen in, right? The Nasdaq's falling in on that Apple news a little bit. So, we missed those outs. So we probably have to put something now back to the upside. I'm going to wait in the mid-40s just to take a piece out in case it does get that bump now back up. But it doesn't look like it wants to do too much here heading into the close. So we'll just keep on hitting cancel, hitting escape, and making sure that we're all over the right names now. All right, so now it's going. There it is. There's that 44 fill. So we'll spend a little bit of money there for that one. Good fill there. Wait to see if it'll come back up. So we kind of got saved there. It was down into the 30s, comes back up into the 50 period. And that's the one thing about trading multiple positions. Like, you got to watch out. Yeah, Zoom and Snow. So, all right. So Snowflake coming out with a report. So is ZM. Join Neil, not Chris Bretcher, but Adara. Both of them
Yes,
on the recap
sir.
show today.
Get your questions ready.
Yeah, get your questions ready for Adara and Neil, and they'll be able to answer them, I guess. Obviously. So right there, wow, Snowflake's up to 135 again. Okay. I think we're about flat on our position. We keep saying that we're in and around 136. So Snowflake, good trading here, obviously. Did I just get more short on NVIDIA? Yes, I did. Okay. The money just kind of was like, wait a second there, Sean. Your net is going one way, not the other. So watch out here. We just got some more shares. Sorry about that. I have to go over to NVIDIA. I didn't realize we just got filled up there again. So watch out. Pulling back in. We just went back into 128 flat there. Would have liked to take something out. Now NVIDIA is getting going here into the close, which is fine, man. We still have that TQQ trade on. We're getting lighter and lighter. My stop for this is a break of 30. So it's that same level that we didn't get on the long. So let's wait to see now if this comes back in. We are short where? At 10, 11s, 10 halves. So now hopefully this will pull back in a little bit for us. I'll put some bids down near 128 flat, but realistically, hoping for a little bit more of a dip down. Remember, the last couple days, I feel like NVIDIA's really been on these imbalances, and I feel like they've been really strong bids. So we're going to have to watch out. In just a couple minutes, I'm going to reload this. Watch out only for NASDAQ and New York names coming out very, very soon. So these are as of 9:30. And in just 3 minutes now, you'll get another update. So let's see if this can fall back in. We're getting out at 30 if it breaks anyway. It's not going to be a huge hit. But it'll be a hit as we take a little bit of an average price here. There it goes. So I think they're just front running all of this.
Yeah, this is a big bounce. Well, it's not a big bounce. It's a real bounce.
Going. I'll take
the Qs are going. Apple, we said we put a trail out in. Apple broke back above that 40 zone. We got out at 44. That's right back in race into resistance. It's now 2 minutes to the imbalances. So I'll hang on to Intel because I've tightened my stop to, I'm in at 34 and essentially just giving it to this local high. Whoa, wow, I had a stop order on DJT from earlier in the day that I just realized I needed to cancel. So I'll go ahead and do that. Put my trail on an Intel, which I didn't flip to for you. Didn't give you anything more than VWAP on that retracement, which is sometimes how it is, right? Let's support at VWAP on Intel, but if it breaks this local high, I'm getting out with only 2 minutes to go here in the market. So there you go. You can see it, boom, live. Move my trail right in there. My last entry was 34. My average price was 34, 35, 34, 36 were the only fills that we had. So we're going to be out of this, hands off until the imbalances come through. But let's go over to Adara.
Keep an eye on some of these monkeypox and vaccine-related stocks. Sorry, Mpox. We have GOVX pushing to a new high of days. Nice little volume pop here on reports that there's the first confirmed case of Mpox in the U.S. in Wayne County here. So Wayne County is being reported by Fox 2 Detroit. Keep an eye on GOVX, guys, with that pop higher.
Oh, yeah, like Wayne, what the hell are you doing back there? Wayne County now on watch. Of course, we have our good friend Wayne there in the back, not liking that county being called out there.
GovX is breaking.
Yeah, GovX. The other one was SIGA as well. Possibility of going now on that news. There it goes right now. SIGA trying to go. So yeah, we're starting to get going now. I think it might just be worth a long. TQQs is breaking out, man. TQQs is a good trade right now. We'll take a little bit of a long now. We'll punch those 35s. You might have just seen that. Let's just see what happens. Breaking back down below 9, we'll get out, but we're long SIGA. Choo-choo, SIGA, all aboard. Let's see what winds up happening right now. We've seen this go before. It's more like that GovX, though, that seems to want to go. We're long SIGA.
GovX just broke 8, so I don't know. I took a break on GovX. So just pick your poison. It was the one that I guess they said with the story, but it doesn't really matter. They're all kind of it's going to go into, okay, that's right.
Damn, it's going to a halt.
So this is going to open... All right, so it's halting at 349.43.
Get up.
Which means it's either opening... so anyways, it's either opening at 4 o'clock.
Do you have any? Oh, you have it. Good, nice.
Yeah, but I kind of...
Let's go.
Yeah, I guess I offered twice. I know I took the punch and then got out. I was going to offer once, and then I must have put 2 orders out there and not one, because I wanted to get some out before the halt, because then at 4 o'clock, it's going to open up. Although it is on the other side of 350. The rule is, in the last 10 minutes if a stock halts, then it opens up at 4 o'clock. But this one was right before 350. It'll be interesting to see if it does open at 55. We'll find out. But that was GovX. SIGA, technically probably SIGA, also to the upside there. But I kind of just punched the 8 break and then got out for a quick little scalp trade. I'm just going to cancel my stop orders and other orders out there. We got 10 minutes to go and the imbalances did drop.
Yeah, so NVIDIA is a buy, so we do get stopped out of that trade. Boo-hoo on us. Boo-hoo, we suck. But that's okay. We did get stopped out on that one, but guess what we did not get stopped out on? Let's go. It's the trade that we gave you. It's the big trade. It's the big dog right there. It's the TQQs as that continues to scream higher and higher, man. Nice move all the way back up on that one as it continues to go. And by the way, oh yeah, we told you, man, we're versatile over here. Today, man, big trading on the NASDAQ futures. We just talked about that. We're 60 handles in the money there. SIGA right now, we just took that live. I mean, you guys saw me punch in. You know, people will question other people's trades. You know, it was right here, right on the screen. We punched in there at 9.35. Real sees real, and there's SIGA right now, 40 cents in the money and going higher right now. SIGA starting to go 70s. I then will take that and see where we go now on SIGA. Remember, as Neil mentioned, we're not trying to be in this after hours, but we can be if we want to be. And there it goes, a nice move up there to 9.75. We'll take another fill on SIGA. What a great way to end the day here. We'll end the day almost at the highest spot we've been at all day there. We did have that little slip up on NVIDIA. Slip up or not, I mean, at the end of the day, we knew that there was a risk associated with that trade heading into the imbalances. So we were able to not really get too heavy into that name, but we did lose at the end there. And then this was the big one, of course. And I'm fine telling you guys that because it's the truth. There was a good trade there on the TQs, right back there up into the upside. So, you know, one trade gives you everything you need. And that was SIGA right there with a monster move up and the TQQs. Let me go tweet this out. If you guys want to follow me at Trader TV, Sean, 40-something, 7,000 followers. Go join right now. The revolution is real, and it's happening right in front of your face. So there it goes right now. We're out of 80% of this trade.
Yeah, SIGA's still going. Remember, GovX is halted. So we'll see. I'm not 100% sure it'll open in 5 minutes. My gut's telling me it'll open at 4 o'clock. But we'll see what happens with this stock. I'm just going to pull it out for you and show you what happens when it does open, if it does open above 850, because this was a big level the last few sessions here. 850, previous high, previous resistance. Like if it gets into this range, you have upside to about like $10, where this sucker dumped off $10 a couple of days ago. Like, I mean, like seriously, there was just all kinds of selling at the open at $10, then late in the day, it dumped from 10 into 7 even. I think that's a good level to work with. It's currently indicating an open of $8.35 when it halted at $8.29. So big breakout there on the MPOX names to the upside. In 90 seconds or so, you're going to have 355 hits and balances tend to flip. NVIDIA is a buy and balance. Intel is a sell and balance. The one that matters would be NVIDIA is a buy and balance. Likely that pairs off at or about that 355 mark, and you might see a bit of a reversal, at least specifically with this stock here on NVIDIA. So we'll see what happens with that. I will also have my eyes on GovX, obviously. Just curious to see if they're going to reopen this one. I mean, one thing you can always do is if you're in position in stock, you can put in like market on open orders to get out of position for something like a GovX. Did SIGA halt?
No. 70 handles in the money on the futures is good enough for your boy. So we are out now at 70s here on the TQQ. Just topping out the day, man. Topping out the day. It's a good one here. SIGA really helped at the end of the day. We still have got B. Riley. What's up, NVIDIA? We still got B. Riley in the building right now as well. So let's just get out some of that one as we go. I mean, I don't know. We can just punch this maybe at 92s there. All right, well, we cross into it. You just see us getting out of that at 91s, I guess we got there. There's the out on Riley. You're going to say, well, that might not a great out. It's not. We got 15 cents or whatever that was on the last piece, but we already put that on board at 7. We should have been a little bit more aggressive with that one. Okay, so now we're out of everything. We're out of the TQs. I mean, that was a monster. I mean, it's still going. This TQ trade, Neil, 90 handles right there in the money for that. So not too shabby right there for that trade. But there it goes, man. I mean, Neil, I don't know. I'm loving trading these futures.
Yeah, I gotta love it. Go flip from one to the other. You know, if the stocks aren't working, you can always go back into the futures. If the futures ain't working, you can go back into the stocks.
What about if they're both working?
Well, if they're both working, you don't have to do anything.
Let's go.
There was a good question in there. Snowflake 11% is the expected move on Snowflake. I'm thinking it's a decent chance that it's going to retrace it. Zoom is also 8.5%, so a couple of big earnings names. In fact, there was no open on GovX, so I feel like the gut was right on this. No 5-minute open. My anticipation, this is going to open at 4 o'clock. And then you can see apparently there was a couple of other names. Something else might have halted as well. VRAX, VRAX is the other one. That also halted. SIGA didn't halt. VRAX is halted pretty much at the high of the day, as you can see here. So both the MPOX names, or at least a couple of the MPOX names on that news, halted to the upside and should open up at 4 o'clock, where there are no circuit breakers, so anything can happen. Understand, if you hold through, this can be back at $5, a heck of a lot faster than it went up. It can be at $7 and anything in between. I'm going to head on up over to the desk. We're not going to have Chris Brescher on. His internet didn't come back. We got myself, we got Adara, we got Snowflake, we've got Zoom as well. We'll take some Q&A from everybody and then see what happens with all these MPOX stocks. It's entirely possible that these suckers could continue to go into the aftermarket. Sometimes the best plays are in the aftermarket on small cap names, especially these runners. So good luck to anybody out there. No one ever went broke taking profit. That's all I got to say.
No, you also don't get rich getting out too soon also. So make sure that you guys, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you got to each your own. We're out, of course. We just got out at 60s there on SIGA. So we bought 35s live on the show. Our best fill is up here at 75s 75s. So that was our best fill, a couple outs. Probably our average out is probably, I'd say like 63, 64. At the end of the day, we could do the P&L math, and we'll do that after to have a quick look. Good out looks like for us on Riley. Not a great out for us on the TQs. I mean, I'm always going to get out before 350, I feel like. So we did hold a little bit into that bump. So when it comes out, there it is. You know, we talk about some of these plays every day, and I just hope that you guys are watching and just enjoy the show. And if you do enjoy the show, we haven't changed this in like forever, but there it is. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and all of that, and have some fun here with us every single day. And you know, we do put this on, and it's been a great experience, I think, for all of us, just being able to sit here, trade different styles, and just have a lot of fun every single day. Meet great people. We have BPI behind us. Lots of good traders have come through the floor. So we'll just continue to, you know, have the good vibes here. And I mean, that TQQ trade, you know, it's going to sound like, you know, not bragging or anything like that, but it's just like, I got to bring it up. Because if I don't bring it up, then it's like, okay, what is the point of this trading show? So here's a winning trade, man. We actually talked about this trade many moons before it happened. We said we were buying this TQQ. Why? Because you see this 50-period moving average. You know, we really like that. And as it was falling in, I said, I'm going to be here to support that play. So when it falls back in, we take it. And we put the numbers up. And so, I mean, that's part of trading. Trusting yourself, you know, trusting whatever platform or whatever sort of rules you're trying to follow as we go. And that's what we did there with the TQQs. Now, obviously, we didn't hold it all the way. Would have loved to do that. But it goes back in there. It's my third highest stock today. And it's a good one. So, you know, that's part of trading. And we'll just continue to give hopefully some great ideas. And hopefully everybody watching us also is able to take on some of these trades, or at least learn a little bit of the lessons that we're trying to throw down. All right, page one, I got to get here ready for the countdown. We'll have Miss Adara on the bell in about 30 seconds. Just a quick look to see if there's anything lasting here. NVIDIA still with a buy. That's kind of hovering around up 0.95. We'll wait, I guess, till tomorrow, right? Until we see a potential move in NVIDIA through that 130 level. So that's going to stay there as a bid here into the close, man. It'll be a trophy kind of day. I hope you guys are enjoying it. With only 10 seconds left now, there we go, Adara. She's getting ready to rock and roll. You can see we're almost in sync with our closing bell right there. That's what happens when we got it 2 and 1. All right, thanks, Adara. Good day so far there. Watch out for Snowflake. The implied move on Snowflake is over 11% on Snowflake. So it's a $135 stock right now. Wait till you see this move on Snowflake. I think it might be right. This name can move. We'll wait to see what Snowflake has to talk about. And when that comes out, these guys will have that for you. Look what just happened to Sega, by the way. I guess getting out a little too early on Sega as that pops to $10.50 damn cents. That would be a $1 winner there on another one there for Sega. So watch out here as we go. Lots of earnings coming through. You just tell me. I just keep on waiting for this. Whenever they're ready, I will throw it over. They are good now. All right. Look, I'm back tomorrow, 8:30, right here. Fabian, Neil, thank you. Adara, thank you. Sharif, thank you. Fabian, thank you so much to Rob and to Randy today. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Over to the market recap show. What a day.
What a day. And those MPOX names, all three of them making major moves to the upside. So GovX did open. We'll start there because we don't have earnings yet on Snowflake or Zoom. We're expecting about 4 or 5 for those. All the way after the 8 break, the halt at 8:30. GovX goes all the way to $9. This is what we talk about. It opens at 4 o'clock. You get the move up, but anything can happen. Now retracing right back into what was the halt price and back into $8 if you're in VRAX. Very similar story. Halted up, gave you a $1 move, pulled right back in. You saw Sean say the same thing about Sega. All three of them got a $1 move in the aftermarket before a little bit of a reversal here. So they're still up after hearing the news. So if you got it on the early breaks, you'd still be in the money on all three of these names, looking pretty solid. Pretty interesting day, obviously, in the overall market here, Adara. We had a lot of data. We had the Fed minutes come through. Certainly, it's a pretty green day overall across the board. I want to lead off with the SMH over here. It's just we're waiting around for Snowflake and Zoom. We'll get to that if they do, but I wanted to point out the SMH, bit of a wild up and down day. Yes, you're going to end up. We said this, I said it a lot today, inside day. It's almost as if the highs and the lows just got respected multiple times today. And the best example of that might be the double top on NVIDIA. I can't remember the last time I saw something like this where you had NVIDIA basically make the lows in the middle of the day right at noon, looking like it was a weak name, retrace all the way to the high, and then completely lose strength again at the exact penny. Like right up there. Like it wicked it by like a cent or two there on NVIDIA before going into the downside. So, big reversal there. It's a strong day overall. I do see Zoom is moving.
So is Snowflake, but I have both open to see the numbers and I see no numbers.
Yeah, it feels to me like Zoom was already going into the aftermarket. Like it was already through 60 and breaking higher. I'm just tracking it. It's only up about 50 cents, so only 1 point right now. We don't have any numbers on it. Snowflake's starting to move around a bit. Up $1, down $1. I'm going to say it's probably not out yet. I think you'd see a little bit more volatility and volume going through on Snowflake if the numbers were out. So we always say this, it can be very, very dangerous to trade earnings after market because if you're in early, they could come out with bad guidance, the early move goes up, next thing you know, you're at $125 and you just took a breakout at 136. So wait, make sure the numbers are out. Only 2 big earnings names here are Zoom and Snow, although we do have Wolf as well. So if you're interested, that Wolf speed is also going to be reporting. They have a wick out there too. I don't think the numbers are out just yet, but even this did a bit of a move. So a little bit of anticipation of these earnings that should be coming through in the next minute or so. While we're waiting around for that, worth noting, big day for the Chinese KWEB ETF. Like big rally, holding out those highs, up 1.5%. If you're going to ask yourself why that was when we're looking at the sectors, Alibaba holds on to its flag. Back up at $83 is Alibaba. So when I look at KWEB having a good day, we like the fact that Baba's right back above that 80, looking pretty solid here for them, 3%, leading the way for basically the entire thing. And it was the story this morning, Walmart dumping their position in JD. That was weighing on it a little bit. So 405, would expect that we're going to start to see some of these come out. Still not a lot happening there on Snowflake. Dara, I haven't seen anything come across on Zoom. We'll keep an eye on some of these.
Oh my God, Snowflake.
Snowflake is that. Oh, see what I mean? You go long on that original break, and you see 125. So right down to 125 on Snowflake. I'm going to assume the top line might have been missed. We'll see what happens with those numbers, but Snowflake right down there, $10. The initial move is undefeated this earnings season for being wrong if you fat finger and go before the numbers are out. It's almost like it's some kind of an indicator. So Snow's down now 3.5 points, testing the 125 level of Adara.
Revenue missed from what I'm seeing. I want to clarify as well. Sometimes the analyst estimates that I'm seeing are not going to be the same that we're seeing generally reported, right? So I was seeing consensus estimate of 848.15 million for revenue. They reported 829.3 million. So that's almost a $20 million revenue miss. They also here reported Q2 earnings per share. So again, not adjusted because sometimes the adjusted numbers are different. They reported a loss of 95 cents per share. Analysts were looking for earnings of 15 cents per share. So that is also going to be a miss. These are not great numbers here. They're also looking for Q3 product revenue between 850 and 855 million. So that'd be well above what they actually reported here. But yeah, seeing again, those were accurate estimates here. They did miss by about $20 million for revenue, guys.
Well, while snow is melting, Zoom is heading higher here, up 5 points, broke out to 61. So this time the early move, I guess they had it right as they were going higher. Now $63 in play here for Zoom. They are breaking out while snow got to that 125. I see in the chat someone took 125 to 129. Congratulations. Be careful trading those aftermarket earnings. But Zoom is certainly heading higher. I'm going to quickly show you guys the daily chart for Zoom because this is right at the 50 on the, the 200 period on the daily is about 63.5. Big resistance spot here into 63.5, $64, which it looks like it's about to test Adara.
I mean, I'll start with the outlook here. These numbers are great across the board. They're seeing Q3 adjusted earnings per share between 129 and 131. Analysts were looking for 124. Beat. Now we'll get to what they're seeing for Q3 revenue, 1.16 billion to 1.165 billion. Analysts were looking for 1.16 billion. So that's going to be in line / above expectations there. Now, in terms of what they reported this quarter, adjusted earnings of $1.39 per share versus estimates of $1.21 per share, beat. Now for revenue, 1.16 billion versus estimates of 1.15 billion, another beat. So great look here for Zoom across the board. As I see more numbers, I'll let you guys know. Also worth noting here, SIGA Technologies, that name with the MPOX, they actually had a catalyst here coming out right at 4. They did get a contract from the Department of Defense for the procurement of $9 million worth of TPOXX. So I'm guessing this TPOX here, they're getting $9 million worth. Keep in mind, though, SIGA actually has a decent market cap, over $600 million. So not a huge deal contextually, but $9 million contract here for SIGA.
And like all three of them, this, VRAX, and GovX, they all met that dollar move to the upside right at the close, I should say, when they reopened. At least two of them reopened. Now pulling back a little bit is SIGA. Got to $11, pulling back to $10.44. Now just double checking back in on Snow. I mean, it's trying to hold $125, so that was the level. It bounced once, came to 29. You'll see it's right back in on those lows. There's a reason we zoom out the charts, and I'll get to that in a quick little second when it comes to Zoom. But here, it's very easy to see. When you pop out this chart, look at all the accumulation at the 125 area. So it's a big round number, obviously 125, psychologically a big one. And then you had all kinds of consolidation at that price. You had a flat bottom break at that price. You had a support level at that price. That's the only reason. Like when you heard me say, oh, if it's going to break out and then fail to the downside, I didn't know it was going to be bad numbers with Snow. I just said if it's going to the downside, it's probably headed to $125 because that was the big level on the daily when you look at this chart. And if you did any work on Zoom, that's kind of the thing that's going to stick out. So it's trying to bounce off this level here. Congrats to anyone that got it at that price. But the other thing was why we zoomed out on Zoom to show you this overhead resistance right here at 63.5 and the 200 period moving average. Because just like that 125 level, Zoom flies right into that level and pulls back. It's holding the top end of the range, so still a good look for them. Up 6 points now on Zoom. Although I think that understates things because really it was under, like we were under $60 and you started going aftermarket. And if you zoom out a little bit more, you'll see like this is coming from like a 59 a little bit earlier in the overnight. So like it's really made a good comeback throughout overnight, throughout the day, and then breaking out the top here is Zoom. Good numbers for sure. I don't know if we have that Wolf.
We do, and it's bad.
Yeah, I was about to say, this one is not exactly, it's not really roaring anywhere except to the downside.
Yeah, it's you know, we don't want to say good or bad earnings, but these numbers are missed across the board. This is actually their fiscal Q4, so we also have their numbers for the whole year of 2024, which were a miss. So they reported losses of $2.59 per share for fiscal 2024. Analysts were looking for losses of $2.58 per share. Sales of $807.2 million for the year, missed estimates of $809.65 million for the year. They also did miss for this quarter as well, larger than expected loss per share and a sales miss, though they did say that they're looking to reduce their CapEx spending for fiscal 2025 by $200 million. So that's not bad in terms of guidance. Those numbers, though, miss across the board for the fiscal year and for the quarter.
Can we quickly check out what's going on in Microsoft here? Because Microsoft, it dropped $4 in here. Not looking fantastic. Big volume spike to the downside. Microsoft just tagged 420 with a little bit of a bounce happening on Softy.
Some guidance here. I don't know why they put this out now, but they have released some guidance here for Q1, seeing their intelligent cloud revenue here between $23.8 billion to $24.1 billion, and seeing their Q1 Azure and other cloud services revenue to be down sequentially 1 to 2 points. This is also worth noting because we know their cloud guidance was an issue when they actually reported. I need to look more into this story here because we already know there were some issues with the cloud guidance and the cloud earnings, but interesting look here. I'm not also seeing this reported everywhere. So this is interesting too with Microsoft.
Okay, so that explains Microsoft going 1 point to the downside. It's close to even now. I just zoomed out. I didn't see anything outside of 420. That was the only level. I mean, it just goes right back and now it's heading higher. So I guess they don't mind buying the dip there in Microsoft because they're pretty good company. Last I checked, they're pretty good. Wolf, not good. Not going to be a good one. Ultimately, I would have preferred that would go up because it had like a 20% short float. It's going to check back in on Snowflake, try to rebound, still holding down around those lows. 125, looking at least a little bit decent for Snowflake here. That feels like a level. You know, obviously, you trade price action in the aftermarket. It's on different volume. It's just a different situation than when the live market is open and you have more participants. But that 125 is feeling like it can be a level that could be respected tomorrow. Problem with overnight, you have no idea where it's going to gap to. You know, like I've said this before, and then you come in the next day and it's trading $130, and you have no opportunity to trade off of that kind of a level. Rivian Millionaire.
I put them in the chat synopsis already.
Synopsis? Okay, yeah, you're asking about synopsis. Synopsis beat. I thought we had a couple of other ones, like small ones that we're going to be reporting as well. Let us know if any of those come through.
We have something else here from Snow that's pretty big.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from Snow.
Yeah, so they have authorized the repurchase of an additional $2.5 billion under their repurchase program through March 2027. So we know the market does enjoy those share repurchases. Also, yeah, okay, so I'm seeing here as well. Thank you, Saad Mahmoud, for pointing this out. They actually now have a Q2 revenue. I'm seeing different Q2 revenue than what was initially reported for Snowflake now. So now I'm seeing sales here of $868.823 million versus estimates here of $849 million. I saw 828 across the board here. So now it's being changed to 868. That is interesting indeed here. Because, okay, this is what happened here. So they announced it. Instead of announcing their whole revenue, it looks like Snowflake announced their product revenue first. Their product revenue was reported as their whole revenue. That was a miss. But then in terms of their total revenue, that actually ended up being a beat. So the way they reported it was weird. They did beat on sales, but they just reported it really weirdly.
Yeah, like why make it?
Snowflake, thank you for bringing that to my attention. That's what happened there.
Despite that, and even if total revenue did beat, it's not bouncing that much. It's still hanging around those lows down at 127. We did have Urban as well. Urban Outfitters it spiked originally to the upside. Now it's starting to come back in underneath those lows. So this was up pretty decently. I mean, it almost tagged 10% to the upside. It's technically still up on the day because it was going higher. But if you look at the close, like it's barely moved since the close. What goes up must come down. So Urban Outfitters, 8% short float. This would be an interesting one tomorrow if it ends up holding some of these break levels. And just because look at all the accumulation off the 200-period moving average on Urban. With an 8% short float, I mean, I don't even have to draw you guys the ascending trend line here. If it takes out the top, you've obviously got resistance or potential resistance at like 43.5. That's where it turned already. This looks like an interesting one to break out of a consolidation. So put this one on radar as we just got their numbers. Bit of an up-down session when it comes to earnings. Zoom so far good. Snowflake so far bad. Wolf, blah. Microsoft with those revised guidance numbers now back into the negative. So Microsoft had given it all back or gained it all back. Now they're back into the red. This should be one to watch out of those Mag 7. That 420 level is a pretty important one there. So we don't have our good friend Chris Brecher, but we'll keep our eye on some of these earnings moves. We'll keep our eye on some of those MPOX names as well. But if you guys have any questions, now would be the time to throw it in the chat. I see Tisha Perkins. You're watching Vrax. You're watching GovX. Both these names continuing to go higher. Vrax now at $7 at the high of the day. The MPOX stocks are going to be in play probably all afternoon session or evening session here, and then going on to the morning. This and GovX and SIGA or SIGA, depending on what you're calling it, they're all running higher. GovX up 50% now, still holding the 850. Hasn't gotten back to that post-market high, but looking very, very good there. I feel like tomorrow is going to be one of those days. We got Jackson Hole going on, but we don't get Powell until Friday. So for me, Jackson Hole doesn't matter. It doesn't matter till Papa Powell does his speech.
Yes, that's true.
So we had the big moves in NVIDIA with the imbalance on NVIDIA. Obviously, the chips are going to be into play. But if we're going to get these MPOX stocks going ham again, this could be the place to be when it comes to small caps, the gainers, the runners. That's where it looks like it's going to be today. The earnings, I don't know if we're getting enough out of Urban Outfitters. Snowflake, the 125 looks like it might hold. Did you trade any of the MPOX names today, first of all?
I did not trade any of those names. Not really my type of, stock or mover. I'm trying to find more of my space there. Yeah, I did. I am actually really upset at myself, and I've said this, because Eli Lilly, I had the right level perfectly, lost in the first trade, managed it completely fine. There was nothing wrong with how I managed that trade. I had more than enough risk left to take this again. It happened again. I saw it. This is what upsets me. It's not that I missed the move. I saw it. Saw it holding the book beautifully. I didn't take it because I got a little bit in my head. I was like, why are you trying this? Like, blah, blah, blah. That was a huge mistake. I fully should have taken it. Set up beautifully. Everything was telling me to go long. I didn't trust myself, and that's really why I was upset about it. Then I did some stuff with SMCI I really didn't need to do. The level, to be fair, it did hold up, but I didn't have enough confidence that I should have been getting involved there. So it is what it is. Really happy with what I did with Meta, though, with that 530 break. And it's like, if I had the confidence to take that, which arguably on the chart looked a lot dicier than the Lilly long, why am I not taking the Lilly long? So lots of journaling, long story short. Yeah, what a day.
If Lilly's your stock, Lilly is your stock. And that's the thing. If you really like the stock and you like the setups, regardless, sometimes you just got to be on that one. I felt like this afternoon, like when that story hit, there's probably 0 times where you've ever seen, a bad news story on a Boeing, well, everybody's going to go short on something like that. But when there was that news on the MPOX names, like I was on GovX and Sean was on SIGA, it's like you just hit the offer on both of them, and you could have hit any of them, and they really move. I have a great one there, Sean. He's just taking off right now. There was a question in there, my thoughts long-term on ASTS, AST Space Mobile. Look, the daily chart is intense. The short float is 20% on this name. So I'm just going to see if I can, here, let me do this. This is FinViz. Look, we're not sponsored by them. All these ads here. Let me get rid of that one. This is going to be hard for you guys to see, but I'm going to read it for you. Price to sales. 3,900 times sales. I don't even know what to do with that. Sales of 1.4 million, market cap of 5.5 billion. So, again, I will never pretend to be, I'm not some expert on every single stock out there. I usually know a little something about the things that I own because I own them, so I should understand how they make money. I'm not going to wax poetic about this stock in a general sense. The uptrend is great for a trade, and it's been working. And for those, when you're deep in the money on these things, especially when it's squeezing further after earnings, okay, so you hold on to a piece for the dream. All I will say is, I was long on Silvergate during the 2020 craze. I was long on, I had a Firm, Silvergate, what else do we have? Lemonade. I'm talking about a lot of crap. Virgin Galactic, because I was like, when the market was going exuberant on all that free money out there, I was taking shots in my in my personal trading account, not my RRSP, but my TFSA. I was taking shots in like some crap that was going higher. Silvergate went out of business. Affirm came all the way back down. Lemonade got destroyed, giving up it went from 140, at one point it was at like 10, 15 bucks or something like that. Virgin Galactic got flushed to a penny stock. You just understand, with these names, it's great on the way up, but those suckers come down just as fast when reality does set in. So that's all I can really say for you with something like an ASTS. I don't really know too much about them. I can tell you when I look at it, I kept thinking it was broken, like FinViz was quoting incorrect numbers, because I didn't wrap my head around 4,000 times sales and how it could still be going up. But what you should look at, and one trader used to tell me this, is I'm not an options expert, but have a go look at some long-term options and see where they're kind of pricing the stock being in 6 months. Because a lot of times that'll tell you whether the shorts are going to win on this eventually. So it's been a good look on ASTS. I just want to temper. I don't want to be pumping a stock like this. It's been great for the longs, but this seems very dangerous to me. Just want to quickly go back to some earnings plays here. We got another. Rohit just said, trend is your friend. How do you determine when and how to shift from a bearish to a bullish stance the other way around? Well, that's a great question. I'm going to leave it on the snowflake chart and give you the answer. So snowflake is down 4%. So here's my take. Here's the trend on the daily chart. And one of the reasons I like moving averages or drawing trend lines in when I don't have moving averages that'll tell me something is because it gives you a place where it confirms the turn for you. Because I don't care if I'm trying to buy, let's say I'm trying to buy Snowflake for the long term. I'm not concerned with getting the absolute low if I'm just looking for a retracement back into, say, the 200 period moving average or this prior high at 160. I can get a trade back into that when it's confirmed something. So what do you have here? Going into earnings, you've got this. Let me just, I don't really usually draw trend lines with trade ideas, but I'll go ahead and do some right here. So I'll connect you with this high to just about that one. So you get this trend to the downside on Snowflake. And you've broken out the 50 period moving average before earnings and it's lost it, but the trend down has already been broken. So if I was playing this going into earnings for a shot, I'd probably, which I'm not and I wouldn't do, I'd probably be long with a local stop underneath here, that 125 area. But if you're waiting for confirmation, it's still above that trend line and you've got the 50 period moving average to play with. So if it were to regain the 50 period moving average, maybe close above there on the week, if I was swing trading long snow, I like that for a trend break. I don't want the bottom. I want it in here somewhere, slap a stop underneath the trend line, and then have take profits 50 and then up into the 200 period moving average. That's the kind of logic that I just personally work with. I try to be if I can't formulate a trade that simply, see for me, when you do this a lot, that's a really simplistic. I knew I could just pull up that chart because I've looked at Snowflake before. I knew I could pull up that chart. There was a trend line in the downside, had the 50 period in there, and they had the 200 period at a good take profit place. If I can't figure something like that for a trade, then I don't want to make a trade. Because to me, I need that whole picture out there. So when you go to put it on, you're just executing. And you don't see me get as emotional about trades because the entire thing before I get in, I'm getting in here. This is where I'm wrong. This is where I see resistance and stop points. This is where you get out. And then I'm just executing that plan. Works or it doesn't work. So for me, it's just a little bit robotic that way. And it's just what's worked over 20 years for myself. So everyone's got to be a little bit different. I hope that made sense for you for, kind of looking for a reversal of trend. It's never my goal. You always do want to get tops and bottoms, short at the top and long at the bottom. I'm usually looking for something more confirmatory. The break of a trend line, the hold of a 50 period moving average, a rounded bottom like we hear Michael Noss say. Those are the kind of things that I'm interested in. The way I see it is wanting to get the absolute top or the absolute bottom, a lot of times that's the ego. And it gets you in a lot of trouble because you're trying to pick the bottom and get it exactly right, which is a very difficult thing to do in trading. And then your question becomes, if you're not willing to stop out when it breaks that high or breaks that low, you get yourself into a world of hurt. I find when a trend line breaks or moving average holds or something along that, you hear Sean talk about this all the time as well. You get in there, you kind of have yourself an out because if it goes right back underneath, you've got yourself an out. If you have an out, then you've got yourself a trade. So good luck to everybody out there for sure. I have to morbidly, I want to check back. Not morbidly because Zoom was up. But whenever we do this, I'm okay, we holding on to gains because that's an important thing for me. So in Adair, you've probably seen enough of these in the aftermarket. It's important not just where did the stock go. Okay, are there confident buyers into the aftermarket or sellers? Or confident sellers. We don't want that for any stock. But you do want to see a little bit of that going in. I like the fact that Zoom is holding on to some bids because it's at a big resistance spot. I mean, theoretically, it's a 200 period moving average. It's big resistance. So the fact that it's not selling off big off there gives you a chance to consolidate and break it out tomorrow. It's only a 3% short name, but it's also this. So Zoom doesn't have to have a big short float. This is another one of these names. Actually, I'm pretty sure Zoom is so what's going to happen is history books are going to talk about 2020 and the pandemic and all the run up. And there's lots of things that did crazy stuff there. But I feel like this is the chart and Zoom is the name that most exemplifies the COVID highs.
Yeah.
Unquestionably, everyone was at home using Zoom. Hey, we still use it when we have guests. But that 600 top on Zoom is like the thing of legends. The double top at 400, I've heard Obi say this, was like, if you were just, the stock is coming down, was probably the easiest swing short. I don't short names in my personal account. I don't swing short. I haven't, I should say. I don't want to say never. I just haven't done it before. But that was probably one of the easier ones out there. So I do like the fact that it's given you a bit of a base. And I know it's still trending to the downside, but it's been making a bit of a base to try and break another trend line. I won't bother drawing it for you. If you guys can't see that clear trend on Zoom, and then a breakout of resistance, I think 70, I think 75. And then I remember something that I believe Brian Shannon said to me, which was when you're playing these types of curl breaks on stocks with downward sloping 200 period moving averages, be very cautious trying to hold them past the big first resistance. Because it's a downward sloping 200, meaning it's not a good trending stock. So even if it makes a local breakout, he would say, have an idea to take some profit in front of 70, have an idea to take profit in front of 74, 75. That's the other thing I love about our program. We'll bring you Chris when he's on. We'll bring you Danielle Shea tomorrow. We'll bring you Ryan Faluna on Friday. We'll bring you Michael Noss on Mondays. We'll bring you Brian Shannon on Tuesdays. But we're not just sitting here talking to these guests. No. We're learning from them as well. Yeah. So if I find myself in Zoom, I'm going to remember, hey, that's $70, that's 74, downward sloping 200 period average. Maybe we should be having a look at that one. How do I manage to ramble on? It's like 4:27 already. Yeah,
there's two other questions here that I really, really want to talk about, if I may, really quickly. Yep. So one here from Raheel asking, if Snow beat expectations, why is the stock down? Also, why was the earning announcement presented in such a complicated way? Could you help understand? I think sometimes, too, it's not how it's presented as much as how the market reacts. So to be fair, it's really weird for them to word it as product revenue and have that come out before they announce the whole revenue. Really odd choice on their part. However, we saw what happened today with the market's reaction to NVIDIA on the DOJ news. There's no DOJ news. There was an op-ed, more or less, here from the Information, interviewing a guy who's biased because he's competing with NVIDIA, saying NVIDIA shouldn't have it be dominant. That makes sense. He's competing with them. Of course he thinks that, right? So as someone on the news desk, I sometimes, I have opinions about sometimes how news is portrayed, but that could be an issue regardless. Market participants are going to react how they react and things sort themselves out. As Neil always says, there's no such thing as good or bad earnings. It's how the market reacts to them. I don't think the way they reported their earnings was great for them. They also, before they reported, and this happens a lot sometimes with names, they don't report the adjusted earnings per share right away. They just report the earnings per share. They had loss per share, on a non-adjusted basis. So that seemed like a huge loss because they were expecting earnings of 15 cents per share. Adjusted, they beat. They did not beat on an unadjusted basis. So that, in my opinion, as someone who sees a lot of these reports, that would be my take. But also, I want to quickly talk here. Saad Mahmood saying, what's going on with Upstart? Is this a pure squeeze name, or does potential rate cuts really push this stock 100% in a couple weeks? Could 25 basis points really affect it? So I think what helps this name is we had great earnings, but what was more interesting to me was not the report. It was how we had this Mizuho upgrade a week ahead of the report. They upgraded to outperform. They raised the price target from $17 to $31. This is ahead of earnings. And they actually had very little to do with earnings in their explanation. They mostly talked about potential rate cuts. They said, regardless of the short float, we think that this could get a push higher. So there is certainly, I think, some institutional, or I guess larger interest in this name here with regards to interest rates. I also think here we've got a bit of a gap fill we're trying to make here. If you look at the daily chart, around this 47.50 area. We have this wicks into this area, we curl lower. But yeah, this gap that we made here, just over a year ago, I would guess this would be, this was their like earnings report the year before where we had this gap down. I think if we can fill that gap, that could be interesting. Not advice, just my take on the chart. I'm still very new to the markets. I mean, I guess I've been here for a year, but that would be my take just based on that analyst note, the earnings and the chart.
You wouldn't be able to tell. I'll tell you this much. There was a point in the show where I used to have to fill in for Brennan on the desk when he wasn't here, and I would do the news portion of it while still trying to trade up here, which was very difficult, by the way. But the fact that you're just going over the earnings that you probably read once or twice without looking down, like when I was here, like I would have to read it out. Even if I'd already gone over it, I'm still reading the numbers. Like I don't have that kind of memory. So that's an incredible memory that you have there. And don't apologize. You said it very, very kindly about that op-ed. An op-ed's not news.
It's not news.
It's not news.
It's not news. That's why I came on here and I was like, this is not really news, guy. Like it's
exactly. And I'm not here to judge whether or not like news services can do what they do. Like someone says something and they're a big name.
Twitter picks it up.
And then Twitter picks it up and they look, the story's out there, the market's reacting to it, so it's going to get posted to a news service. And if you pay for that news service, it's your job to identify whether it matters or not. So the second you see op-ed, you're like, who cares? Like who cares? There's certain opinions that can move the market, like Jamie Dimon could be an example of that. I'm sure you guys can figure other ones, like Warren Buffett, obviously. But let's be real. An op-ed, like come on, an op-ed from a competitor talking negatively about the market leader is an absolute nothing burger, and it's in. It is
to be fair, it was an interview, but even if you look at the headline of the article, it's like whatever says rival. Yeah, like the name of the article is kind of giving it away. Like it's just one person's point of view on this pre-existing report of a DOJ investigation. So anyways, yeah, I guess it's something that's one thing that really gets me sometimes. You see all of this news and I'm like, either it's old news or it's already happened. And yeah, I mean, it makes sense. We get excited. We see headlines.
Which we do.
Twitter gets involved. It makes sense. It's one thing that I find, I guess, interesting today that we kind of had an example of that.
Which we have to, and that's what it's all about here. It's all about learning, and it's also about getting to that roll call. I know we're past that time. Appreciate you not hitting that a couple of minutes ago. That was very, very kind there, Ramin. But we do have a little something at the end of the day where we give thanks to everybody in our community. We shout out everybody's name. I say a big thank you to the entire team, and of course to Adara, Bears versus Bulls, both Fabi and Ramin, Sean, Brennan when he's here, Brennan enjoying his vacation, but the roll call is in. I'm going to throw my name in there, saying a big thanks to all the entire team here. Go get them, Adara.
Thanks to the whole team. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Sean, Sharif, Obi, everyone in the back that you don't see, everyone that you do see, Ramin and Fabian as well. Shout out to Ramin who is still here. Yeah, Bears for Bulls, thank you. Thank you, Daryl Flint, CompuCare team, Darwin, Siraj, Neo Rob, Swirling Brain, Havana Woody, Neil Roberts in the chat here. We have Marie L. KK. We've got Chill Vibes, The Piper, Review Millionaire, David Clark, The Badger, Rogue Yogi. We've got Chris M. Paco. We have CompuCare team. We have Robert Shepard. We have Criminal Scum. I love that name, Chung Chung. Emily, we've got Scott Edwards, Daniel Vargas. We have Raul. We have Alex Diaz. We've got Rivian Millionaire. Super chat from JKL, 499 super chat. Any chance even tomorrow you guys can look into the short volume in NVIDIA? I can look at it right now if you'd like here. JKL, thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. What I am seeing right now is a 1.1% short float of NVIDIA.
Worth keeping in mind. Remember, NVIDIA does the most notional volume of any stock in the entire market. It is one of the biggest companies out there. So the fact that it's 1.3% short is actually notionally very, very significant, right? It doesn't need to be 10. It's impossible. It can't be 10%. It's too big. Nobody has the stones to be short that it could have a short float of 10% because it's just entirely too big. The legend trader here at Real Trading, who's been trading before Sean and myself and very successful, and was pointing out this exact fact. It's difficult. Nobody can lean on this thing. So you just have to run out of buyers for it to go down. That's a great, great question. In there. I didn't mean to interrupt that, but it was a really good question and a great
thank
point.
You. I appreciate the context. One thing, too, that I asked to Brendan, like, how can I tell if short float is important? He's like, well, how many shares does the stock have?
Right.
And that was huge, so I do want to shout that out as well. Willis Addison as well, thank you for a $2 super chat. 2 super chats in the roll call. Please just punch with that. Thank you, guys. He's saying, thank you, Traders TV Live. Thank you, Adara, with a hand, some charts, and a salute. Salute to you. Thank you so much for everybody in the chat. We have some other names here. John Von Sowers. We got Dwayne Walker. We have Courtney Smith. We have Gecko. We have the new 100, Mike Breeze, Pitch Bull. We have Viper Trader, Girl Trader, Dan H. Lots of traders here, right? Riveting Millionaire. Abdraham. We have Edwin. I'm not an auctioneer, but I do I guess, talk at a speedy pace. Armand and Danielle, this has been a great time there. Yeah, guys, I unfortunately cannot talk any slower than this. I naturally talk very quickly, and I do talk even faster, and I'm excited by these here markets.
I am impressed. It's like a mic drop every single time. Somehow we don't have a mic drop graphic. We're going to need one, but we're past time here. It's been an unbelievable day. It's been an unbelievable week. Lots of volume and volatility. Snowflake down on earnings, Zoom up on earnings, Microsoft with some guidance, and that was to the downside. Well, we have all that and more. We got Jackson Hole as well going on, so a little bit from the Fed. So you know what to do, everybody. Get a lot of rest. Make sure you're primed and ready because we do this all over again. Back here at 8:30, this is Trader TV Live. Shout out to the entire community. We love you, the best trading community out there. And we'll be back at it tomorrow morning. Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys.